Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Secretly Inherits All for One. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Somewhere, in a hidden bunker in a nondescript part of Japan, the successor for All for One was born. On July 15, 2133, Izuku Midoriya was born, son of Hisashi Midoriya and Inko Midoriya. Sitting next to the woman he married, asleep after her efforts, holding his heir, All for One plans his next moves. He can tell right away that this venture was a worthy one. Not only does his son have his quirk, the woman he had him with also lent aspects of her quirk to it, giving it upgrades and nuances even he didn't think of. Such a wonderful investment you are, Izuku, a shining success unlike any I've had before, he praises as the newborn slumbers. Has everything been completed, Doctor? The plan we agreed upon. All for One looked up towards Dr. Kyudai Garaki, who nodded. Yes, Master, upon the boy's 4th birthday, I will begin allocating the select quirks, but, if I may ask why? Why go through the effort of seducing some lowly woman from Mustafu? And especially why would you rear a child with her? One who bears a quirk just like yours? Is that not a danger to you? All for One smiled lightly, holding the boy to his chest, before glancing up at the doctor. Dr. Garaki, as intelligent as you are, you should be able to understand the pros of having an heir to my throne. I am merely securing my future, as all men do. The doctor sits down, almost as exhausted from this conversation as he is from making sure the birth went without a hitch. You're still worried about that blonde buffoon, aren't you? All might. Sure, All for One soothes as the baby stirs, and probably at Garaki too. You know as well as I do, that One for All is a quirk not to be treated lightly, and I've never treated it lightly. I monitored it, eliminated it when the time is right, but my battle with the 7th user proved one thing to me. I can't keep the pace with One for All's growth as much as I dread to say it. He looks up from his child, his heir, and looks the doctor in the eye. The next time I meet One for All, the next time I meet All Might, that battle very well could kill me. If not, it'll severely weaken me. But I had an epiphany. I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm going to ensure my future, the future of my collection, and make sure it's never threatened by One for All again. All for One looked up at the doctor, smiling at him, a wide grin, like he's solved the world's hardest equation. Doctor, this is Izuku Midoriya, the eventual 9th wielder of One for All. Izuku drummed his fingers on the desk, eyes half-lidded, only half paying attention to his teacher. Whatever he's saying, it really doesn't matter. Probably some sorry excuse for a speech that's made to motivate them to do well and represent the school once they leave for high school. And 2 of you, Bakugo, Midoriya, you're aiming for Yuta, right? That sentence catches Izuku's attention, and he sighs internally. Here we go. Then right we are. Me and the nerd right here, we're gonna be the best heroes this DMN country has ever seen, so you extras better stay out of our way. And then, yep, Bakugo pulls Izuku into a stranglehold of a hug. Before letting go quickly enough, Bakugo knows Izuku's limits. And with that, the class goes into a cacophony of noise once more, everyone loudly discussing their plans and ignoring their teacher, who's failing to rein in the class. Bakugo, always one to do what he wants, plops down next to Izuku in a desk that's not his. Oi, you've been training too, yeah? Izuku chuckles quietly, not even looking up from his sketch, one of a new hero, who goes by the name Kamui Woods, of course, Kaken, and you realize that it's considered rude to call people extras. Right? Bakugo snorts, waving him off. It's true, Zuku, you and I are the only fuckers around this school, hell, probably this part of town, who have any hope of being heroes. These demon losers don't have it in them. Do we have to go over underground heroes again, Kaken? Quirks don't make the man. It's not like you're gonna be the rainy season hero. Bakugo laughs at that, before punching Izuku in the arm. I know, I'm not saying it's their quirks, well, not just their quirks, but they don't have the will, the brass ball we do, you know? Izuku chuckles again and then stands up as the last bell rings. Come on, there's some stuff I want to talk to you about. now that we're on the subject. Quirk stuff. Bakugo snorts again. It's always Quirk stuff with you, nerd. If you're not talking about your favorite hero of the week's quirk, it's all that quirk theory crap you dive into, make me feel like some nitwit. Kaken, you're not a nitwit. I've had to ask you to help me with my science homework multiple times. Bakugo stretches his arms behind his head, groaning a bit. Well, of course I gotta know science crap more than you. My quirk needs it. Which is exactly why I'm so interested in quirk theory crap, as you so eloquently put it. My quirk both needs and encourages it. Which, by the way, Izuku looks around, making sure nobody is around to hear them. How's the specialized shock absorption treating you? I figured it'd suit your needs well. Dad got it specially made, along with the rest of my gifts for my birthday. He always said that it's important to make allies, and we've always been the gift-giving type. Bakugo grins savagely at that. Oh yeah, it works like a charm. Definitely helps protect me from FNG up my arms, like you figured. Izuku smiles and nods. Good, just be careful not to be obvious about it. It's focused in your arms, unlike the normal quirk, it'll take away the CHK in your armor, and, if worst comes to worst, serve as a hidden weapon against anyone who might attack you. If you ever need to use it for its more obvious purpose. As they're walking down the street now, heading home, Izuku gets a call, and when he notices who it's from, I gotta take this, I'll hang out with you later, okay? Got it, and remember to stick to the training regime we made. Of course, Kaken, and with that, Izuku walks on his own, answering the phone. My boy, it's time. He's in your area. I'm sending you the coordinates to be caught in the crosshairs. Good luck. Izuku smiles softly, even though he knows the voice on the other side can't see it. I'll head there right away, thanks. And with that, Izuku walks off in a different direction than normal back home. The route he chose wasn't the most pleasant, compared to other areas, and as he heads under an underpass, he hears it, a low gurgling before, bam. A massive form burst from the sewer grate next to him before turning this way. Ah, perfect. A medium-sized bodysuit, perfect for my needs. Izuku thought to himself, as the sludge villain quickly approaches him, damn it, Dad, of all the things to get him to meet me, you used this guy? And then it was on him, wrapping itself around him, tight, wet and solid at the same time. It was a disgusting feeling and the smell was horrid too. Izuku had a hand pressed tightly over his face, to ensure it wouldn't worm its way in, only needing to buy time for a couple seconds before an even louder bam. And then a booming laugh, before someone quickly blasted the sludge off him, with Izuku himself falling to the ground. He groans, shaking his head, before seeing a figure kneeling down to him, and gasping in awe that was only 50% fake. All Might? Is that you? The figure, a massive 7-foot-tall man, covered in thick muscles, with blonde hair that sticks out in 2 distinct points, chuckles loudly, Yes, my boy, I am here. Apologies for disrupting your walk home. I was merely apprehending this dastardly villain. Of course, sir, thank you for saving me, but I have a question if you could spare the time. All Might, who just finished collecting the villain, looked over his shoulder. Apologies, young man, but I really should be on my way. Thank you for the assist, before preparing to leap. Izuku, preparing for this, faked panic, grabbing hold of the first thing he could, which would be the N.1 hero's ankle, taking a ride to a nearby building. Before they both landed, Izuku far less graceful than the statuesque blonde. Ow, crud, that hurt. I'm so sorry, sir, I just need to know if I can be a dash. And as he gets up and turns around to face All Might, he catches him coughing before sputtering, and in a puff of smoke, replaced by a rail-thin, bony man. All Might, what happened? Coughing once more and speaking in a far less booming voice, the man swears in English, before saying, Sorry kid, I know this is unusual, but it's still me, All Might. Izuku looks at the hero in shock, more at how bad of a shape All Might is actually in, rather than the knowledge that he's weaker than he appears, but he's not gonna tell the hero that, what happened to you? All Might sighs, before lifting his shirt, and pointing out a ghastly wound to his side. A fight with a villain before your time. I'm kinda on a time limit now, kid. I'd appreciate it if you kept this to yourself, yeah? Grimacing internally, knowing exactly who did this to the hero, Izuku looks up at the hero, at one of his idols, and says, "Oh, of course, sir, I'm so sorry to bother you. It's always been my dream to be a hero like you, one who protects the weak and inspires others to be their best self. I just wanted to ask you." Izuku takes a deep breath and then lies through his teeth to the N1 hero. "Can I be a hero without a quirk?" All Might, listening to the boy's words, considers it for a moment. The hero is prepared to tell him no, that without a quirk, he can't be a hero, but, after looking into the boy's eyes, seeing the fire, the determination and hope, and seeing how much it reminds him of himself, he discards that thought. "Come on, kid, I should at least buy you something to eat, for the trouble I've caused you as well, and while I do that, how about you tell me more about your dreams of being a hero, yeah?" And so, as they walk together, down towards the street, with Izuku excitedly telling All Might about his fascination with quirks and heroes, and how much he's always wanted to be a hero, with the pro offering a few words to answer any of the numerous questions that the boy asks, the future mentor and student begin a new chapter in their lives. And so when he ignites his palms, bam! Explosions, right in the palm of his hand, Izuku goes on, talking to the hero about just about anything and everything, pretending to be too engrossed in his rambling to notice the hero, who's been watching the boy in a far less subtle manner. He's been scanning him, searching his soul it seems. He hopes the hero doesn't see past him. That would be disastrous. But, as they reach the street, they notice a commotion, civilians running off towards what looks like another villain attack. "Right when I'm out of juice too," he hears All Might grumble. The green-haired boy cringes. "Again, I'm really sorry, sir, if I didn't grab you," he begins, before the hero waves him off. "I would have still run out of gas. All you've done is give me some interesting things to think about, my boy. I've enjoyed your company, but I really need to bring the villain I captured dash." And then he stops, and Izuku looks over at the pro, noticing him going white. "What's wrong, sir?" All Might looks at him. "The bottle I used to hold him, it's gone." And right as that sentence is processed, a massive explosion goes off toward the other heroes and civilians. They both run over to examine the situation when Izuku sees it. The sludge villain, the same one from before, who his father freed to lead All Might towards Izuku, he's escaped, and he has a Kaken. All Might looks at Midoriya, the boy he's holding hostage. "You know him?" Izuku nods, slowly, and his jaw sets before slowly taking his backpack from off his back, to over his shoulder, and cracking his neck. "If I left you alone, he wouldn't have gotten away," Izuku growls, and before All Might can even think to stop him, the boy's already racing towards the sludge villain, past the heroes and police keeping the situation contained. "Fuckface, over here," was all the warning the disgusting villain got, before a bag filled with schoolbooks and various other supplies smashed into his sensitive eyes. With a screech, the mass reared away, giving Kaken a moment to breathe. Izuku is at Kaken's side not a moment later, grabbing hold of as much of the boy as he can, and pulling with all his might. "Zuku? What are you doing?" The explosive blonde coughs between breaths. "Saving you, unlike those chucklefucks over there, now come on." And right as he pulls the blonde out, he senses the sludge villain recollecting himself. With a growl, he pushes Bakugo out of the way. "Go, I'll keep him off us." And right as he said that, and they separate, and a tendril slams where they just stood. Izuku rolls out of the way, crouching next to a stray pipe. "Huh, that's convenient." He picks it up and charges at the villain. This wasn't part of the plan. Izuku was supposed to have had an in with the #1 hero, but now, this a-hole wrecking mayhem is his fault. He should have been more specific with who Dad freed. He's caused more damage than he was worth. He hurt Kaken. No one does that, nobody who doesn't want to get their sheet kicked in. Izuku dodges another 2 tendrils swiping at him, all the while the villain is ranting, "You've been a bad luck charm for me, kid. I'll kill you slowly." For that comment, he gets a stray rock in one of his eyes. "Fucker. You'll pay for that." And as the mass rears back to attack again, a booming voice calls out, "Now, what kind of hero would I be if I let children fight my battles?" Izuku and the villain look towards the entrance of the underpass, and All Might is standing there, hands on his hips, and wearing a smile that seems far angrier than his normal grins. "No. I just escaped you. This isn't right. There is no escaping justice, villain. Detroit smash. And this time, Izuku had the common sense to dive out of the way. This proved to be a good idea. The smash not only knocked the villain into incapacitation, but it was so powerful, it cleared away the clouds overhead, and with that, the crowd roared, clapping and shouting out praise to the #1 hero. Izuku hurried over to Bakugo, lifting him up, with one arm slung across the green-haired boy's shoulders, walking him to the nearest ambulance. Are you okay, Kaken? Of course I am, nerd. Ugf dash, don't wanna experience that sheet again, Jesus you. Heh, I know right? It's gross. I ran into this guy earlier, All Might saved me too. You came in and saved me. Bakugo looked up at him as EMTs fawned over him to make sure he was okay. Are you okay? Izuku snorted. Oh yeah, honestly, this gave me a reason to give the fucker a kicking for earlier. Bakugo shook his head at that, self-sacrificing, but I swear Zuku, you're gonna give Auntie a heart attack one of these days. At the sound of approaching footsteps, their conversation came to a halt. Well, while what your friend did was brave, it wasn't particularly wise, Kamui Wood said, standing next to Death Arms, who adds, Yeah, kid, we were keeping you out of harm's way for a reason. Izuku scoffs at that. Was there any particular reason why you couldn't save my friend, then? Well, the combination of the villain's biology and your friend's quirk, we couldn't step in, none of our quirks were a good match, we were waiting for a better hero to arrive. Izuku scowls and shakes his head. Well, one clearly did. You can get my autograph later. I didn't even need to use a quirk. All I needed was a backpack, a pipe, and some rocks. Makes your excuses seem like bullshit, yeah? Izuku looks over to Bakugo. Tell the folks I said hello, yeah? See you tomorrow, Kaken. Bakugo shakes his head again, his breathing finally evening out. And you stay out of trouble, a-hole. Izuku flips the bird in the blonde's direction, and hearing his friend cackling, chuckles to himself, before frowning, Where did All Might go? As the boy stands on the sidewalk, looking left and right, he hears someone, pissed, young Midoriya. He turns, and sees the skeletal form of All Might's deflated form, standing behind a corner. Oh, sir, I was just wondering where you went. I'm so sorry about today. I know I've been an inconvenience to you, but Kaken is someone close to me, and I felt personally responsible for the villain escaping, so I just couldn't contain myself. I didn't even realize I was running before I was halfway to the sludge. He looks at the hero before bowing his head. Please, forgive me, sir. The hero chuckles at that, before walking the boy towards the restaurant he originally planned on bringing him to. I'm not at all upset with you, my boy. If anything, I'm proud. Proud? But sir? I made you go over your limit. I've been nothing but trouble for you today. None of that, young Midoriya. Your situation, as you explain it to me, it reminds me of myself, once upon a time, and the passion, the drive you possess, I can already tell. You've got the heart and soul of a hero, and with that selfless action, you've proved it without a shadow of a doubt. Izuku Midoriya, you can be a hero. And I can help you. This is exactly what Izuku was hoping for. Yeah, there were some complications that he'll have to bring up to his father, but this is the best possible scenario, and a massive hurdle in accomplishing his dream of becoming the world's greatest hero has been conquered. He could feel tears welling up in his eyes. Thank you, sir, thank you. All Might grins and drinks a glass of water. Friday, I want you to meet me after class in Dagoba Beach. There, we'll start your training, and I'll explain how I can help you. Izuku grins, tears still staining his cheeks. Yes, sir. So, how did it go? Did he fancy you? Izuku grins, looking at the visage of his father over the screen. Yes, father, he approved, even though there were some bumps in the road. What kind of bumps, my boy? Well, your choice in villains, SE. I know encountering him wouldn't be pleasant, but he fit some necessary boxes to attract All Might, and he did, didn't he? He certainly did, but one thing he wasn't, was easy to contain. He escaped, and nearly hurt Kaken terribly. It was a double-edged sword, since it proved to All Might my worthiness. He didn't say anything, but I suspect when he takes me to train he'll tell me about One for All, and how he's decided on me as a successor, but I'd have preferred Bakugo to stay out of that situation. So, the plan worked. But overall, it cut a little too close to an ally, his father summarized. Basically, yes, I could have swayed him just as easily. The villain escaping could have endangered our plan. But it didn't, my boy, it benefited you. Not only has the eighth become infatuated with you, your friend is none the wiser and overall safe. By the way, he did like your gift, yes? Yes, he did, said it's working like a charm. While we're on the conversation, we're going to have to move towards stage 2 of our plan. I would appreciate the next package of quirks. Some of the basic enhancers and the special request, duplicate? That'll do for now. Make sure Tamura knows that I'll be dropping by. I want to go over our plans for the summer, and that I'll be bringing food from Mom. And take care, Dad, don't strain yourself, okay? Of course, my boy, take care. Izuku sighed. As he shut the monitor off, he called out to his mother, Inko Midoriya, Mom? Can you put some dinner in a container for Tamura? I'm gonna go talk to him after we eat. Inko Midoriya, a kind-hearted, middle-aged mother, looked up from preparing dinner and sent a warm look over to her son. Of course, dear. And you're sure you're okay? You said that everything went well, but I saw you on the news, and it was scary. She sniffles a bit. I know you and your father's doing what's best, you're going to become a hero, but I can't help not enjoying seeing you in danger. Izuku walked over to her at that, and gave his mom a big hug. Oh Mom, of course Aimak and Kakin is too, it was unplanned for, and while I'd certainly prefer if it didn't happen, this was the best outcome. I'm on my way to becoming a hero who can protect everyone. She gives him a watery smile. I know, Izuku, I know, and I'm so proud of you, I always have been. Izuku nods, feeling himself tearing up a bit too. I know you are, Mom, thank you, thank you. Now, come on, let's eat, and then you can go talk to your brother. Somewhere, in a dingy bar in Kamino, a young man with pale blue hair sneezes, before grumbling and scratching his neck, to the point of nearly cutting the skin, seemingly in deep thought, before calling out to another man, who's made entirely out of dark purple and black smoke, behind the bar, cleaning a glass. Kurogiri, be prepared to get some disposable mobs, promise them money, blood, anything. And tell the doctor I want his favorite Nomu on standby. I want the world to remember our debut, like nothing they've ever seen before. Of course, Tamura Shigaraki. For as long as Izuku remembers, he's wanted to be a hero. His mother and father told him countless stories about them, especially his father. All for one nurtured society to be what it is. He's seen all types of heroes, stepping up to stop danger, even if sometimes they step up to stop him. Izuku knows his father isn't a saint, all for one admits he's made mistakes. That's why Izuku wants to be better, wants to be different. But, to be the best hero he can be, and to make the best generation of heroes possible, Izuku has to ensure that they have worthy challenges, trials and tribulations that'll make them stronger for it. And so, as he steps out of a warp gate, leading him to an abandoned bar in Kamino, he meets with the very person he and his master chose, to represent the challenging force meant to ensure his dreams come to fruition. Took you long enough, Greenie? Izuku nods at the young man, before looking over to his side. Thank you, Kurogiri, my usual, please. Yes, sir, and as Kurogiri walks off into the kitchen to grab Izuku's favorite soda, the boy sits down on a stool at the bar, next to the only other occupant, a man in his early 20s, with light blue hair, and wearing what appears to be a number of severed hands, one on his face, two on his shoulders, and various on his arms, who's scratching at a spot on his neck and mumbling to himself. Have you been taking care of yourself, Tamura? The young man chuckled dryly and replies, if that's all you're here for, I'm going back upstairs to play my games. No, amongst other things, I got dinner from Mom. That makes the man cut the charade. Oh, nice. Katsudan. And as the man digs in, Izuku chuckles, and yes, I'm here to talk business with you about your debut. Tamura grunts and says through mouthfuls, yeah, US annual summer camp, yeah? A closely guarded secret. How did you and Sensei even discover that it exists? I didn't, Father did. He knows a lot about the ins and outs of how all the major hero schools function. It wouldn't surprise me if he's got an inside source. Tamura nodded. Yeah, I get it, you're the favorite, I'm not the blood heir blah blah blah. Izuku shakes his head, and puts his hand on the young man's shoulder. You're as much his son as I am, Tamura. But, yes, the summer camp, I wanted to discuss that. Tamura grins and looks up. Well, actually, I've got a bit of an updated idea for our debut, if that's all right with you, boss. Izuku gives Tamura a sideways glance. Oh? And what type of plan is that? Well, you know about the USJ? US Personal Theme Park. I'm aware of it, yes, why? Well, I figured that would be a perfect place to debut, interrupt your little field trip, cause a ruckus, put a hero or 3 in the hospital, make big claims about trying to kill All Might, and then bounce before it gets too hot. I've got plenty of warm bodies to throw at whoever's supervising the trip, and a prime no-mo for that smiling jack-off All Might to sink his teeth into. I debut, you and your classmates heroically fight them off, it's a win-win. Izuku sighs. You do realize the point of the summer camp plan is that it wouldn't harm any of the students, yes? That was the entire, point of it, throwing them and a bunch of criminals in the same building, regardless of if the heroes would be able to fight them off, is still incredibly risky. Tamura shrugged. You play things too safe, Greenie, just trust me on this, K? Izuku sighed and shook his head in exasperation. Fine, but if anything goes wrong, it's your but, got it? No screw-ups, no funny business, I don't want to get screwed over by your actions, yeah? Of course, Zuku now, come on, I want to beat your butt in Mario Kart. Izuku sighs as he lifts another, larger piece of trash into the dumpster he's been using to clear out Dagoba Beach, and dusts off his hands. Okay, nearly halfway there, I think. All Might nods. Just about, you're making wonderful progress. My boy, you're shaping up to be an even worthier successor than I could have ever imagined. Izuku chuckles. Thank you, sir, it's nothing. I should have thought of trying to clear this sore spot out ages ago. If it wasn't specifically being used for my one-for-all training, I'd bring Kakin along. Sometimes he needs reminding that hero work is more than fighting bad guys, you know? All Might nods. Of course, with you as a friend, I have no doubt you'll both become wonderful heroes. Again, sir, I can't thank you enough for this. I really don't know where I'd be without you. All Might waves the boy off with that. You'd probably be doing something very similar to this, training to become a hero. Even without my quirk, I have no doubt you'd become a wonderful hero. I'm simply trying to pass on the torch. Now, come on, let's grab a bite to eat. It's about time we stop. The two leave the dump to visit a local cafe. All Might says he prefers this one because the coffee reminds me of how my mentor used to make it, which, comments like that always make Izuku grimace a bit. Izuku knows logically he shouldn't feel guilty about the death of Nana Shimura. Had no part in it, obviously, but his father's committed sins before, and combined with the fact that Izuku is pulling the wool over the pro's eyes, so to speak, makes him feel guilty. Izuku has complicated feelings about the battle the users of One for All and his father have waged. He understands both sides now, to a much larger extent now that he's in such close proximity to All Might, and, while he can't forgive him for the damage he did to his father, Izuku also can't exactly forget the sight of the massive scar sitting on the old pro's side, the one that's made sure his hero career will die a slow, painful death. If anything, Izuku just wants this needless violence to end, once and for all. Izuku, are you all right, my boy? You look like you're troubled about something. Izuku wakes up from his musings at the sound of his mentor's voice. Oh, sorry, sir. I was just thinking about the future. All Might nods his head at that. Worried about the entrance exam? At Izuku nodding in agreement, All Might sighed. Well, truthfully, I know I shouldn't say this, but I think you're a shoo-in. Really, you're an incredibly intelligent boy, showing tact and planning skills that read quite impressive. Along with how fast you're progressing in your training, you'll have One for All, and know enough about it to pass the physical portion. I have all the faith in the world of you, Izuku. Izuku blushes at the praise, and bows his head slightly. He's really been working as hard as he can with the training All Might asked of him. He knows he can use his passive enhancement quirks, and is confident he can fool the pro into believing it to be natural talent, but he also wants to earn it. He truthfully enjoys the hard work. Thank you, sir, I'll make you proud. I know you will, my boy. By the way, sir, now that we're talking about it, where will you be while I'm in school? All Might grins at that, and looks around to make sure nobody's listening to their conversation. Well, Technically I shouldn't be telling you this, but Yurata may have hired me to become the new foundational hero studies teacher. Izuku's eyes widen, and he smiles brightly. Really? That's wonderful. All Might quickly hushes him. Remember my boy, confidential information? But, yes, I'll be teaching your class. Originally, I became a teacher to find a successor for One for All, but now that I've found you, I'll use the opportunity to help guide the future generation of heroes, along with yourself. Izuku nods and smiles. I can't wait to learn more from you, sir. All Might gives the boy a warm grin, and I can't wait to teach you all I know, and for you to teach me some things too. Speaking of which, please, show me your latest Quirk analyst journal. Later that night at 3 in the morning, a tall, pale man with long black hair and wearing some type of gray or white scarf pulls himself into an apartment from the fire escape. He limps over to the couch, collapsing on one of its sides, seeing his husband out cold on a chair nearby, who was obviously waiting for him, and after listening to make sure that the entire apartment is quiet, mutters to himself. Welf dash, guess I gotta stitch myself up. Shoyuta Aizawa trudges himself out of bed at 10 o'clock sharp. Weekends were blessings for the underground hero. He could actually manage to find some rest. Even he's not immune to the smell of freshly brewed coffee, so he doesn't manage to sleep all day. He walks out of the master bedroom, towards the living room, seeing his husband, Hizashi Yamada, humming to himself while making breakfast, who, upon noticing him, threw him a warm smile. Hey there, sleepyhead, coffee's just about done, just the way you like it, too, tastes like gravel. Aizawa snorted and shook his head. Just because I prefer to drink coffee instead of the sugar-filled abomination you prefer, doesn't mean you have to insult my tastes. Yamada laughed. Oh, I know you have good taste, you married me. A young voice, younger than both of them, piped in. The day's barely even started, can you two cut the sap for like 5 minutes? Aizawa rolled his eyes and looked over towards the speaker. Speaking of sap, how's it going with that Kaminari kid? Hitoshi Shinsou blushed and looked back towards his book. I have no idea what you're talking about, old man. Aizawa hid his grin behind his mug. I bet you don't. Speaking of blondes, where's our second problem child, still asleep? As if summoned, another figure came stumbling into the room, sporting messy, blonde buns, and almost sleepwalking. The girl sat heavily in the chair next to her brother and yawned, before registering the rest of them in the room. Oh, hi dads, hi sleepy. Hitoshi, not even looking up from his book, hi stabby. Aizawa drank slowly from his coffee, before speaking. You two are prepared for the entrance exam, yes? I know it seems like you have time, but you're going to have to train just as hard, if not harder, than the rest of your competition. The two nodded, before Himiko looked at Aizawa. Dad? Would we be in your class? Or would I be put with Vlad, based on my quirk? Both of his kids are more or less familiar with the staff of you. Being adopted by 2 of the staff members would do that. But Himiko more so, especially considering how Aizawa found her. He still shudders sometimes at the state she was in, which doubles back into pride at how far she's come to control her quirk. He ponders the question for a moment, before replying. Well, first off, even if you two are skilled, there's no saying that you'll make it into the heroes course after the entrance exam. You may just need to try for the sports festival like I did. But, assuming you did, me and Vlad would discuss who makes it into what class based on particular skill sets they have, what quirks, and what personalities and professions they may be gunning for. While it would be logical to put you in 1B, based on your quirk having to do with blood, similarly to Can's, you're both also probably going to be gunning for underground or undercover heroics, yes? At the two nodding, both listening intently, Aizawa continued. It really comes down to if you think you could use more help controlling your quirk. Kiddo, you haven't had to work with Ken in a while. Do you think it's necessary to have him as your teacher? Himiko pondered that for a minute, twirling a knife in her hand, thankfully away from any of them. No, I don't. I get enough blood. I think I'd rather train with you. Himiko grins. I control my quirk. It doesn't control me. I can be hero. Shinsou grins at her, before pulling his sister into a side hug. Right, those other assholes won't know what hit him. Aizawa smiles fondly, for just a moment, before saying, well, I hope you two know that I'm not gonna take it easy on you. If anything, I'm gonna be harder on both of you, 'cause I know damn well that you two got what it takes. Himiko's eyes light up mischievously, before smirking back at him. Does that mean we get to poke a hole in all your logical ruses? Absolutely not. That's an important part of my lesson plan. Shinsou smirks too. Oh come on Dad. We know you're a softie at heart. We don't want the rest of our class to be led to believe that you're actually so evil. Hizashi laughed, as he finally brought plates of breakfast to his husband and children. I wouldn't tease Shoyuta too much, you two. Just remember who you're gonna be bringing any potential dates back home to. He can and will dial up the evil if necessary. The two paled at that, looking at Aizawa, whose eyes flashed red with erasure, and hair starts floating up for a moment, before he blinks, and his hair softly falls back into place. And once again, we wrap back around to talking about this Kaminari kid. I'm just saying, you could do way better. Dayawad. Izuku sighs, looking up from his computer screen and blinking the tiredness out of his eyes. He's been at this for far too long now, and he really needs to get some sleep. Some people could call Izuku a dedicated, hard-working type person, others would call him a workaholic, but, for the job he needs to do, for the mission he's set his life to, nothing less than perfection is necessary. The entrance exam for UA is rapidly approaching, and while Izuku is still well within the time frame he established, tomorrow being his last day to clean up the beach, and when he'd finally reunite all for one and one for all, the boy still finds himself working to the bone. He's hacked into the UA database, taking a look at two different things: who works with the hero students the most, and the identities of students who've been recommended for the hero course. His searches in the teaching department have been interesting. Names like Present Mike and Cementos aren't surprising, but then he found the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, and Izuku couldn't help but grin. Oh Eraserhead, your reputation precedes you. He then ventures into recommendation students, and begins to search through them, looking for obvious diamonds. There's the obvious. The name Todoroki is pretty eye-catching, if you know anything about heroes. Todoroki is obviously synonymous with the number 2 hero, Endeavor, even if Izuku sneers at the thought of the man. But, Izuku knows more than anyone else that the sins of the father can't be placed on his son's shoulders, so he's interested in becoming friends with Shoto. Yaoyorozu, however, is a much more subtle name, well, subtle compared to the number 2 hero. Momo Yaoyorozu is the daughter and sole heiress, it seems, of Yaoyorozu Support Industries. A global support tech giant, with almost limitless resources, its only major competition being Detnerat. Momo would be a powerful ally, and Izuku can already tell he's going to be discussing the strengths and weaknesses of creation with father for hours. Content with his findings, Izuku logs off for now, making sure to hide his trail. Stretching, Izuku wanders out of his room, out of his apartment, to head for a stroll towards Dagoba Beach. It's truly become a beautiful sight. There's only really 1 or 2 big trash piles in the far corner of the beach, turning what was once a dilapidated mess into a beautiful beachfront. He can already envision families of all kinds coming here, playing in the waves. And as Izuku sits down and begins to write down in his notebook, he notices someone walking up next to him and sitting down next to him. Izuku grins, already knowing who it is without looking. Hey there, Kaken. The blonde boy in question sits down beside him and throws an arm around him. Hey there, nerd, looks like you've been busy, yeah? This is a pretty smart idea. Cleaning up the beach, I would not have thought of it. Izuku nods, smiling at the result of his hard work. Yeah, it's just about finished. I would have asked you out here, but... Kaken nods. I know, you've got your own plans, Izuku. Something to do with that skeleton I see you going to lunch with? Izuku snorts, something like that. Yeah. Well, next time you get one of these big plans like this, I want in. We're partners, yeah? Izuku nods and looks over at Bakugo. Well, you remember the plan, right? I just have an enhancement quirk, nothing nuts. I don't want to let people know about my actual quirk. Kaken rolls his eyes, but nods all the same. I still don't understand why you feel the need to hide something as strong as your quirk. You've certainly helped me with it. Even if I don't know where the hell you and your pop get some of the quirks you get. Dad's been around a while. He was a hero before heroes were a thing, really. He's had time to make quite the collection. Kaken nods and grins. Well, the quirk you gave me certainly has made my life easier, so thanks, nerd. Izuku laughs and shakes his head. Kun, let's go eat something. I've been doing some work. There's some students that may be in our class I want to talk about with you. Potential friends. Nezu reads the email All Might sent him, detailing the progress of his successor. Izuku Midoriya, according to Yagi, is a dedicated and brilliant boy who is seemingly only held back from being an incredible hero by his lack of a quirk, which the symbol of peace could relate to, and decided to help him become the hero he was born to be. But what really interests the principal of UA is his activities that All Might is not privy to. What are you doing hacking into my systems, Izuku Midoriya? Nezu has seen all types of students attempt to hack into his school before, especially around the entrance exam, attempting to gain any and all advantages they could. But Midoriya is eye-catching for two reasons. Firstly, there's the fact that he actually got in, which is a feat in itself, and managed to hide it incredibly well. But what really surprises Nezu is that Izuku never even looked at anything in regards to the entrance exam. The only thing he did was take a look at the teacher roster and the recommendation students before leaving, seemingly finding all the information he wanted, which, to Nezu, pointed him towards one conclusion. Izuku Midoriya is incredibly confident in his abilities and, if anything, is looking past the entrance exam entirely, which is not at all like how All Might describes him. A meek, hopeful hero wannabe wouldn't even think to hack into you, let alone would they be as bold as to seemingly assume that the entrance exam would be well within their capabilities. It paints an incredibly interesting, incredibly mysterious picture, one Nezu is fascinated to learn more about. Who are you, Izuku Midoriya, and what do you have planned, exactly? And with that, my boy, it's time. Izuku looked over his shoulder, putting away the final remnants of trash that littered the beach. He turns to his mentor and grins widely. It's time? All Might nodded before waving Izuku over. Come, my boy, let me tell you a story if you would. Izuku walked with the number one hero to a nearby bench looking over the beachfront. This training, it's all been to train your body, each and every part of you, so that you can handle the strain of my quirk, handle the strain of One for All. Izuku feigned ignorance, looking on to All Might for more information. One for All is a quirk that's existed since the dawn of quirks themselves. Meant to combat evil of all shapes and sizes, it's been growing increasingly stronger as each new user adds to the quirk and lends their strength to it, before they pass it on to the next user, the next generation. All Might clenched his fist before looking into Izuku's eyes with intensity. This is the quirk I give you, my boy. I pass on to you the legacy of not only myself, but of each and every user before me. Can you handle this burden? Can you become a new symbol, one who can protect the world? Izuku grinned, looking up at his mentor. This is what he's been training for, planning for his entire life. Yes. I'm prepared, sir. All Might grinned back, and to Izuku's bewilderment, plucked out a stray piece of his hair. Then my boy, eat this. Shinsou casually walked through the gates of UA, not at all showing the terror he was feeling. Next to him, Himiko was skipping alongside him, chatting along to him about this and that. And then once we pass, we'll be a super-duper stealthy team, right? The indigo-haired boy smiled softly, not looking up from his sneakers. That's assuming we get in, Himi. We could always fail, and have to gun for the sports festival. Thus? Fail? Impossible. Himiko giggled, walking backwards now. We've got the type of training and experience these kids couldn't even dream of. Whatever the physical throws at us, we'll pass easily. And you've been helping me get better at math and stuff, so the actual boring pencil test stuff will be easy squeezy. Smiling, Hitoshi looked up to the blonde and opened his mouth to reply before he bumped shoulders with someone. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't Dash. Hey, watch where you're Dash. And in that moment, two sets of eyes met each other, one set gold, another deep purple, before the other boy gasped, his eyes widening. Oh my God, it's you. Hitoshi couldn't help himself from recognizing the boy, and he knew that the others saw the flash of recognition in his eyes. He looked away back at his sister, who stopped in her tracks, looking at Hitoshi with her head tilted to the side like, is this him? Hitoshi breathed a sigh and looked back at the other boy, taking in his features quickly: blonde, messy hair, with black highlights, freckles that glowed like golden fireflies. Sorry about that, good luck on the exam, yeah? Grabbing hold of Himiko's hand, Hitoshi Shinsou quickly walked away the other boy from his past, suddenly hoping to finish this test as soon as possible. Izuku smiled, looking up at the otherwise intimidating profile of UA High. It was a magnificent building, a marvel of engineering and design, meant to teach the best and brightest minds. A place that nurtured and trained some of the greatest heroes in the world. And, feeling the thrum of one for all, in combination with dozens of other quirks, he was prepared. He boldly walked through the gates, and upon entering, let out a sigh. He's made it. This is his hero academia, and now it's time to prove it. And as he walks with purpose towards the main building, he trips over his own 2 feet, and begins to rapidly fall to the ground. Before he can even think to correct himself, he feels a quick hand touch his back, and suddenly he was weightless. I gotcha. Izuku looks over to his side and sees a girl with long, brown hair and what look to be permanent blush marks on her cheeks, who grabs at his pant leg and set him back down gently to the ground, before pressing all of her fingertips together. Release. Izuku finds purchase on the ground, suddenly feeling the effects of gravity again, and before he can even begin to contemplate what happened, the girl shoots him a smile that could power a city. We wouldn't want you to do something as unlucky as trip over yourself like that, yeah? Izuku nods and smiles back at her, before glancing down at her hands, still touching together. The girl looks down at what he was looking at, before shooting him a slightly more embarrassed look. Oh, sorry, I figured you'd appreciate me catching you, it was my quirk. Izuku swallowed heavily, before nodding slowly. Thanks, that's a really cool quirk, touch-based gravity nullification? The girl smiled again. Yep, that's me. My name's Uraraka Ochako. What's yours? Izuku smiled back at her. Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Uraraka. Good luck on the test. Oh, of course, you too, Midoriya. And with that, the brown-haired girl started walking towards the school, leaving Izuku behind for a moment, before looking over her shoulder and giggling at him, still frozen to his spot. Are you coming or not? We got a test to pass. Swallowing again, he nods and catches up to her. Izuku isn't sure what he's thinking about more, the fact that he's met a really nice girl, or the fact that said girl has a really, really interesting quirk. Putting his pencil down, Izuku sighs softly, looking left and right, to see that mostly everyone is still working, if not wrapping up. He caught Ectoplasm's eye, the hero assigned to this room, and probably all the other ones too, and nodded at the pro, before leaning back and closing his eyes. Any minute now, Ectoplasm will call the exam and quickly collect their sheets, before someone like Present Mike will step in to explain to them the physical exam. All that's left is to try and determine what the actual physical exam would detail. UA High not only prides itself on its status as the #1 hero school in Japan, it's also got a massive budget, being able to house massive training sites that replicate entire city blocks. Plus, it's not like construction would be much of an issue, especially with pros like Cementos and Power Loader, and of course, Nezu himself has a genius-level intellect. If Izuku had all the disposable income in the universe, heroes that can design any playground imaginable, and a limitless imagination, what would he create to test the mettle of a bunch of hero hopefuls? Hey there, listeners. Are you ready for the entrance exam? Gimme a yeah. Izuku smirks, hearing nobody else respond. His prediction may just be proven correct. Yeah. Now, let me tell you all you need to know about the physical exam. Izuku listened as Present Mike went on to describe exactly what Izuku figured: a bunch of robots, and a bunch more kids all aiming to get into the hero course. It's going to be hectic, chaotic, and exciting, the perfect opportunity to test his new quirk, find how to operate it. As Present Mike wraps up, asking for questions, Izuku hears another voice, asking for clarification on another type of bot, before, and you. Boy with the green hair. Do you think this is some type of game? Izuku opens one eye, lazily looking over in the direction of the speaker. Seeing a stern-faced, blue-haired boy with glasses. This is UA. It, along with present Mike, demands not only your utmost attention, but also your total respect. Izuku sighed before looking fully at the boy. The last type of robot is probably some form of obstacle. The first three are for us to get points, the last one is meant to get in our way and distract us. And, since Izuku was feeling particularly sassy today, the only one I don't respect right now is you, glasses. For all you know, I could be mentally preparing myself, going over my plan for this test, and you feel the need to specifically call me out? Please, politely mind your business. The awkward silence is potent for a few more seconds, before present Mike defuses it. Yeah. The 0-pointers aren't there to be fought, I'd suggest ignoring them. Izuku stands up, as the voice hero leads them towards where they need to go to start the physical portion. Luckily for him, Izuku finds himself near the front of the tunnel they were shepherded into, and begins to pace slightly back and forth preparing himself. Before he can activate One for All though, he feels someone tap his shoulder, he looks over and sighs. It's that blue-haired boy again, once again, glaring sternly at him. Are you trying to distract us? Izuku blinks, a sarcastic remark dying on his tongue, blinking, looking at the slightly taller boy. Excuse me? Are you trying to distract the rest of us from getting ready for this exam? Because that type of insidious plot is not at all befitting of a potential hero dash. Okay, enough of that. Izuku hushed him and rolled his eyes. Are you nervous too? The boy blinked and repeated what Izuku said just a moment ago. Excuse me? Are you nervous too? Is this like you acting jumpy because of the test? 'Cause, trust me, I feel it too. I don't mean to bother you. I'm just trying to prepare myself, like everyone else. The boy blinked and then bowed his head. I'm sorry, I suppose I am nervous. It's all right, my name's Midoriya, yours? Tenya Ida. I apologize for presuming, I suppose this test has gotten to me more than I think it has. Izuku smiled at the taller boy. Well, Ida, if I recognize that name like I think I do, you have no need to be nervous. Good luck, I hope you pass. Ida smiled and nodded. I hope you do too, Midoriya. Turning back towards the entrance just as present Mike stretched, seemingly preparing himself to start the test, Izuku tensed, getting ready to bolt into the testing grounds. He closed his eyes and began to channel One for All into his body. Deep red lines spread throughout his body, before he relaxed somewhat, and the lines faded, leaving behind a green electric glow. Actually feeling the quirk? Izuku can understand why something like this was such a massive threat to his father. If Izuku tried to use all of it at once, it'd harm him greatly, so channeling the entire quirk at once would be counterintuitive. And his healing of the wounds would be suspicious. So he feels the quirk for a moment, channeling as much of it as he feels comfortable with throughout his body before his eyes flash open, and shooting into the testing site, right as Mike shouts, "Go! Let's get this party started." Toshinori Yagi, also known as the number 1 hero All Might, knows he should be partial. He should be seeing the potential of any of the young students down there, gleaming them for talent and worth. He's not just looking for a successor anymore. But, damn it, he can't help but search for a mop of green hair in the various screens. His successor has always impressed him, his dedication and heart proving time and time again that the number 1 hero made the right choice. But after Nedu told him how well he did on the written exams, Toshinori is excited to see how Midoriya does in the physical. Oh, this has to be a record. This is the most students I've seen blasting off before Mike says so. The rated R heroine, Midnight liked her lips and smirked. Such confidence and eagerness, that type of behavior has to be rewarded, no? I believe their reward is a healthy helping of points before the rest of the competition. We do tend to keep a larger amount of robots near the starting areas to reward this type of initiative. All Might looked over, that was the mysterious hero, Ectoplasm, who he can see has clones out observing the various testing grounds, making sure everything goes according to plan. Oh, the scoreboard's been updated. Here's our top 10 right now, expect it to flux though. Yagi looks towards the direction the rest of the teachers are, and sees it, his boy, his successor, Izuku Midoriya, sitting proudly at second place, a single point behind one Bakugo Katsuki, which is the name of the friend Izuku keeps mentioning, It seems Izuku was right, his friend is skilled. A camera finds the boy and he can tell he's well versed in his quirk, dispatching robots left and right, a bit dependent on it, but nothing that can't be ironed out given time. And Izuku, as a camera finally finds him and he sees his successor, the sight of him takes his breath away. His boy is flying through the screen, glowing with a faint green aura, smashing robots like he's had the quirk all his life. He's taken to it far better than All Might could have ever. Oh, Izuku Midoriya, he's the one who did so well on the written exam, right? The voice hero present Mike exclaimed. He's got a bit of a smart mouth, but the kid's got skills. His English was flawless. I hope that's not going to be a problem, him and Ida moving forward, yes? You noted during your breakdown of the physical that they had a bit of a spat. This is a hero that All Might isn't so knowledgeable on. A scraggly-looking underground hero, with long black hair and some form of capture weapon resting around his neck like a scarf, named Aizawa if he heard the others correctly. Oh yeah. But in his defense, Tensei always said that Tenya's a bit of a stickler for the rules, and I heard them talking in the tunnel, they seem to work it out, test jitters, you know? The man grunts, before sighing, let's not focus on those two, the pace they're going they're just gonna flip-flop with each other for the entire test. Let's focus on the rest of the students. There's some pretty skilled kids in this group, Nedu, at this rate we may just need to bump the size up a bit. The Chimera nods, seemingly watching all the screens at once, taking in every single student displayed, all their strengths and weaknesses. Yagi can tell though that the principal is watching Izuku too, assessing him. He wonders what his train of thought is when looking at the boy, but then the number one hero shudders. The less he thinks about the inner machinations of Nedu, mind the better. That could be arranged, if need be, Eraserhead, Vlad? If that comes to pass, would you two be willing to accept a potentially larger class size? The Erasure hero size, I swear, you're trying to kill me, you realize there are other hero schools, yes? Nedu laughed softly, still watching the screen with a critical eye. Of course, but none of them are UA, none of them will offer these wonderful young students the opportunities and experiences we can, Aizawa. So if it means accepting one more student or two into the hero course, then so be it. All Might and the rest of his fellow teachers watched on, watching as a generation of new heroes slowly began to show themselves, one after another. Denki Kaminari is, to put it lightly, super confused. He came to this exam planning to do what just about every other student here wanted to do, prove himself to be worthy of taking the hero course. He had an entire plan and everything. He studied his butt off beforehand, more so than he's ever done before, and then was gonna kick as much butt as necessary to get through the practical as well. While yes, that plan seems basic, to say the least, Denki is driven and focused in a way that not many people who know him personally have ever seen before. You know, you'd make a good hero with a quirk like that. Denki pushes the thought out of his mind. He needs to focus. He can think about talking to the boy later. He has so many questions. And then, as if some unknown deity was witnessing his blight and decided to take pity on him, he saw someone who looked familiar. It's the girl. The one with the buns, who Purple was talking to. He runs up to her, exhaustion from the exercise and using his quirk so much has left him a bit loopy, but he's not out of it yet. Hey, wait up. The girl looks up from her target, a ruined two-pointer, and pulls her forearm out of what was once its eye socket, soaked with oil, clutching a nearly 12-inch dagger. Her other free hand went close to her hip, towards where another, similar long knife, was strapped, and watched him with weary, golden eyes. Oh, you're that boy from the entrance. Denki nods frantically, catching his breath. Yeah, this exam is insane, you know Purple? The blonde girl snorts and smirks. The sight makes Denki want to cower back. Her smile was bordering on dangerous. She can see the glint of fangs in that mouth. Yeah, I just so happen to know Sleepy. How do you know him? There's not many kids in my area with purple hair, or who use a sword. I wanted to thank him for saving me, maybe buy him lunch or something as a thank you, but I never saw him after that until now. Where are you from? Saitama Prefecture. Did he move or something? The blonde girl snorts again. Sleepy sure as hell moved around a lot. Right as he was gonna ask her for more information, a couple more robots rounded on them, and Kaminari blasted them away with his quirk, frying their internal workings. He blinks a bit, shaking the ever-pervasive dizziness that came from his quirk out of his mind. This conversation was important. The blonde girl shook her head, looking at the bots he destroyed, and cleaning her blade with the sleeve of her jacket, scowling at the mess it made. Listen, Sparky, Sleepy has his own secrets to keep. The most I'll tell you is I'm his sister. And if you hurt my brother in any way, I can and will make you suffer. She punctuated her point by flicking excess oil off the blade. The metal shined in the light, and Kaminari couldn't help but gulp at the sight. She looked away from him at the knife in her hands, deep in thought. And his name is Shinsou. And out of everyone in this exam, this entire building, I'd say, he's the most worthy of being called a hero. Izuku Midoriya sprints off, grinning from ear to ear. He's soaked from head to toe in oil. One for all is incredible. He's had it for so little time, but he can already tell why this is the quirk meant to destroy his father. He's only using 10% of the quirk, his durability and healing quirks boosting him to safely allow for that much, which is a testament of the power it held. He predicted he'd be using at least 25% of the quirk with his enhancement quirks. Even with all the gifts his father gave him, mastering this quirk would be his largest hurdle. He dropkicks a one-pointer, destroying a small group that was cornering a blonde boy, clutching his stomach slightly, before shooting him a smile. Sorry, you looked like you were in a bit of a pickle. It is quite all right, monsieur, I needed a bit of air anyways. Izuku grins, and shoots a quick, good luck, over his shoulder, before sprinting off, jumping over student after student. Before he hears it, something massive stirs, and an explosion of sound is set off. He looks up, and sees the form of the zero-pointer. Clearly present Mike was choosing his words, carefully, when describing the zero-pointers. They're more than obstacles, they're skyscraper-sized. He contemplates fighting it, but he can't think of any reason why, so he might as well. Help! I'm stuck! Izuku looks frantically, and sees the form of the girl he talked to at the entrance, Uraraka, pinned underneath some rubble, and directly in the path of the zero-pointer. Izuku growls, before blasting off. He pours more power into his legs than before, quickly shooting up to 25%. He can feel his feet break from the exertion, before they heal themselves just as quickly. This is exactly why he was sticking to his limits, but he finds himself right up to the face of the zero-pointer, before shrugging. Well, plus ultra, right? He channels 100% of one for all in his arm, and specifically his arm, before shouting, smash, and punching the robot with everything this quirk had to offer. The robot's face caved into itself, before launching away, deeper into the testing grounds, back towards where it came. He grins, before quickly realizing he had a problem. He's falling. This isn't good. He can't allow himself to fall. He'd survive, but only through his healing quirks, and that would most certainly blow his cover. He thinks frantically of any way he can stop himself. The only idea he can come up with is using an air blast to stop his momentum and allow him to fall without splatting himself. I really didn't want to start breaking things using this quirk. This is gonna become a habit, isn't it? Right as he's ping his other arm, about to channel one for all and save himself, he feels someone slap him across the face, and he stops falling, floating harmlessly in the air. He looks left to right, trying to spot the person he suspects, and sees her, the girl he came rushing in to save in the first place, Uraraka. She was sitting on a decently large piece of floating concrete. They were both off the air, a bit too close to the ground for Izuku's liking. He maneuvers himself so that he's floating over the same piece she's sitting on, and looks at her. You can let go now, man, that stung. She clapped her hands together, and he fell with an oof onto the concrete, unharmed except for his obviously broken arm. He could heal it, but with all the cameras and Uraraka, he'd rather wait. He only felt safe healing his feet because of his rapid movement, and that they were hidden by his pants, which weren't destroyed, unlike his sleeve. He turned to thank the girl, but he quickly looked the other way, and ignored as she violently lost her lunch, only looking her way again when he was confident she was done. Thanks for the assist, that would not have been fun, 2 broken arms instead of 1. I was thinking of using a punch to try and slow my fall, Your way was far more pleasant. The girl nodded, blinking any remaining queasiness out of her mind, and sighing. You're welcome, and also thank you for stopping that massive thing. He chuckled before standing up and offering her his good hand. Of course, it's what heroes do, right? She took it, but her leg buckled, and she hissed in pain and fell again onto her knees. Then, that hurts more than I thought it would. Izuku reached down and scooped an arm over his shoulders, letting her lean on him for support. Come on, let's head to the infirmary, the test is just about done anyways. She accepts the assistance, and the two hero hopefuls slowly limp their way out of the exam arena, with Izuku's good hand brushing over one of Uraraka's. He took zero gravity when he initially helped her onto her feet, and now that duplicate did its job. He gave her back her quirk. Zero gravity was such an interesting quirk, he can't wait to learn more about it. A week later, Izuku is still patiently waiting for the letter from UA. He's kept contact with Uraraka after the test. Much to the amusement of Kaken, he can still hear the explosive boy teasing him about it. Seriously? While I'm fighting my butt off for points, you somehow find the time to get a girlfriend. Izuku shakes his head. He's only really been discussing quirks with Uraraka, her own mainly. Privately, he's been practicing with zero gravity, and he's been theory crafting with it all week long. He has the advantage of being able to use other quirks to see what zero gravity requires to have its drawbacks eliminated, and while he's found a couple quirks he has, and has remembered a couple quirks his father owns that would help, they wouldn't pair well with Uraraka. Quirks are fickle things. There's a reason that each person only develops one quirk when they're born. It's exceptionally hard to find quirks that meld perfectly together with each other, that wouldn't cause extraordinary strain on the user's brain. For the most part, Izuku's found that basic enhancers are the easiest to give: strength, speed, intelligence, etc., whereas emitters, depending on what they are, and how similar they are to the user's original quirk, are more difficult. And it's more often than not ill-advised to give someone mutation quirks, especially if they already have one. It's why Izuku doesn't care for Dr. Garaki. The way he splices together quirks is brutal and disgusting. Izuku sighed and leaned back, stretching back into his chair, and closing his notebook, finished writing about zero gravity for now. He'd give Uraraka his finished notes on how she can improve her quirk later, and he'd personally be on the lookout for anything that may help her. Izuku, you've got a letter. Izuku looked at his door, towards where his mother's voice came from. That must be his test results. He grinned and stood up, striding out towards the living room. Just as expected, Midoriya handed him a letter with the UA seal keeping it closed, smiling at him brightly. Well, what are you waiting for? Open it. Izuku grinned back at her, and popped the seal, revealing a letter and a circular metal device. The letter read, amongst other things, Dear Izuku Midoriya, we at UA are excited to inform you of your acceptance into the hero course. You earned an impressive 95% in the academic test, which in itself is an achievement, but also scored an incredible 170 points in the practical. A combination of your villain takedowns and your rescue punts. This type of feat is practically unheard of. There's only one other person who's scored higher than you on the practical, and he left you a message to personally congratulate you and welcome you to our school. Principal Nedu. Izuku grinned and felt his mother give him a gigantic hug, squealing with joy. Izuku, I'm so proud of you. He could only smile back at her and tear up a bit, right as she did. Before they both started sobbing, he cleared his throat and lifted up the device. Is it okay if I watch this? By myself? I have a feeling I know who it'll be. Inko wiped her eyes and nodded, smile filled with pride. Of course, Izuku, I'll get started on dinner, Katsudon, to celebrate. Izuku grinned and walked to his room, closing the door behind him, before sitting heavily in his chair and dropping the device onto his desk. He looked at it for a moment, before pressing a button on the side, and the device whirred to life, displaying a similar sight. Hello, my boy. It is I, All Might, here to congratulate you on your stupendous achievement. I'm sorry we've been too busy to talk lately, but between you and me, we'll find time to speak sooner than you think. I can't wait to teach you, and your fellow classmates, in the future, Izuku. Izuku smiled fondly as the message ended. All Might teaching? It's not a surprising development. He'd want to personally oversee his successor's growth, even if he's displaying that he has a good handle on one for all, but it'd make using any of his other quirks risky. He thinks about it for a moment, before calling his father. The line rang for merely a moment, before it picked up. "Izuku, my son, you have an update for me?" Izuku smiled at his voice, even if it strained from the recuperator he has to wear nowadays. The sound of his father's voice always makes him happy. "Hi Dad, I got into you. As I knew you would, my boy. How are you handling one for all?" "I'm handling it pretty well, even though I can use far less of it than we originally expected. My quirks jump-started the progress higher than it would have been without them, but there's still a lot more work than anticipated." Izuku channeled one for all for a moment, looking at his arms glowing with power, before grinning and turning it off. "It's an incredible quirk, Dad, everything we theorized and more. And if there's anyone in this world who can wield it properly, it'd be you, Izuku. But, is this a call for more quirks? Or are you just reporting your progress?" Izuku could hear the pride and the smile in his father's voice, and smiled back slightly before sighing. "No, I do have a small update, besides that I got in. And some questions, and then depending on the answer, I may ask for some quirks." "What type of update?" "All Might left me a personal message. He's taking a teaching position at UA." The line went silent for a moment, as his father contemplated that idea. "I suppose it makes sense, even if a more bitter side of me would like to think the man has no common sense of the sort. He's interested in observing his successor's progress. I suppose that just means you'll have to be more careful around him, yes." Izuku leaned back on his chair, looking out the window, but not seeing anything, thinking deeply of his options. "I mean, in the heart of UA, I'd have to do that anyways. But still, I figured I'd let you know. Now on to my questions." "Ask away, my boy. What do you know about Tamura's USJ plan?" His father sighed, possibly as perturbed by it as Izuku has been. "I know Tamura's plan is crude, but it shows a valuable improvement in his development." Izuku crossed his arms, worrying his lip. I know, and I agree, but that doesn't mean I want his plan to screw with ours. The summer camp was the perfect introduction. This is chaotic, risky, and violent." He can hear his father sigh again. Clearly this is a thought they share. At the very least, he'd make it worth his while. "Is he getting a Nomu?" "Yes, he was talking about it, but once the rumors of All Might working at you, he'd ask for something strong, you know, of his opinions on him." Izuku sighed. That was his expected answer, but it was still worrying. "Make sure that the thing has quirks I'm interested in, and tell Kurojiri when he's hiring thugs to find some diamonds in the rough. Might as well make this worth it." "Of course, my son. Will that be all?" "For now, I'll tell you more about my classmates later and their quirks." "Of course, my boy." As Izuku hung up from the call, he thought deeply about his next move. These first 2 weeks would be interesting, to say the least. He's not looking forward to it. Aizawa sighed, looking at the stack of student resumes on Nezu's desk. He knows the need for this meeting, for him and Vlad to discuss what students may fit best in each class, but that doesn't mean he looks forward to it, especially considering how likely it is he may just end up getting rid of multiple students to begin with. But for the most part, on paper these students have potential. Nezu, it's only when they finish with the main stack that things get worrying. Now that we're finished with the majority of students, I pulled a number of files that I'd like to discuss more in length with you too. Nezu places 2 on the table, which Aizawa was expecting his kids. Himiko Toga and Hitoshi Shinsou. It's about time they walk our harrowed halls as students, is it not? Aizawa smiled a little, looking at their scores. 40 villain points and 40 rescue points for Hitoshi, and 65 villain points for Himiko is impressive, and exactly what he was expecting. He couldn't be any prouder. Vlad, who Aizawa knows is just as sentimental about these brats as he is, spoke up. "I should probably have Himiko, and Aizawa have Shinsou, to better suit their needs." Aizawa rolled his eyes, expecting this. "Don't be biased, Ken. Himiko hasn't needed to visit you in ages. She can stay with me, especially considering she wants to be an underground hero. Plus I don't like the idea of splitting them up like that." Ken huffed and crossed his arms. "Fine, but I get the next one." Nezu smirked, before pulling up a file. I was actually going to recommend you take this student, Vlad. Vlad takes the file and reads through it before raising an eyebrow and looking at the chimera. I don't see anything special about the kid, Nedu. Minute Minoru? He's got fine grades and did well enough on the practical and written, but why single him out? The chimera's smirk only widened before leaning forward on his desk. Why, Vlad, I need you to expel my Neta. Both Vlad and Aizawa looked at Nedu, imploring him to continue. Why, yes, my Neta has a fine record and normally would make it into our school. What his record doesn't tell you is the multiple accounts of SXL harassment that was pushed under the rug by wealthy parents, one of which is on our board of directors, who pulled some strings and ensured his record was clean enough to get into the exam. Aizawa sighed. This wasn't an uncommon practice. Plenty of parents thought their child was the next coming of All Might and would like to hide anything that would damper their chances at being a hopefully rich pro-hero. Well, why not send him to my class? I can get him kicked down to general studies, if not out of the school, with the Quirk apprehension test. Anyone who pays attention to UA is aware of your practices, and so it can be easy to argue against your rulings. If Vlad takes him though, it would be more likely to stick, so to speak. Aizawa looked up to the ceiling and groaned out of annoyance. Political nonsense like this always annoys him. He's training the next generation of heroes, not movie stars. Vlad looked like he was just as annoyed at the entire ordeal as Aizawa was, rolled his eyes and nodded. Hopefully the kid won't distract too many of his classmates. So, who's next? Nezu's smile only widened, a light of excitement taking his eye, before he threw another file down, and Aizawa's interest was piqued. The green kid? Midoriya Izuku? Why is he of interest? Besides doing so well. Do you think he cheated on the written exam and got past US? No. I think he passed that test on his own merit entirely because he was smart enough to crack my systems and make it relatively difficult to track it back to him. Aizawa and Vlad shared a shocked look before looking back at Nedu. He got in? What did he do? Are you sure he didn't try and find the test answers? Nedu grinned, cackling a little. I'm positive. It looked like he was just probing the systems to see if he could. He looked at the teacher roster, and then the recommendation students, and then left. But that's not the only interesting thing about him. He's only known his quirk for a year. Aizawa snatched the file, reading it over. Superpower? Allows the user to harness an intense amount of stockpiled energy, in various ways, currently can only use it at a limited capacity. How long had he been able to use his quirk before the test? A week. He says he only figured out a way to properly use it without destroying himself right before the test itself. The only reason he broke his arm was because he felt it was a dire enough situation to go overboard. So what do you want to do about him, then? Vlad asked, sitting back straight after reading the file from over Aizawa's shoulder. Nedu grinned and leaned back in his chair. I want to personally take him on as a student. Potential like this can't be left to waste, after all, and I'd also say that Aizawa should work with him. He may have used it well enough in the exam, but he's still new to it. Aizawa throws the file back on the table and runs a hand through his hair. The tick he got from Hitoshi. You know, in most schools, when someone hacks into their databases, the kid is barred from entering. Nedu looks at Aizawa and chuckles. We're not just any school though, are we, Eraser? Aizawa rolls his eyes and stops himself from groaning in exasperation. Yeah, plus ultra etc. Is there anyone else of note? Nezu's smile faded, taking one last folder. Oh yes. Another student for you, Aizawa. I assume you've heard of Endeavor. Aizawa had a feeling he already knew what this conversation was going to be, and didn't like it. Nedu hands him a folder, with a picture of a boy with white and red hair, and a scar on his left side, with an expression that, compared to his peers, carries no emotions whatsoever. This is Shoto. I have a feeling he may need our help. Aizawa can only sigh. Looks like his kids won't be the only problem children this year. Chapter text. Walking into Class 1A for the first time felt way more normal than Izuku would have thought. Besides the unusually large doorway for the classes in UA High, the room itself is fairly normal, 21 desks. Okay, that is a bit strange. He thought there were only 20 students per class. If anything, the room looked similar to his old classroom in Aldra, but the energy was different. Aldra Junior High is a small, bland structure. The only thing all that interesting about the place is that a number of the faculty display less than stellar opinions on those whose quirks they didn't approve of. The building was oppressive for many of its students. It's a prime example of an aspect of the world he wants to fix. In UA though? He's only been in the room for a minute, and he can already tell he'll enjoy his time here. But the more things change, the more they stay the same, he supposes as he catches Ida's eye as he himself walks in and sees him stiffening up and approaching him, or more importantly, the person sitting in front of him. He honestly didn't even notice Bakugo, and the way he was sitting, he's so used to it. But knowing Bakugo and knowing how Ida is, he's gonna have to defuse this. Put your feet down this instant. Where you Barbadash? Izuku quickly and efficiently leaned over his desk, grabbed Kachin's chair, and pulled it and the boy back, so that his feet left the desk, before pushing him back under it, in less than a second. Kakin, don't be a slob, and Ida, calm down buddy, I guarantee that the attitude isn't helping. Bakugo, who was in the process of glaring at Ida, only flashed a look back at Izuku, before snorting and staring at the front of the room. Ida, to his credit, only froze up for a split second, before he bowed his head. Oh, hello Midoriya, I apologize, I suppose I was a bit forward. You know this boy? Izuku gave Bakugo a mischievous look. He's my emotional support Pomeranian, Bakugo. Kakin twisted around and threw a pen at Izuku, making the green-haired boy snort, before eyeing Ida, and looking back at Izuku before sighing and extending his hand. Bakugo Katsuki. Ida took his hand and shook it firmly. It's nice to meet you, Ida Tenya. With that, Tenya found his desk and sat down. With the commotion ending, Izuku was able to watch his classmates enter, chatting quietly amongst themselves, before sitting down. An invisible girl, a boy with a tail, a taller student with what looked to be 3 arms and a mask, a girl with long cords hanging from her ears, and more. He also noted when Yaoyoro Momo and Todoroki Shoto walked in and memorized their seats, he wanted to speak with them ASAP. But another interesting conversation catches his ear, and apparently another student's. I'm telling you Mina, he was badass, flipping around me and him teamed up basically the entire exam. A red-haired boy with spiky teeth was talking animatedly to a pink-skinned girl with horns who sported an easygoing smile on her face, looking back at her friend. The purple-haired kid you said? That's impressive, I hope he gets into our class. Another boy sitting away from Izuku, with blonde hair with a black streak in it, shoots up at that sentence. Izuku was too focused on other students to notice him, looking at people like the boy with the bird head, to clock him. He walks quickly to the red-haired boy, wide-eyed. A purple-haired boy? You teamed up with a purple-haired boy? The red-haired boy was taken aback by the frantic boy's question, before smiling. Hi. My name's Kirishima Ijiro, what's yours? The blonde blinks for a minute, thrown off his train of thought. Oh, hi, Denki Kaminari Denki. The pink-skinned girl stepped in front of her friend for a moment. And I'm Ishido Mina, you can call me Mina though. Is this purple-haired boy your friend? Kiri was telling me all about how he was kick-butt in the test. The blonde-haired boy smiled at the two of them for a moment, before shaking his head and refocusing. He opened his mouth to speak, but he saw someone over their shoulder and quickly froze in place. Izuku follows his line of sight and sees, wouldn't you know, a purple-haired boy, with a girl standing next to him, sporting blonde buns. The two boys share eye contact for a moment, and it seems like the entire class freezes in time for a moment, before the purple-haired boy smiles, faintly. Shinsou Hitoshi, nice to meet you. Kaminari shakes his hand limply, and stares as he and the blonde girl find their seats, leaving the poor boy standing there. There's history there, Izuku can tell, he just isn't sure what type. Izuku looks over back towards the door, and catches eyes with Uraraka, who sees him, and walks over with a smile on her face. Hi. We're in the same class. Izuku smiles warmly at the girl, relaxing his posture slightly. A wonderful coincidence. Have you been using the advice I gave you? For your quirk? Uraraka's eyes lit up, and her smile grew even larger at the mention. Oh yeah, you really are some type of quirk genius, Mido. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the nickname, before grinning. Mido eh? I like it, better nickname than what Kaken gave me when we were kids. Bakugo only threw up a middle finger behind him, making Uraraka giggle. It was one time a hole, and your dad dang nearly incinerated me when he heard it. Izuku chuckled at the memory, before grinning. Trust me, Grumpy over here is shit at nicknames, you're already way ahead of him in that department. Well, I'm glad you liked it. How've you been though? Training? Mostly don't want to break my arm again, you know? Uraraka opened her mouth to reply, before a voice cut her off. If you're only here to chat, then you can pack your bags and leave. All the quiet chatter of the class abruptly stopped, and they all turned towards the door, where they noticed a man, in some type of yellow sleeping bag, lying on the floor. He climbed out of it, running a hand through long dark hair, and checked his watch. In your defense you were mostly in your seats, but either way, I'm not the type to waste time. He turned and started out the room. Follow me, there'll be PD uniforms in your lockers, I wanna run a test with you all. Everyone scrambled up and shot after him. Izuku smirked to himself, for an underground hero, he sure did know how to make an entrance. They all came to a stop outside. Aizawa turned around, grabbing a pen and a clipboard with some sheets of paper, before looking at them all. Here in UA we as teachers are given freedom to teach our students however we see fit, and so in my case, we skip the normal orientation. I believe the normal one that Nedu puts on is a waste of time, and so I'd much rather do something productive. Oi, Midoriya, you got first place in the entrance exam, right? Izuku met the man's eyes. They were intense, scrutinizing, searching his soul, like he was something under a microscope to be studied with distaste. He gave the man an easy smile in return. I believe I did, yes sir. How far is your normal ball throw without your quirk? About 70-ish meters, sir. Why? Aizawa tossed Izuku a ball to Izuku, seemingly a normal, rubber one, if a bit heavier than normal. He caught it with one hand. Throw it, this time using your quirk. Izuku grinned, and stepped up to the plate. He wound up, prepared to throw, when he felt something that startled him. Some of his quirks turned off, and some were inaccessible. He turned and caught the red-eyed stare of his teacher, before raising an eyebrow. Using your quirk on me is a bit counterproductive, Eraserhead sir. The man rolled his eyes, but turned his quirk off nonetheless. You destroyed your arm last time you used your quirk, I'll be having none of that here. Izuku snorted, nodded in agreement. Fair, but also you try punching a giant robot without breaking something. I was just pushing myself, sir. It's not gonna be normal. Aizawa gave the boy another intense stare, looking Izuku up and down before sighing again, and muttering something under his breath that sounded like, no wonder Nedu likes you. He waved his arm in a go-ahead motion, and Izuku turned back around to focus. Izuku was initially planning on only using one for all, but, now with everyone's eyes on him, after that conversation, why not make a statement? He wound his arm back, focusing on one for all, and a couple other quirks, his strength enhancers for one, and why not air cannon too? Before he threw with all his might. The ball left his hand with a sonic boom, clearing away the clouds until it disappeared from view. Aizawa took out a small device from his pocket, before turning and showing it to the class. Wow. Nearly 5,000 meters. That's incredible. Oh man, this is getting my blood pumping. That was so manly. This is gonna be fun. Aizawa looked up from writing down on his clipboard, to the rest of the students. Fun, huh? If you're here to have fun, you're wasting our time. How about this for incentive? Whoever gets last place gets expelled. All conversation ceased, before an uproar of noise. What? That's not fair. We passed the entrance exam fair and square, you can't expel us. Aizawa stared intensely at the students, making them all quiet down with only the look in his eye. Any idiot can smash a robot apart if they really want to, and the HPSC accepts criminally low scores. We do things differently here in UA. We don't create thugs with licenses, or fame-seeking maniacs, we make heroes. If you all aren't up to the task, then that's your fault, not mine. Azui, you're next. What came next was a series of tests. from running laps to grip tests to long jumps. Izuku did pretty well on all of them, almost always in top 3, but he also made it clear to assist other students if he could, or let them get chances to demonstrate their skills. He let a number of the slower students hitch a ride during the runs, and even launched the blonde-haired girl, Himiko Toga, into the air. She did a series of impressive and complicated flips before landing on her feet with a bounce and a smile. He noticed a number of incredibly interesting quirks, from Kaminari's electricity quirk to Shinsou's apparent brainwashing quirk, which he used to have other students do the tests for him. At the end of the testing, it was clear. Everyone did fairly well, with a combination of Izuku and others assisting others where they couldn't, but there was still someone inevitably in last place. And that person was Hagakure Toru. Eraserhead walked over to the invisible girl, who, from her posture, stared right back into Aizawa's eyes. It was a long moment, before finally, Eraserhead spoke up. "Good job, all of you. I'm especially impressed with your teamwork. I didn't expect that. It doesn't matter anyway, I never planned on expelling anyone, it was a logical ruse." Aizawa turned and walked away, the defiance quickly leaving Hagakure's form, as she slumped down, almost falling to her knees. 2 students next to her rubbed her shoulders. Yaoyorozu, whose performance during this exam impressed Izuku, looked at everyone with confusion. "You couldn't tell it was a lie? I thought it was obvious." Himiko watched the retreating form of Eraserhead with a grin, before leaning over to the girl. "That's 'cause it was like only 50% of a lie. If we all half-butted this we'd be expelled." He was looking for initiative and creativity. Eraserhead, paying no heed to his class's state of shock or dismay, called out from over his shoulder. "Everyone, return to class, except for Midoriya. I need to speak with you privately for a minute." Broken out from their stupor, the rest of the class quickly walked towards the direction of the locker rooms, to change back into their uniforms. Izuku watched them leave with a smile, happy with his progress for the day. He turned and met Aizawa's eye as the man approached him. "During your free PRD, Nedu wants to have a discussion with you, problem child." Izuku snorted, and raised his eyebrows at the man. "Problem child? Geez, I didn't realize breaking my arm would cause that much attention." Aizawa looked at the green-haired boy pointedly. "It didn't. Hacking into our systems for a look-see, however, did." Izuku blinked and frowned. "Oh, damn it, did he at least leave my backdoor into the system intact?" Eraserhead looked at him incredulously for a moment, before sighing. "Just go join your classmates and don't be late." "Yes, sir." Aizawa watched Izuku quickly run off to meet with his classmates, talking amicably with a number of them, probably about their quirks. Aizawa's first impression of the kid was that he was a mystery. He was incredibly smart, a fast thinker, and a team player, one of the first to initiate teamwork, which he never even hinted at being an option. That boosted a number of the students' scores. To say the least, he was impressed. But something deep in Aizawa's gut told him this class, and this student, would cause him more headaches than he can even begin to comprehend. Why couldn't anything be easy? As Class 1A went about their business, going from class to class and meeting pro-hero teachers, cameras followed them everywhere they went, and in his office, Nedu watched the feeds from these cameras with an inquisitive eye. "Izuku Midoriya, you never fail to impress or surprise me." The cameras focus on a grinning, green-haired boy, deep in discussion with another student, before zooming out to watch the class as a whole. Nedu smiles and takes a sip from his tea before sighing. This is going to be an interesting hero class indeed. A light knocking came from the door, and Nedu grinned widely before calling out. "It's unlocked. Please, come in and take a seat." The door opened, and in stepped the source of Nedu's interest, Izuku Midoriya. For a boy who was told to see the principal for hacking into the school's databases, he didn't look fearful at all. He had a small smile on his face, before walking up to one of the chairs in front of the desk and taking a seat. "It's nice to finally meet you, Nedu." The Chimera laughed heartily and smiled at the boy sitting across from him. "And it's a pleasure to meet you too, Izuku Midoriya. You've painted quite an interesting picture of yourself." The boy raised an eyebrow, before smiling, and laughing quietly to himself, before nodding in agreement. "I suppose that's fair. before we continue this conversation, may I assume you know of my connection to All Might? Nedu nodded back at him, smile ever present. I am aware of One for All, yes Izuku. I merely called you in to discuss your more, non-Quirk related abilities, amongst other things. I suppose you mean when I hacked into your databases? I truly apologize about that. I just wanted to have an idea of the situation I'd be in once I found myself in your school. I had no doubt of my abilities, what I wanted to know about was my classmates. Nedu leaned in, tilting his head curiously. The recommendation students, yes? Why would they interest you? Izuku leaned back in his seat and sighed, looking up at the ceiling for a moment, searching for his answer. All Might is an incredible hero. Is he not? He's been around for decades, and he's protected all of us for ages, but he's never been perfect. He had a big dream, he wanted to be a symbol of peace, and he succeeded entirely. The problem, however, is that, well, All Might won't be around forever, Nedu finished for him, watching the boy curiously. Exactly. Theoretically, I'd be taking the spot, but the way I see it, that'd still only further the problem. We can't rely on one person to hold up all of Japan, all of the world, anymore. We need more. A better generation of heroes, who anyone and everyone can look at and be inspired by. That's why I wanted to look through your systems, sir. I wasn't searching for test answers or scouting the competition. My goal is not to be the next symbol of anything, but to make a generation of heroes that are all symbols, that can all hold the torch All Might lit and protect the world just like he did. Nedu watched the boy for a moment, even as he continues to stare at the ceiling, lost in his own world. But can see it, the seeds of greatness in so many of them. I've known since I was a kid that Bakugo would be an incredible hero, but UA really doesn't disappoint. I'm in the same class with two of the personal wards to one of Japan's most successful underground heroes, Ingenium's little brother, a Yaoyorozu, and Shoto Fang Todoroki. Not to mention everyone else. I haven't met Class B yet, but if 1A is anything to go by, we're spoiled for potential. But there's so much work to do, and I can already tell. And then the boy sighed, and rubbed his eyes in a way that was almost reminiscent of Eraserhead, before sitting up straight and looking at the chimera. Ida is too stuck to his rules. Kaken is still working on his anger issues. Shoto has issues with his fire, which only poses difficult questions about Enji Todoroki and his parenting skills. And I'm not even close to sure what the relationship between Shinsou and Kaminari is. Nedu watched the boy chew on his lip, thinking about his class, before speaking up. As much as your goals are admirable, you're still a student too, Midoriya. You shouldn't let your classmates distract you from your own studies. We've known everything you mentioned and more, and are going to work on it. Izuku breathed out slowly, before looking at Nedu carefully. I'm going to help them. I know I can, and I know you all are going to do the best you can, but I can't lay back and let you do all that work for me, not when I see it so clearly. Nedu watched the boy closely once again, and smiled softly at the boy before nodding. I see what All Might saw in you, Izuku, your dedication to helping your fellow students, even though you've not known most of them for longer than a school day. It's inspiring. I wish you luck in your studies, that'll be all. Izuku nodded, and smiled back at the chimera, before standing up to leave. Thank you, sir. It was nice meeting to you. Before the boy could walk out the room, Nedu asked him one last question. How do you figure he has issues with his fire? We've only seen him using his ice, that is correct, but that could all be situational. Izuku stopped at that, and turned his head to look back at the principal. He writes with his right hand, when his left hand is clearly the dominant one. He seems hesitant to use that arm at all. And then the boy left Nedu to his thoughts, to join his class. We have our work cut out for us, don't we, Mr. Midoriya? Shinsou Hitoshi flops down onto the couch, with Himiko and Dad not far after him, releasing a sigh of relief. Today was difficult, expected, but not appreciated. Mike sniggered from his spot in the kitchen, making himself a snack. You three look like you could use a drink? Thursday that bad, huh? Himiko made a wordless grunt, to acknowledge Mike's quip, then looked at him and gave him her best puppy dog eyes. Speaking of drinks, I'm thirsty. but I don't want to get up. Grab one of the blood bags, please. Mike rolled his eyes, but turned to rummage through the fridge nonetheless. Hitoshi smirked at the two of their antics, before stretching out some more and looking at Aizawa. Did you know he'd be in my class? Kaminari? The entrance exam was one thing, but I know you specifically go over who goes in what class. Aizawa, who was curled up into the side of the couch with his eyes closed, didn't even stir when replying. No, I didn't recognize the kid from his profile. I didn't know he was that Kaminari. Hitoshi snorted and looked away. Well, he was, and we caused quite a scene in homeroom. Ugh, I gotta talk to him, don't I? Aizawa reluctantly sat up and looked at the purple-haired boy. Yeah, I think you do, kid. For both of you. Shinsou sighed and nodded his head. I figured as much, but still. I'm not looking forward to it. Mike walked out and handed Himiko her blood bag before sitting down in a chair across from them. Well, my class went pretty well. And your first English course went well. I knew you two do well, but there was a couple surprises, like that Midoriya boy. Aizawa groaned at the mention of the name. Don't even get me started on that kid. Full of surprises doesn't even begin to describe him. Mike laughed at Aizawa's exacerbation, a twinkle in his eye. Oh yeah, didn't you mention how he wrangled up your class for the Quirk apprehension test? I don't even know if I should be upset with the kid. It was both smart and made the entire thing basically pointless. Himiko smirked and wiped her mouth of any blood. I liked him, he's smart and cute. That comment only made Aizawa groan louder and Mike laugh even more. Leaning back into the couch, Aizawa shook his head. Well, Nedu likes him, so that's never a good thing. Mike chuckled some more, before sighing. Is there anything else interesting you guys will be doing this week? The first foundational hero studies class, right? Aizawa made an affirmative grunt, before sitting up and looking at the two kids beside him. Foundational hero studies is normally a simple class, but there's gonna be a training exercise during your first class, so be prepared. The two students nodded, before Hitoshi stiffened up slightly. Dad? Do you think I should bring? Aizawa caught the boy's eye and shook his head. No, you can save that for later. Especially since you haven't fully mastered the capture scarf yet. It'd just get in your way. Shinsou nodded and looked away, over towards his bedroom, thinking of relics of his past, and of a long rectangle box hiding underneath his bed. He hopes his friends are doing all right. He hates the heat with every fiber of his being. Its invisible, all-encompassing nature suffocates him. It's nights like tonight that he prefers, when the air is chill and the rain is steady. He's partial towards the thunder in the sky. The gentle rumbling is an added bonus to the gift that is the rain. It soothes his scars and makes him smile a genuine smile, the type that he's not used to wearing. But one way or another he can't escape the heat. It's always with him, deep inside him, burning away, begging to be released. Staring down from his perch on the roof, as two men quietly trail a hurrying woman to a back alley. He quickly makes his way towards them, catching them cornering the poor girl, before he silently drops to ground level. He can hear them talk to the girl, voices thick with self-assured venom, laced with poison that hints at approaching danger. But she isn't the one in danger now. The temperature rises steadily, interrupting the men right before they could get started, and as they turn, Phoenix rises to a standing position, eyes burning a cobalt blue. Hey there, gents, need a light? Claps of thunder overhead hid the sound of roaring flame and screams of pain. Izuku Midoriya waited patiently. Their second day of class was fairly simple, certainly no threats of expulsion, even if the original threat was a bluff. There's no telling what surprise could come today, especially considering today they started foundational hero studies. And if Midoriya knew anything about his mentor, he liked to fly by the seat of his pants. The Granette doubts his official teaching style will be much different. I am entering like a normal person. The door to their class slammed over, and the iconic booming laughter that followed is unmistakable. It's All Might. Is that his retro outfit? Man, he's louder in person. Izuku's eyes filtered around the room, looking at his fellow students, from jubilant, awe-filled grins, to more intense, stone-faced seriousness. All Might has certainly caught the attention of the rest of his class. The boy can't help but grin slightly to himself. It is I, All Might, I'll be your foundational hero studies teacher. Shouts of excitement and questions flew through the room, and All Might laughed once more. I'll answer all your questions and more later. For now, I have a little exercise I want you all to participate in. A battle trial. Whispers and murmurs spread throughout the room, excitement making way to intrigue. Before we do this, you all need to look the part of heroes, yes? Take the briefcase marked with your seat number, get changed, and join me in ground beta. And with that, everyone in class quickly moved to the front, collecting their briefcases and chatting excitedly amongst themselves. Izuku hung back and caught All Might's eye for just a moment, before nodding and smiling. He stood up and strode towards the front, collecting the briefcase with the bright white 18 on the side, feeling its weight for a moment, before grinning and walking with the rest of his classmates. If this is what he thinks it is, it'll be the perfect chance to examine and learn more about his classmates' quirks. With everyone dressed and prepared, they all met at Ground Beta. Ground Beta is a standard training area, meant to emulate an urban landscape. EA had several like it, thanks to the combined talents of Cementos and Power Loader. Thank you all for meeting me here. This trial will be fairly simple. I'll be randomly breaking you all into groups of 2, some of you will play the role of heroes, and others will play the role of villains. Ida shot his hand up immediately. All Might stopped his speech short for a moment and looked the boy's way. Sir, why is the selection process random? And what about the odd student out? There's 21 of us. All Might nodded sagely at the question, taking it in stride. Thank you, Ida, that's a good question. I decided to group you randomly because, as heroes, you'll find yourself in situations where you may not know who your allies will be. This type of selection will allow you to get used to that idea. Ida nodded, satisfied at that answer. Thank you, sir. All Might nodded slightly, continuing on. And as for our odd man out, if you noticed, there was a colored golf ball in your suit, yes? That determines your partner. If you're the lucky student with a two-toned ball, you'll be pulling double duty. You'll be acting as both a hero and a villain. Izuku nodded and smiled softly to himself, running his fingers over the red and pink ball. He wondered how random this selection really is. Mido! Uraraka ran up to the boy excitedly. We're gonna be partners. I can try all that cool stuff you told me about with my quirk. I noticed you two talking yesterday. Did you know each other before class? Izuku and Uraraka looked over, noticing their blonde-haired classmate. Her hair was in a pair of loose buns, seemingly a trademark of hers. She wore a hard face mask with vampire teeth spray painted across it, a utility belt with a number of bits and bobs that made Izuku quirk his eyes in curiosity. Her gloves were fingered, flexible, but clawed dangerously, and her boots looked spiked too. Name's Himiko Toga, nice to meet you. Uraraka's eyes widened at the girl, before grinning. Oh wow. You look totally badass. I love the hood on your jacket. The girl's yellow, cat-like eyes lit up slightly, and while he couldn't see the smile, he could hear it in her voice. Thanks, I like your costume too, space-themed, right? Uraraka nodded and smiled even wider, making Izuku chuckle faintly. Izuku quickly found out that space is one of Uraraka's favorite topics. Thank you, yes. That and 13, they're one of my favorite heroes ever. Even though I swear, I didn't ask for my costume to be this tight. The girls chuckled it off, but Izuku nodded sagely. He noted how a number of the costumes for his female classmates were a bit more risque, and how a number of them seemed not that happy with it. He'd not mention it in this class, but he'd make sure to mention his concerns with Aizawa later. All Might cleared his throat, and quickly got their attention. Now that you've all met your partners, it's time for you all to learn who you'll be fighting against. All Might revealed a list of varying colors, showing which teams will be fighting which, and in which order, seemingly. Izuku found his 2 colors right away, the first fight and the last. Pink and red, fighting orange and light blue. He searched for his opponents, and sighed. Of course. Bakugo Katsuki grinned savagely, shaking the armor-clad Ida's arm, before pointing at Izuku and the 2 girls. Izuku grinned back at the boy. Brawling with Kaken is like Tuesday to him. It'll be a wonderful warm-up, if anything. What he's worried about is the cool stare to his left, coming from the son of Endeavor. He wasn't prepared at all to face, or even speak with Todoroki yet. He was planning on having a conversation of Yaoyorozu first, if anything. He needed more information on the Todoroki family, and namely on Enji himself. The type of information one gets illegally. But it seems he won't be so lucky. Today is gonna be a headache, he can already tell. Eijiro Kirishima grinned back at the blonde-haired boy, chatting. Their opponents would be tough, but he knows they'll pull through. He does keep catching Kaminari's shooting glances at the stoic purple-haired boy, Shinsou. Kirishima met the boy during the entrance exam, and he was insane. Those bots didn't know what hit them. Seems he's changing things up, though, with the scarf thing around his neck. Does he know Aizawa-sensei? Kirishima must have been staring too long, though, because eventually he catches the sleepy-looking boy's eye. They make eye contact, and for a moment that stretches on for years, it seems like time itself froze. The purple-haired boy was intimidating as hell. He lazily looked over the red-haired boy for a millennia, before grunting quietly to himself and moving his attention back to his opponents. Kirishima gulped and breathed deeply, before catching eyes with Kaminari, who stared wide-eyed at him and nodded, agreeingly. Kirishima offered the blonde boy a shaky grin, running a hand through his red locks sheepishly. "Your friend is intense, man." Kaminari nodded slowly again, staring at the purple-haired boy. Shinsou Hitoshi didn't pay them any more mind, only speaking quietly to his partner and burning a hole into his opponents, thinking intensely. He really is. "So, what's the plan, Greenie?" Izuku chuckled at the girl skipping next to him, playing with a blade she pulled out of her pocket. "Your quirk is transform, correct? You drink someone's blood, and you can look like them? I suppose your costume also helps you work with it in some way?" Toga nodded, grinning and bouncing excitedly, twirling 2 butterfly knives in each hand. Pretty diamonds skillfully too. Izuku felt completely safe even if he was a foot away from her. Each passing moment made Izuku want to hang out with this girl more. My quirk can at the very least copy what someone looks like. But I got a cute little gadget in my jacket here which when I press it dash. She pressed a button in the inside of her jacket, and her entire outfit shone for a moment, before it faded, to reveal her outfit changed into an exact copy of Izuku's hero costume, which was fairly simple: green jumpsuit with white highlights, white gloves, black elbow pads and knee pads, a red utility pouch and sneakers, a metal respirator, and a pair of goggles on his head, along with a long, green and gray detachable cloak. Izuku whistled at the illusion, poking her shoulder, to see if it felt like his cloak. It did not. It was the same leather of her jacket. Toga smirked at him, eyes lighting up with mischief. "Oh Midori, can't keep your hands off me, can you? We've just met." Izuku blushed and rolled his eyes at the teasing. "This changes things for us. At first I was settling for a bit of a straightforward plan, involving me picking a fight with Bakugo, and you outmaneuvering Ida, but with this, I got an idea." Toga grinned, flashing her fangs. Izuku smiled, before reaching to a utility pouch at his side. "Well, I'm gonna need you to not question why I have a vial of Bakugo's blood on hand." Tenya Ida was, to say the least, thoroughly out of his element. "Out of anyone in this class, I know Zuku's fighting style better than anyone. You keep an eye out for the blonde, and I'll keep Zuku distracted. Wouldn't it be wiser for both of us to guard the bomb? Or for me to attempt to chase after them? Trust me, Glasses. You're not fast enough to keep up with him. He'll turn you into roadkill faster than you can say, 'Gosh darn it.' So, let me handle him, Kay?" The explosive blonde headed for the door, as Ida looked at him incredulously. "I don't sound like that, Bakugo. Come back here and apologize." He waited a moment, hearing the sound of boots thudding away, not ever stopping at his voice. "Dang it." Ida waited for 10 minutes, pacing back and forth. This exercise really wasn't what he expected from the hero course. The entire hero course in it of itself has been filled with nothing short of baffling twists and turns, from students who act totally different to what he would expect to see from hero course students in 1A, to a teacher who's not against not only skipping things like their opening ceremony, but is willing to lie to their students. Ida is, to say the least, a bit put off. Heavy, thunking boots approached the door leisurely, before being pushed in, revealing his partner, Pu. What's the situation? Or are you here to mock me some more? Bakugo raised an eyebrow at that, seemingly like he already forgot previously antagonizing the speedster. Zuku and the cute blonde chick are Kimei so far, can't find them anywhere. You should do a run-through, check the bottom floor, the only place I didn't care to check. Ida blinked, and gave the blonde boy an incredulous look, even as he went to sit down lazily against a pillar, crossing one leg over another with his hands crossed over his head. Why would you skip an entire floor? They could be lying in wait down there as we speak. Bakugo waved him away. I got bored. Plus you're faster, now hurry up please. Ida laughed in bafflement, the nerve of this boy. He turned and sped away down the stairs. How could someone so rude, so entitled, possibly have been allowed into the hero course? He'll have to have a conversation with Aizawa, or All Might, or someone. Right as he hit the bottom floor, Ida was positively steaming with anger. He stopped running, deactivating his quirk in case he needed to fight. There weren't even that many rooms down here. Just a broom closet. He'll check in there, and right as he threw the door open, the unconscious body of Katsuki Bakugo slumped out, gauntlet stolen, and right as the horror of the implications kicked in, All Might called it. The heroes win. The control room all watched the feed, transfixed, watching a replay. They watched as Ida and Bakugo entered the building holding their bomb, and found a random floor to hide it in. And they watched as Midoriya and Toga quickly entered the building through a side entrance, quiet as cats. Quickly the two heroes in training found places to hide, waiting for Bakugo to come blasting past. Once he inevitably did, Izuku quickly rushed him, and knocked him out with a quick blow to the back of the head, before they hid his unconscious body away, and Toga quickly transformed into a duplicate of him, and skipped away, while Izuku himself quickly shot away, probably taking a different way up. A low whistle ripped Hitoshi from his thoughts. Demon Shinsou. Your sister is a badass. Siro, the tape-wielding boy next to him, smacked his arm. I figured you two were skilled, but that divide and conquer was something else. The girl with the frog mutation. Tsuyu held a finger to her lip. That wasn't at all the type of fight I was expecting. I'd have assumed Midoriya would've gone for a brawl, especially with his results on the entrance exam, ribbit. He's probably conserving energy, he has to pull double duty, and I believe him and Bakugo are acquainted. Maybe he figured that Bakugo would know how to fight him, so went with a strategy he wasn't expecting. The girl with the red uniform and the ponytail spoke up. Shinsou smirked behind his scarf, before speaking up himself. It's a layered strategy. Clearly Midoriya is smart. He wanted a fight that both Bakugo and Ida weren't prepared to handle, as well as something that'd allow Stabby to show off her non-slicing and dicing skills. And it also allows him to conserve energy for the inevitable war he'll wage against Todoroki. Shinsou caught the dual-colored haired boy's eye, and held it. I wouldn't take him lightly if I were you. He's clearly thinking 10 steps ahead. Maybe you should too. The bubbly girl, Midoriya's other partner, Uraraka, piped up after that warning. Yeah. Todoroki, Mina, you better watch out, 'cause Mai and Midori are gonna kick your butts. Todoroki didn't even glance in her direction, still staring at the screens, as Midoriya was slapping awake Bakugo at the end of the round, apologizing with a sly grin. Siro looked at him expectantly, before speaking to him quietly. Hey, we're gonna be up next. Toru and Sato are gonna be tough. They're a mixed bag. You got a plan on how to beat him? Hitoshi glanced at the two boys, chatting as they watched the screens. Just follow me, Siro. I guarantee we'll be fine if you do. Himiko is really starting to like this Midoriya kid. Well, she likes basically all of her classmates so far. It's been so long since she's actually been in a class with other people before, but this one is so exciting. Everyone's so cool and strong with plenty of cute boys and girls, but partnering with the Greenette was something else entirely. It was invigorating, exciting. There's not many people who can keep up with her when she's feeling sneaky, but Midoriya kept up with her and then some, and to top her overall excellent day off, Sleepy is up next. The girl in pink, Uraraka, notices her excitement and looks her way, still chatting with Midoriya about their upcoming fight. The boy with the purple hair, Shinsou, he's your brother, right? She tilted her head cutely, looking between Shinsou on the screen, walking and lightly chatting with the lanky Zero. You two don't look very similar. Himiko giggled and lightly fiddled with a butterfly knife, and then giggled some more at the apprehensive look All Might grew when he noticed how long the blade was. We were both adopted by the same couple, him a year or so before me. We've been as thick as thieves ever since. Mostly because we prefer to be sneaky. She did a complex trick, and then another, almost absent-mindedly. We promised each other that we'd be a dynamic duo of underground heroes, and well, here we are. Uraraka took the answer in for a moment, before nodding. I've always wanted siblings. It seems nice to have someone like that to talk to and hang out with. Himiko couldn't help but snort at that, putting the knife away so she can focus on the conversation. Trust me, you won't want one when they leave the toilet seat up. True, Ribbit. You'll never understand what a love-hate relationship means until you have siblings. They can be your best friends, or utter nuisances. The cute girl with the frog mutation, Azui, spoke up away from them, still standing near her partner, Yaoyorozu. Himiko smirked, nodding at the pink girl. Yeah, that just about sums it up. I'd kill for him, but I'm tempted to kill him, sometimes. Midoriya chuckles at that, finally looking up from his thoughts. Was he paying attention to their entire conversation, and thinking so deeply about his next match? Technically, I'm an only child, but I grew up with Bakugo. We basically lived in each other's houses, right Kaken? Kaken was holding an ice pack to the back of his head, and sitting down crisscross applesauce on the floor, looking up at the screen intensely. He didn't even look at the granette, just threw a middle finger his way, causing the three of them to giggle at the blonde bomber. So, I understand where you're coming from, Toga, Azui. You can call me Tsuyu, if that's all right with you, Ribbit. Of course, Tsuyu, Midoriya answered, before looking back at Uraraka. I've come up with a plan in regards to Mina and Todoroki. Do you think you can handle Azui? Uraraka grinned, before nodding, of course. Just tell me what you have in mind. Midoriya began to lay his plan out to her, but Himiko tuned them out, focusing on the screen. Hitoshi's match was about to start. Hitoshi stuck to the shadows, mask on, silently waiting, and watching from the banners above. This was the environment he preferred, the silence and the dark. Zero was scaling the walls outside, searching for the bomb. He'd be back any moment now if he's as quiet as he said he can be. Suddenly he stilled, hearing footsteps. They were too light to be Sato, so it's either Hagakure or Zero. The sound of zipping tape eased his tensions. He turned to face the tape-wielding boy, right as he zipped up to the same banner he was hiding on. Zero clicked his helmet off, and held it to his side. I found them, they're on the top floor. Sato is guarding the bomb personally, and Hagakure is patrolling the hallways. If I didn't notice her boots in time, she might have seen me. Hitoshi nodded, before reaching for some supplies from his belt. Good, here, I've got stuff for you. I can deal with Sato. If not my quirk, I know how to fight guys stronger than me. You use this. He pulled out some firecrackers, a purple lighter, and a light flashlight. To attract her attention, use the flashlight to see her. Invisibility quirks and light don't mix well. Zero raised his elbows at him, before shrugging, and taking the stuff, storing them in a side pouch of his own. Who did you train with before you? You seem to know your way around a fight pretty well. Hitoshi smirked underneath his mask, before standing up. Let's just say I've got a little bit more experience than the rest of you guys. Before dropping down, using the capture weapon to propel him forward, swinging from the beams, before quickly dropping and rolling across the floor, pushing his way into the staircase. He quickly scales the structure. Aizawa's lessons with the capture weapon have paired phenomenally well with his parkour skills. He's made quick work of the stairway without breaking a sweat. He drops right outside the door to the top floor with the grace of a cat. He pokes open the door, listening for anything. Movement, noise, anything. There's no noise, but Hagakure has been invisible basically all her life. If there's anyone who knows how to keep their footfalls silent, it's her. He eyes the landing of the top of the staircase, looking for any other way to make his way through the top floor. Luckily for him, there's an air duct right over his head. The purple-haired boy grins. Before he uses the capture weapon to tear the duct open, he listens again, before grinning. and clambering up into the vents. He travels through the vents silently, searching for the room Sato is guarding the bomb. He hears the yellow spandexed boy before he sees him, holed up in the farthest room. Hagakure should be back soon. Shiro and Shinsou sure are taking their time, though. Hitoshi grinned, staring at the top of the boy's head, as he paced back and forth. He can't see the bomb from his point of view, but the way Sato must be watching the door, the bomb must be right behind them. Now all he needs to do is wait for the signal. A little over 5 minutes later, near the right side of the hallway, firecrackers began to crack and pop, startling the boy underneath him, causing him to curse in surprise. Before the larger boy could even move, Hitoshi burst from the ceiling above him, landing on top of him. The yellow spandexed boy catches him and stumbles back. Hitoshi is quickly on the offense. Raining punches on the larger boy's head, he gets tossed off with a yell, and Hitoshi twists and turns midair, before landing on all fours, staring at the pseudo-villain with intensity. Heh, that was good, but you won't get the jump on me like that. A guy. Wait, what the hell? Sato looked at his left fist in surprise, seeing white cloth wrapped around it, which stretched back to the capture weapon around Hitoshi's neck. The purple-haired boy didn't let him catch his bearings. He ran at him, sliding between the larger boy's legs, and tugging on the capture weapon at the same time. This caused Sato to stumble some more, nearly falling. He yanked on the capture weapon himself, nearly throwing the smaller Shinsou a foot off the air, before pulling it with one arm and ping a fist back. Wait! Shinsou cried, throwing his hands up, making the taller boy stop. What do you mean dash? And for a third time, Shinsou surprised Sato, as the purple-haired boy's quirk quickly took effect. Hitoshi's grin underneath his mask grew absolutely wicked. Before he sprinted up to the boy and leaped after him, hitting him with a flying knee, awakening and stunning him at the same time. He twisted around the boy, wrapping the capture weapon around his body, before jumping off him and stopping. Grinning at his handiwork, even as All Might called the match, claiming that both villains have been captured. Sato is frozen on his knees, arms tied around his body, bruised and confused. What the F just happened? The yellow spandexed boy said, still shaking the cobwebs away from Shinsou's flying knee. Sorry about that, guess that knee had some more oomph than I was expecting, no hard feelings, yeah? Shinsou began to let the taller boy loose, untangling him from the capture weapon, as Sato grinned at him. Oh yeah, of course no hard feelings. Has anyone told you that you hit like a truck? Hitoshi stopped, for a moment, and smiled, before continuing to untangle Sato. Yeah, I've heard it before. Izuku chuckled, seeing how enraptured Toga got, watching her brother fight. The boy himself was incredibly skilled, and with that display, along with his quirk, Izuku is pretty sure he knows exactly what Shinsou's deal is. This just proves that the both of them would be invaluable allies. But, speaking of making allies, he's going to be facing off a challenge he was hoping to put off towards later. Shoto Todoroki was a fight he was hoping to deal with during something like the sports festival, to give him some time to learn more about the dual hair-colored boy, but unfortunately the confrontation is approaching him sooner than he was hoping for. At the very least, Izuku can test the boy's strength. Do you get like this very often? Startled out of his thoughts, he looked at the fanged girl, who stopped looking at the screen. Apparently the match was over. And now she was watching him, perplexingly. You've got a really serious thinking face. I swear if looks could kill, Ice Prince over there would be dead. Izuku laughed a bit at the joke, before nodding in agreement. Sorry. I've always been lost in my head, I guess. I like to have a plan for things like this. And Todoroki is a tough nut to crack. Toga looked back at the boy, seemingly impassive to his bubbly partner trying to talk his ear off. I dunno, I know he's Endeavor's son, and that makes him kinda a big deal, certainly strong, but you're pretty strong too. That glowy stuff you did? You were quick like a jackrabbit, and hit super duper hard. I saw those 0-pointers, you F'd one up. Izuku nodded again, only blushing slightly at the praise. Well, I guess I'm just trying to understand him, see if I can get underneath that icy exterior. Himiko looked again at Todoroki, and then back at the greenette, before chuckling, good luck with that. Midori, you're gonna need it. Izuku couldn't help but agree with her. Shoto walked ahead of the pink-skinned girl, who was loudly trying to discuss strategy with him. The dual-colored boy knew he was being rude. He'd probably learn her name later. For now the match is too important. This is his first major test, not of his grades, but of his integrity, of his character, and he refused to fall before he could rise. He needed to prove himself to his classmates that he was anything but just Endeavor's son. In fact, he didn't need his father's curse to succeed, and who better to prove himself against than the boy who nearly topped All Might's initial entrance exam score. Midoriya Izuku's score certainly flew by Todoroki's. His mother's gift would do. Midoriya and his partner were already in the building. They were the villains for this mock battle, and he already had a plan to defeat them in one dominating move. Shudo was roused from his thoughts by a pink hand shaking his shoulder. He looked over at the shorter girl, his partner, glaring at him. "Hey, are you even listening to me? Midoriya and Uraraka are gonna be tough as hell. We need a plan." The recommendation student barely even gave the girl a thought, before grunting and stopping in front of the building their battle would have been located. "We don't need a plan. I'm sorry your first exercise turned out like this, but really, I don't need you. If I were you, I'd step back." The horned girl blanched at him and glared at him even harder than before. She opened her mouth to yell at him, but quickly stopped once she began to feel the temperature plummet. She hurried away from him, nearly tripping over her own 2 feet, even as Shudo himself switched his stance. Right side facing forward, frost began to gather, across his chest, arm, leg, creeping along his neck, some specks even falling out of his hair as he knelt to the ground. As frost began to coat around his boot, he placed one hand on the ground and sent a single glance at the building housing his enemies like it offended him. An explosion of ice and frost shot forward from his flat palm, shooting off toward where his enemies hid, before suddenly hitting the building, and in less than a fraction of a second, freezing the entire compound. Todoroki breathed a sigh, it being visible in the chilled air, as he relaxed, sitting on the ground. He looked over to his partner, who was staring at the building in shock. "Yeah, sorry, again, I didn't need you for this one." The pink-skinned girl, to her credit, got over her shock quickly, before pouting and glaring at him again. "I really feel like that wasn't necessary. I was looking forward to fighting Uraraka and Midoriya." Todoroki scoffed, and was gonna wave her off and stand up, before he heard something. Boots crunching ice, and loudly approaching the door, quickly. He shot up to his feet, right as the boots approached the door. With an unholy combination of screeching metal and shattering ice, a figure kicked the door down, one wearing a green suit, with a dark hood lowered. Midoriya Izuku smirked back at the dumbfounded teens. He looked up, to the outside of the building, before whistling, like he was impressed, before shooting a cheeky grin at Shudo. "Well, I hope you two got a plan B, 'cause I certainly saw that coming. The entire building is impressive. Let's really test how strong the half-cold, half-hot really is. Todoroki, yeah." And then he dashed off, quick as a bullet, back into the building, laughter echoing throughout the frozen halls. His partner turned toward him, a too-sweet smile plastered on her face. "Well, Todoroki? What is our plan B?" He looked at her and blinked. Would now be an awkward time to ask for her name? Izuku laughed gleefully, running through the building with a smile on his face, the power of one for all keeping him warm despite the chill. He predicted an opening strike like this, and got lucky with a partner like Uraraka. All he needed to do was have her float him and the bomb, while he held her in his arms, to help her conserve energy for later. The granette blushed just a little bit as he remembered holding her, but this isn't the time for that type of thinking. Gosh, Todoroki's power is cool. Instantly freezing the entire building from top to bottom into a block of ice? The control and power he has over his ice is incredible. He has an unfortunate feeling, though, that comparatively, the fire aspect of his quirk is far more malnourished. It's that theory that he's banking his plan's success on. So lost in thought, however, Izuku didn't realize something until he jumped from one frozen railing to another, as he attempted to reach Uraraka. Izuku flinched and tensed, expecting to fall. What he didn't expect, however, is to fly head first into a wall and stay hovering in the air. The boy almost panicked, worrying he had zero gravity active, But he didn't detect it, and he certainly didn't have the signature finger pads, before he suddenly stilled and began to smile even brighter. He knew exactly what this quirk was. Heh, it seems one for all didn't just stockpile power, huh? He spun in the air, admiring the feeling of freedom float gave him. This will be useful, and maybe I can find ways to copy the quirks hidden within one for all and give them to others? Uraraka would certainly find use for this. His musings were cut off by what felt like a gloved hand on his shoulder and a feminine voice in his ear. I wouldn't get distracted if I were you. 9. Focus on your match. And then you and I have some things to talk about tonight. The boy dropped float and spun around. That was not Mina or Uraraka. Failing to see anyone, even with vision-enhancing quirks. He shivered before running up the stairs, feeling his good mood plummet like the temperature in the room. If that was a manifestation of who he thought it was, then he was in trouble, but for now, the match was more important. He approached the room that Uraraka was hiding out in, and let himself in, finding the gravity girl shivering, guarding the bomb. She smiled at him and waved. So, they're coming now, I suppose? Izuku nodded, before looking up at the rafters, high above them. You can hide the bomb up there. I'm running back down to personally deal with Todoroki myself. I feel like my message wasn't fully delivered. Uraraka grinned at the boy, before cracking her knuckles, and laying a palm on the bomb and herself. Good luck, Midori. And Izuku blitzed back down towards Todoroki, towards a clash between them that'll mark the beginning of their relationship as classmates in UA. Phoenix watched from the shadows, as a group of average thugs milled around the derelict building. Multiple criminals he's caught in the last few days have mentioned a big job, all of them describing the same building and the same recruiter. The most disturbing thing in common, though? Their repeated mention of UA. He needs to learn what this has to do with the kids, what this has to do with. The hidden vigilante was snapped from his thoughts as a portal opened in the center of the building, in front of the mass of criminals. A pale and skinny younger man, with light blue hair walked through, wearing, were those hands? The warper himself appeared, with a mutation of some form, making their form appear gaseous, wearing a crisp suit. Surprisingly, the younger man, covered in dismembered hands, was the one who spoke to the crowd of thugs, directing their attention to him. Welcome all. Thank you for coming tonight. I promised you all a job like no other, and I plan on making that promise a reality in the coming week. I will be calling you all to this very same building, and when we're collected, my loyal companion, Kyrdri the Blueanet gestured toward the warper. Didn't greet the crowd, only looked on passively. Will warp us all in the unforeseen simulation joint, and your job he gestured at the gathered force, will overwhelm the other teachers and the hero brats, while me and a special weapon I've had designed for me will kill all might. The man grinned and spread his arms wide, like he was expecting applause. He got silence instead. How do we even know any of them will be there? One thug pointed out, causing the leader of this apparent raid to grin. Kurogiri is excellent at breaking and entering. Coming tomorrow, he's going to warp me into UD itself, and I'll apprehend a schedule for us to use to plan the perfect date for our assassination. Another criminal raised their hand and spoke up. Listen, kiddo, I've seen lots of criminals come and go, and I've seen a lot more attempts to kill All Might. How do you know you and your weapon got the stones to finish the job nobody else could? The collection of criminals grew deathly silent, staring back at the man who questioned their possible employer, and the younger man himself, who was looking at the older man, expression obscured by the hand placed over his face. His head tilted to the side, almost childlike, before he snapped to Kurogiri. The warper obediently summoned a portal, larger than the one they appeared through. And Phoenix is hesitant to even call what walked through a man. It appeared to walk at first like a gorilla, before standing up straight, towering over each and every man in the room. It had black skin, rippling muscles that seemed to almost tear through the skin in places. Like its own body was bursting at the seams, it had a beak-like mouth, and its brain was exposed. The beast's eyes were expressionless, blank. Until the man pointed a finger at the man who questioned him. Nomu. Like a flash, the beast awoke, roaring in rage. It charged at the offending criminal like a bullet, grabbing him by the face before anyone could even move. The entire ensemble of criminals gasped and shouted, tripping over each other to get away, all while the man in the monster's grasp screamed, pulling desperately and uselessly at its giant fingers. It lifted him high, before slamming the criminal face first into the dirt so hard he bounced, leaving him motionless. It capped it off by walking over and curb-stomping the older man's skull, leaving nothing but a fine red paste behind, before walking back to his master, waiting obediently for another order, like a dog. Everyone was shaken from their shock and terror by the voice of the leader once again. They all looked towards him to see that another portal was opening, and he and the monstrosity were walking away. My name is Tamura Shigaraki, and you will all get a message from me again. Soon, we'll be making history. Soon, the symbol of peace will die. Katsuki Bakugo watched the cameras with rapt attention, a wider and wider grin stretching across his face as he witnessed his friends so casually subvert Todoroki's initial attack, which in itself was a smart plan and a dominating show of power. It made the competitive side of Katsuki growl with annoyance, but he's gotta give the elemental user credit, he's strong. No wonder Izuku wants to know him, either that or he smells something fishy when it comes to endeavor, and the nerd's gigantic heart can't help itself from trying to help the son of the number 2 hero. Possibly both, knowing Izuku. Katsuki was shaken from his thoughts by the blonde girl, Toga, who Izuku teamed up with during the beginning of the exercise. Hey, Bakugo, you and Midori friends, right? The purple-haired boy, her brother apparently, spoke up, still resting after his fight. You're giving the kid a nickname already, Stabby? We just met him like a day ago. Toga rolled her eyes. I knew, but you weren't working with him, Sleepy. He was really cool. And he didn't even care about my quirk when I told him about it, that earned him a nickname. The red spiky-haired boy, Kirishima, spoke next, looking away from the screens. Speaking of quirks, Bakugo, you know Midoriya the best, right? What exactly is his quirk? He was pretty fast during the first match, so I expected a speed quirk, but he kicked down that frozen door like it was nothing, so what is it? Bakugo didn't acknowledge the question at first, before sighing. It's called superpower. He only got it recently, it's an enhancer, he could only access it once he was ripped. It makes him stronger and faster, but if he's not careful he'll F himself up. That caused the class to stop what they were doing and really stare at him, causing the explosive boy to bite back another curse. Talking about Izuku's quirk with people who weren't in the know was risky. All Izuku told him about the one he'd be using as a baseline during his stay at UA was that it was incredibly powerful, the capstone of his collection, and that he'd have to train exclusively with it for a long time to really master it. He had to answer the obvious next question very carefully, with Ida asking what the entire room must have been thinking. Bakugo, how long has Izuku had access to his quirk? Katsuki looked back up at the screen, seeing Izuku laugh, green lightning dancing across his skin as he races to battle. He's had it for less than a year, and he's already better than half your sorry buttes. Now often watch the match, you lousy extras. Izuku practically flew through the hallways, grinning to himself. The thrill of the fight was getting to him. He stopped in a room he could see the hero team approaching with some sensory quirks of his, plus the all-for-one in him could sense their approaching quirks. Acid and half-hot half-cold were quickly gaining, and he was ready to make his stand. He hid in the shadows, using a subtle stealth quirk to aid him, as he sensed the team approaching the door, settling right as the burst through the door. They stopped to catch their breath, before Ashido gave the recommendation student a withering glare. What was it you said earlier? Something about how you, and to punctuate her point, made exaggerated quotation marks with her fingers, didn't need me? Well, guess what, buddy? Clearly what you need is a wake-up call. 'Cause your fancy ice palace trick did jack shit. She all but shouted at the boy, who was regaining his energy, only looking at her out of the corner of his eye. It's clear that the element user was out of his element, and was floundering hard. Before the boy could speak up, Izuku chose to make his move. A wake-up call? Well, it seems you and I are on the same page, Ashido. The two heroes looked up, surprised and alert, as Izuku casually stepped out of the shadows, appearing to be calm and in control. On the inside, Izuku was emulating his father, staring at the Todoroki boy both intensely and with tranquility, like a predator that's caught its prey in an unwinnable situation where all it can do is die tired. Ashido, Uraraka is on the top floor, she's guarding the bomb. I want both of you to have a chance to demonstrate your skills. That's what this exercise is about, is it not? Todoroki and need to have a chat. Good luck, plus ultra. He gestured towards the door, leading toward the rest of the building, looking at the pink-skinned girl directly, altogether ignoring Todoroki now. Ashido looked at him wearily, shooting a glance towards Todoroki, who was situating his right side towards Izuku, ready to blast the boy with ice at any moment. The dual-toned boy didn't even look at her. Go, we have no reason to believe there's traps, I can handle him. Ashido took off with a shot, right as ice barreled toward Izuku. The grenade blasted it away with a backhand, well within his limits of one for all. Can you handle me, Todoroki? You're extraordinarily confident in your ice. But will that confidence be your downfall? It's a fine line between self-assurance and hubris, Shoto Todoroki. Izuku spoke casually to the boy, well and truly emulating his father now. He had no doubt that now wasn't the time to broach the subject on his fire. But he can always knock the boy down a peg or two. Todoroki never stopped looking at him, unwavering, glaring at the boy for so effortlessly destroying his attack. I'm confident in my ice because that's all I'll need. All I'll ever need. And with that he shot another, even more powerful wave of ice at Midoriya, bumping up the power level significantly. Izuku had to bump up his usage of one for all to destroy it. Izuku currently, even if he hasn't had the power for all that long, couldn't use it to its full potential right away, even though he understood it far better than he let on, and even if he had quirks aiding him. He could only use a good 25% on his own, and that was boosted to just about 35% with added quirks like regeneration. He was certainly making headway with it, already being able to constantly use it at a threshold that seemed practically impossible during the entrance exam, but he had a long way to go, especially with the added snag of the possibility of the past user's quirks being stored within one for all, along with possibly their vestiges. But for now, Todoroki would be lucky if he saw 20% of the quirk's full potential. Todoroki, I promise you that I can do this dance far longer than you can. Either you think up a new strategy, or dash. And Izuku blitzed past another wave of ice, dodging it completely. I'll steamroll you. Izuku punctuated that sentence by punching Todoroki in the stomach, knocking the breath out the boy, and launching him straight back where he came, out into a hallway. Izuku walked carefully, eyeing the wheezing form of the boy, prone on the ground. He could end it now, it'd be the sporting thing to do. Knock the Todoroki out, or tie him up, and allow Ashido and Uraraka to spar in peace, but he felt his point wasn't made clear enough just yet. Clearly Todoroki won't admit defeat just yet, as he slowly drags himself to his feet, launching another, somehow stronger blast of ice at Izuku. Izuku backhanded it again, the backlash of the attacks launching the dual-toned boy off his feet again. Flying away down the hall, Izuku was not moved. So, are we gonna call it a day, Todoroki? Or what? Izuku grossed his arms, staring at the boy as he gasped for breath. His nose was bleeding, rough landing probably, and the boy was shivering, the backlash of his ice side more than likely. Quirk exhaustion would take the recommendation student sooner rather than later, but all the other boy did was growl at him, and glare even harder, standing tall, if shakily. Izuku watched as the boy took another stance, seemingly not giving up his initial strategy. He tooted at the boy, clearly Endeavor's training methods are abysmal. If you still think brute force will win here, but I think it's about time we end this, wouldn't you agree? Todoroki glared at Midoriya even harder, and summoned a massive glacial attack, something that Izuku could tell with a glance he wouldn't be able to destroy. He flew above it, dodging it, speeding away from it as the building shuddered and groaned, and cracked Shoto Todoroki across the jaw with a one-for-all powered cross, knocking the boy out of the match as he crashed through the next few walls, and slumping to the ground, unconscious. Izuku grinned, staring at his still smoking fist, before shaking it, and walking over toward the Todoroki boy to properly wrap him up in capture tape. All in all, the match was almost over and he hasn't heard All Might call it just yet, the fight will probably be over between the girls. He doesn't exactly feel the need to win this exercise, so he'll make his way back at his own pace, his main goal having been completed, shooting one last look at the fallen Todoroki. It seems I was right about you, Todoroki. It'll be a pleasure working with you, of that I have no doubt. And the user of All for One and One for All began to walk back towards his teammate, content with his first foundational hero studies class. The match was called fairly soon after that. Young Uraraka caught Ashido overextending herself and immobilized the girl with her quirk, leaving her helpless in the air. Izuku himself, despite his brutal battle with young Todoroki, carried the unconscious dual-toned boy to the nurse's office in a show of sportsmanship, even if the only thing the pro hero thinks will truly be injured is Todoroki's pride. There was no audio. The recommendation student's initial blast of ice left the cameras with visuals only, so All Might didn't hear what Midoriya was speaking to him about, but he has no doubt it was important. But that's a question for later, and as he pauses on a slowed-down feed from a hallway camera that Izuku blitzed past, if there's anything Toshinori has in abundance right now, staring up at a frozen image of Izuku racing down a hallway, feet never touching the ground, it's questions. Nana. He's flying like you did. How is that possible? Sleep came to Izuku later than usual. He had another conversation with his father, small talk, about some of his classmates' quirks, along with a promise to come in the night before the USJ, to have a full discussion with him and Tamura about the plan for that day. Izuku is still unsure of the entire ordeal, but he has faith that it stays under control. But that was tomorrow's problem, and as Izuku closes his eyes, he hopes for a restful night's sleep. So there's nothing we can do? Nothing at all? 8 generations of rebellion thrown down the drain because of your FANG successor. Izuku comes to his senses to the sound of arguing. Several voices shouting over each other, words turning into a cacophony of noise. He blinks away the drowsiness and takes in his surroundings. In front of him, he can see several different people all standing together, arguing amongst themselves. He moves to try and see what the issue is, but he finds he can't. The granette looks down to discover his body, from the neck down, is enveloped in black smoke, just as black as the space around them all, and to the right of him, Izuku catches another 8th figure, standing head and shoulders taller than Izuku, not moving a muscle. It looks like All Might. He hears the arguing cease, and sees all 7 of the group stopping and staring at him. He clears his throat and speaks up to the crowd. So, I guess this would be a family reunion of sorts? The boy wasn't expecting applause, but seeing a man with a scar over his eye, wearing a combat jacket stomp over, seemingly with an intent to attack him, had Izuku paling. The boy was saved by 2 others holding him, a bald man with a set of goggles on his head, and a man with a ponytail, also wearing a similar combat jacket to the other one. 2, we talked about this. We're giving him a chance. Come on, boss. Hear the kid out first. The man, identified as 2, ripped free from the hold the others had, before pointing a finger right in Izuku's face. No. That rat species spawned an offspring, and you expect me to sing Kumbaya with the brat? How do we know All for One won't choose to turn the boy into a vessel once he's fully mastered the quirk? He couldn't be able to do that even if he wanted to. Silence. The crowd all looked towards Izuku now, pressing him to continue. I suppose who I'm speaking to right now is the combined consciousness of each and every previous user of One for All? They all look between each other, before, from behind them all, a man with long, curly white hair and freckles that look an awful like Izuku's, steps up and nods his head. Yes, we are. My name is, well, I'd hope you would know who I am, just from looking at me. Izuku smiles softly at the man, before nodding his head. Of course I would, Uncle Yoichi. The first user of One for All, the one that kick-started this entire journey, let out a shaky sigh, and returned Izuku's smile. You look a lot like him, you know. Your father, and I can see hints of your grandparents in you as well, nephew. Izuku can feel tears well up, an unfortunate side effect of being the son of Midoriya Inko, but he can't help it. He's wanted to know more about his uncle since he learned of his existence. To be able to speak to him, even if it's just a hint of his consciousness, still stored in One for All? It makes the boy tear up. Yes, This boy is clearly a demon spawn, set to end the world. Another user drawls out, one with a long crack down his left eye, from the top of his head down towards his lip. With long, light-colored hair, he looked at the man who attempted to attack Izuku dryly, before sitting down, a chair manifesting from the darkness. Izuku looked back towards the rest of them, before nodding. But yeah, like I said, there's no quirk in my father's arsenal that could possess me and turn me into some vessel, like you said. If there was, he'd have taken over someone else's body as soon as he was so mortally injured. Plus, our versions of all for one don't mix very well. I can take quirks from him, but he can't take any from me, especially in his state. Plus, given how difficult of a quirk one for all is to steal by itself, he's not getting it from me. Izuku looked around at the collected group, before sighing. I suppose that's all I can say to quell your fears about the safety of the quirk itself, but you haven't introduced yourselves yet. Yoichi nodded, before looking back towards the rest of the group. Well, you know who I am, nephew, but my name is Yoichi Shigaraki. I'm the first user of One for All. The man with the scar over his face, with the combat jacket, still glaring at Izuku, said tersely. 2, and that's all you're getting from me for now, brat. The man with the ponytail and the same combat jacket as 2, sighed, and ran a hand through his hair. You can call me 3, I'd give you at least a surname, but since this big stubborn idiot over here and he punctuated that by elbowing 2, isn't telling you anything yet, me telling you mine would just PSS him off. Izuku looked between the second and third users for a moment, before his eyes lit up with understanding. Aha, you two are married. We were, until your father brutally murdered me, and then later him. The third user gave 2 a glare, before looking back at Izuku, and shrugging his shoulders. Sorry kiddo, we're really trying here. Izuku nodded his head in understanding, looking at the pair. No, it's okay, I understand all of your hesitancy. I don't hold any misunderstandings about exactly what my father was, or even what he is now. I love him, but I can live in a world where I love him and also know he's probably going to go to hell when he dies. The past users looked amongst each other silently for a moment, before the man with a crack down his face spoke up. I'm 4, you can call me Hikage. The bald man, with a set of goggles on his head, waved a hand as well. I'm 5, but you can call me Daigoro Banjo. Also known as the pro-hero Lariat. Another member, one who's been silent this entire time, who has dark hair, and a long jacket that concealed his mouth, raised his hand, causing Izuku to look in his direction, N or 6. And finally, Izuku looked toward the only woman in the room, wearing a dark bodysuit with a white cape. She had long dark hair, and an easygoing smile. He knew this was the woman whose quirk he tapped into during the training exercise. And my name is Nana Shimura. I'm 7, my hero name was Genesis. Izuku looked at the collected group of users carefully, before shooting a glance at the stoic figure of All Might beside him. Well, if you're all here, why isn't All Might here as well? Isn't he still using the quirk? Uncle Yoichi nodded his head, like he figured this question was coming. All Might is using the quirk, yes, but it's slowly dying out from within him. Soon it'll be essentially dormant in him, especially since he gave you the quirk. And as for why he's not here, well, we only all materialized in this plane once our physical selves died. We're pretty sure we're just memories. Sentient remnants of intelligence left over from when our quirks were collected within One for All. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, realizing something. Wait, would that mean that if I were to pass this quirk on, someone would get a form of my All for One? Daigoro chuckled and shook his head. Nah, kiddo, well theoretically yes, but that's a bombshell we were planning on warning you about. As you know, One for All has been collecting power since Yoichi gave it to, 2 over there. Collecting the power and quirks of each user, growing stronger as each user trained with it and used it. And, soon enough it became so strong that the burden of having it for people with quirks became incredibly stressful. I never met your father, Izuku. I spent almost all of my time training both One for All and my own quirk, which you'll unlock sooner or later, and as you can see, the fourth user, Hikage, gestured towards his facial scar. It shortened my lifespan considerably. At the point where 8 considered it necessary to pass on our quirk, if it was given to any other quirked user, it would have killed them within the next 5 years. The only people who could accept the strain are quirkless people, or you, someone with a quirk that's specifically designed to hold and house quirks. If you gave it to a 10th user, we're not sure even someone born quirkless could handle it for very long. Izuku looked back towards each and every member, eyes widening as he took the information in. That would mean that I'm... The second user spoke up, one last time, before Izuku woke up. That's right, brat. You're the last user of One for All. So you better fucking use it right. Phoenix walked back towards the building the rest of them were located at slowly, making sure he wasn't being tailed at all. This news with UA is big, and he's gonna need all the backup he can get if he wants to protect those kids, if he wants to protect. He shakes himself from those thoughts. Now isn't the time to get sentimental. He enters the abandoned building. Through the side entrance they discovered. The rest of his vigilante companions have been using this specific building in Mizudafu for a while, building it to be one of many safe houses the group use in Japan. Upon entering the common room where the rest of his vigilante partners are located, Phoenix slams a vanilla folder onto the center table, alerting them all of his presence and instantly gaining their attention. We have a problem, right here in Mizudafu. I need you all to look at this. Phoenix sits down heavily in a chair, as the rest of the crew gather their wits, and Spinner, a man with a lizard mutation, snatches the folder, and begins to look through the contents. He scanned it briefly, before whistling to himself, and tossing it back to the center of the table. That's some heavy sheet, Pete. You think they actually got the stones to try and do it? Another man, one with white hair, and a suit with a gigantic collar, took the folder and read the contents more thoroughly, his brow furrowing as he read the reports Phoenix made about the meeting he participated in the other night. His partner, a short woman, with red hair fashioned in long pigtails, climbing on top of his shoulder to also take a peek, gasping at what she saw, looking back up at Phoenix for confirmation. I mean, they wouldn't, right? They're kids. Phoenix only shook his head, growling. The main guy in charge. The one with the hands? He meant business. I have no idea what that monster was made of, but it was serious stuff. It tore anyone who wanted to question the boss apart, no problem. Spinner looked off towards the side, to the front of the table, where one more member of their cabal was currently perching on a folding chair, sharpening a blade with a whetstone. What do you think about it, boss? This seems right up our alley, no? Not even looking up from the blade, the man spoke, towards the white-haired man and red-headed woman. Gentle, can you call compress? Gentle criminal nodded, growing serious. Of course, and La Brava over here can ensure that communications aren't cut like the villains are hoping they will be. Good, prepare yourselves, gentlemen. This could be our most daring trial yet. Sheathing his blade, the man stood up from his chair and looked up to the rest of his partners, revealing a noseless face, hidden behind a white mask, wearing a blood-red scarf. The villain hunter Stendhal stabs a knife, directly in a picture of the cyan-haired boss that Phoenix procured. We'll cut the corruption plaguing this society before it can touch a hair on those students' heads. After last night's revelations, and his conversation with the vestiges of One for All, Izuku's conversation with his father was difficult. He always understood that father did what he thought was necessary to create a better world, but to see the victims of his pursuit of that better world left a bad taste in the boy's mouth. He nonetheless told his father of his recent ability to access the 7th user's quirk through One for All, and they theorized for a little while how, when, and if he'll get any more. Izuku held off on telling father about his conversation with the vestiges just yet. That type of information would only further complicate things. For now, what his father doesn't know won't hurt him. He did, however, ask for one more quirk he felt like he'd need during the oncoming USJ trip, a quirk he was planning on acquiring once he'd mastered around 30% of the OFA. That side effects will hopefully be dampened once he strips the Nomu of its quirks. He was shaken from his thoughts, however, by Aizawa standing up from his sleeping bag to make an announcement. We're assigning class president and vice president today. Decide amongst yourselves who'd be best for the roles, but please, do so quietly. And with that, the man laid back down and turned away, leaving the class to themselves. As soon as he did, several voices spoke up at once. throwing their name in the pot. Ida finally calmed the ruckus down enough to notice Toga raising her hand, looking sheepish. Yes, Toga? Are you saying you'd like to be class president too? The blonde-haired girl shook her head and smiled awkwardly. No, I've actually been homeschooled for most of my life. I don't really know what a class president does. Ida's face brightened up immediately, and right away went into a long spiel on the expected duties a class president would be expected of. Upon seeing the girl's still confused face, Izuku spoke up over Ida, silencing the excited blue-haired boy. It's a special title, basically means you're considered more dependable. The teachers trust you to get the class in order, amongst other things, give you more responsibilities to handle. Okay, thank you, Toga said, satisfied with her answer. Izuku looked across the classroom at all of his classmates. Now, realistically, how many of you think you could handle any of the extra responsibilities that the teachers may give you? Several hands were lowered, leaving only 3 people left who were interested. Tenya Ida, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Izuku himself. Izuku looked at the two, before nodding and gesturing for them to meet him at the front. Once they did so, Izuku looked at Yaoyorozu. Momo, do you have a preference between being president or VP? The Ravenette shrugged and shook her head. No, not exactly. I've just had experience in roles like this before. Ida nodded his head in agreement. So do I. I also have knowledge on some of the workings of UA. My brother is an alumni. Izuku smiled. The turbo hero, Ingenium, correct? Ida smiled broadly and nodded. That's correct. I've been trying to follow in his footsteps. Izuku smiled back at the boy, before looking at the both of them. Well, while there was never any official position, I've always had experience with keeping my classes in line. I'm also quite good at quirk analysis. I'd figure that'd be a useful skill for someone like a class president. I'd be able to help us all improve our quirks. Momo nodded her head, frowning slightly. It's a shame that there's only one spot. All 3 of us seem perfect for the roles. Izuku shot a glance over towards the yellow caterpillar sleeping bag. Sir? Would it be okay if we had co-vice presidents? Aizawa rolled over, glaring light-heartedly at them. I literally can't care less. Just make it quick, your first PRD will be soon. Izuku looked at the other 2, before shrugging. Well, that solves that, so who's gonna be president, then? Momo looked over at Ida, before shrugging. I think you should take the role, Midoriya. You know the most on how quirks work, and you're trustworthy. Ida nodded, smiling. I agree with Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, you're the best choice. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the 2 of them, before shrugging. Well, then that's settled. Let's do our best, yeah? The 3 of them shook hands and sat back down, right as the first bell rang. Today's been fairly average as far as school days can be, besides the massive crowd of reporters that had been standing around the front gate to the school seemingly all day long, but Hitoshi figured something like this would happen once news broke, so he wasn't alarmed by it. Hitoshi is very used to walking through a crowd without being seen. He was doing so now, as he walked through the halls of UA, heading towards the staff break room. Dad told him that he could always hide in there if he needed a break, and that any staff there would welcome him to join them during lunch. Upon opening the door with his tray, he did in fact see 2 staff members, Snipe and Aunt Nemuri, or the pro hero Midnight, along with a thin and tall, blonde-haired man who the boy didn't recognize, who looked startled at the boy's sudden appearance into the lounge. Snipe turned his way and waved at the purple-haired boy. Hey there, partner, coming to join us today? Shinsou smiled at the pro hero and sat down at his usual spot, next to Nemuri, who was doing some light sketching of Aizawa if the boy could tell correctly, causing the boy to grin. Yeah, I am, boss, if that's all right with you 3? And his nose is way bigger, Aunt Nem. Not working up from her work, Nemuri only snorted and lifted her pencil, pointing it toward the gas mask wearing hero. I know, but this guy says otherwise. The sharpshooter only raised his hands in defense. Hey now, all I'm saying is that he'd kill us if we make him look cartoonish. Hitoshi only rolled his eyes and laughed. Nah, Aunt Nem could kick his butt, and I'm the favorite child, only you'd be in trouble, Tex. The student and 2 pro heroes laughed, before a 4th voice awkwardly coughed, making their presence known. Hitoshi looked over and remembered that there was in fact a 4th teacher present. one he didn't recognize, which is strange. The tall, blonde man looked between the heroes and the boy, before gingerly asking. Yes, hello, I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt, but shouldn't young Hitoshi be eating with his peers? Hitoshi squinted at the man. There was something about his voice, or not his voice, but the way he spoke that reminded him of something, and also, how did this man know his name? Nemuri cleared the awkward silence before it could permeate any longer. Oh yes. The first years haven't met you yet, haven't they, Toshinori? Hitoshi, this is Yagi Toshinori, he's a teacher that we just recently hired, along with All Might. The two work together frequently, and Toshinori here has been working close with the third years. The blonde man nodded rapidly, and offered a hand to shake, but Hitoshi only squinted his eyes at the man, before slowly taking it. That of course, but that doesn't explain why he'd know my name. And why he'd feel the need to use my first name. The man at least looks properly chastised at Hitoshi's dry tone, rubbing the back of his head. Yes, that is rude of me, my apologies. Young Shinsou, we went over all the first-year students together. Your principal wanted my opinion on what type of training regimens I'd recommend for your various quirks and skill sets. That's my expertise, you see. Hitoshi finally nodded, and pulled back, letting the man go from his scrutiny, if only for the moment. There's something fishy about this Toshinori man, and Hitoshi's gut normally didn't lie to him. Of course, no harm was meant, so no offense was taken, and, for your information, I've been given permission to take my lunch break in the lounge, if needed. Hitoshi was just about to return to his lunch, when the alarms throughout the school started to blare. His eyes shoot up to look at the three teachers, Midnight and Snipe immediately jumping to their feet, ready for action. Something's wrong. Snipe sees the boy tense, and holds one palm out towards him, all while still keeping a hand on his pistol. Who there, partner? As much as I know it'd be fun to jump into the fray with you, kiddo, we don't know what's going on, let's leave it to the adults, yeah? Yagi, Nemuri, saddle up, yeah? And the three adults left the room in a hurry, running off to meet their peers to find what the problem is. Hitoshi was still on high alert, however, and his appetite long gone. He watched the door carefully, as the alarms continued to go off, only for the purple-haired boy to feel a disturbance behind him, a sudden chill. He whipped around, right as a young man with pale blue hair stepped through a black, inky portal, into the teacher's lounge. I knew getting into their base would be easy. All I needed was to scramble the NPCs outside the gate, and the heroes would come flocking to their wait with the F-dash. Who are you? Hitoshi and the villains stood stock still, staring at each other. The boy had none of his gear, and he did the only thing that he could think of, throwing his tray directly into the villain's stomach. Hitoshi cursed internally. The boy really needs to start opening with his quirk instead of fighting. The guy is much more likely to not answer him if he tries to use his quirk, instead opting for straight fighting the boy off. He needs to subdue the villain and get a teacher. He kicks the taller man in the head as he grasps his stomach in pain, and Sparta kicks him over a table, causing papers to fly everywhere. The boy marches over him, opening his mouth to try and say something to brainwash the guy, when the villain all of a sudden shoots up, shouting in anger. It's only Shinsou's trained reflexes that saved him, the boy pushing the outstretched palm aside, causing it to instead touch the wall next to him. Hitoshi watched, eyes widening as cracks spread across the wall, it slowly crumbling away. The man tried to pull away, but Hitoshi grabbed onto his outstretched arm, and pulled him into a headbutt, causing the man to stumble again, and land on his butt. The blue-haired villain looked left and right, almost like a caged animal, before his eyes lit up, and he kicked Hitoshi, leg out from under him, causing the boy to stumble. The man scrambled away, grabbing a few of the loose papers from the ground, and called out, "Kurogiri, I got it, get me out of here." Another, black portal opened up, across the room. The blue-haired man quickly scrambled toward it, reaching and jumping through, as Hitoshi scrambled to get to his feet and reach him, right as Hitoshi jumped through the air. At this point prepared to jump through the portal to continue their fight, it closed, causing the boy to crash, knocking over a chair and a side table, breaking a lamp. The battered purple-haired boy only collected his senses, right as Shoyuta and Hizashi burst through the door. The purple-haired boy looked up at his adoptive fathers, before giving a sheepish grin. Sorry about the mess? They canceled the rest of the school day, sending the rest of the kids home early, citing that they needed to repair the damages done to the outer wall done by the media, and that it was a risk to the safety of the students at large if they continued the school day with such a gap in their defenses. Well, one of those sentences was correct. They couldn't let the kids stay in the school with such breaches, but the media certainly couldn't have done that type of damage. Nedu is content with letting them take the fall. Aizawa sighed as he inspected the damages done to the lounge, signs of a struggle. He looked over at Hound Dog, who was sniffing the premise. And you're sure it's the same scent? The dog-like hero nodded, barely containing the growl from his voice. Yes, whoever left the hole in our wall and let the media in was the same person who your son fought off. The real question is, what did the villain want? Aizawa glared at the hand-sized hole in the plaster and concrete wall, glaring, fully aware of what a quirk of that power could do to the human body. If Hitoshi wasn't so well trained. Growling, I'm just as upset as you, Shoyuta. It's not your fault. If anything, your boy's alive right now because of you and your training. Shoyuta looked back at Hound Dog, who was still pacing the room, now less searching for clues, and more out of frustration. What could he be looking for, though? Why break into you of all places? Aizawa finally spoke up, never looking away from that damaged spot on the wall. I don't know, and that's what scares me. A black portal opened up behind Tamura, the blue-haired young man holding an ice pack to his head, leaning against the bar. He looked over, his eyes widening as he caught the look in Izuku's eyes. Izuku, how was Skoak? The brunette couldn't finish his sentence, as Izuku shot forward like a bullet, grabbing the young man by the throat, lifting him from his bar stool, all but roaring at him. What the F were you thinking, Tamura? Gloved hands grasped at Izuku's arm, unable to escape his tight grasp. It's not my fault. A brat was there, one I wasn't expecting, but I got the teacher's schedule. It's still all going according to plan. Izuku growled at the man, and tossed him across the bar. The man landed in one of booths, the wall cracking from the impact of the throw. It's not about the DMN schedule, you shut in. It's about the fact that now the entire school will be on high alert, especially during the trip, but and the green-haired boy blurred once again, and grabbed the brunette again, tossing him against the bar, causing it to crack, the man's breath leaving him as he slid to the floor, holding his ribs. It's the fact you tried to kill my classmate, you idiot. That's why this entire plan was stupid, and why we never should have let you ever try to come up with a plan. Izuku was practically frothing at this point, and was this close to killing the brunette, when the screen behind the bar suddenly turned on, revealing his father's form, immediately stopping the brunette's rampage. Izuku, please, calm down, Kurajiri, send Izuku a portal to me, okay? And repair the bar if you would. Izuku released a breath, and pointed one last finger at the slumped form of Tamura, who was catching his breath. This is the last time we let you do something like this, Tamura. Clearly you're too idiotic to be trusted. If any of the goons you brought to this sheet show do irreversible damage to my classmates, you're waking up in the doctor's lab. And with that, Izuku stalked off through the black portal, to the room where his father was waiting for him in bed. Izuku took his spot next to him, sitting down in a chair heavily, sighing. Well, I've no doubt you've heard from Tamura what happened. The ancient all-for-one user nodded, looking at Izuku. Even if the man had basically no facial features at this point, he still felt scrutinized by his gaze. I did, and I can understand your frustrations, but threatening the boy is unnecessary, Izuku. Izuku sighed once again, and rubbed his eyes, already feeling a headache coming on. I know, but this entire plan is childish, and at this point, I'm afraid of the damages it could cause to our other plans moving forward. I can always get the quirks you gave that Nomu through other means. God knows I've wanted to get rid of the Nomu project since I fully understood it, but this could damage our reputation with the entire Vigilante community, which would hurt us in ways. His father nodded, taking in his words. Then, what do you say we do? Tamura's raid on the USJ is inevitable, now. Izuku sat back, heavily, sighing, before contemplating the question. His father is right, at this point. The USJ is inevitable, and so is the damage it'll cause. How can he turn this to his advantage? Then, pulling out a file from a quirk called Inventory, Izuku called out to Kurogiri, Kurogiri, get this file to the doctor's front desk right away, and let him know that starting right away, he's shutting down the Nomu project in favor of this. The warper appeared in the room. Izuku and All for One were in as soon as the boy spoke, and nodded, grabbing the large file from his hands and teleporting away, off towards the doctor, more than likely. All for One watched the interaction with intrigue. If he had eyebrows, the ancient villain would no doubt raise one towards his son's direction. Said son looked back at his father, and smiled. It's simple, father. We adjust our plans. Come tomorrow, things will be changing at a rapid pace. And Tamura will be chief amongst it. Midoriya, may I ask you a question? Said Greenette looked away from his conversation with Uraraka, discussing her quirk, and how she could use it for mobility. Momo Yaoyorozu was, to say the least, curious about their class president. Out of every student in class, Momo would consider Midoriya the most competent. All of them are skilled and smart in their own ways, but the green-haired boy just seems like the complete package. She's honestly surprised that Midoriya wasn't a recommendation student. He's such a diamond in the rough. She's surprised that no pro noticed him, plus the entire debacle about Bakugo claiming he's had his quirk for less than a year. Momo isn't surprised she's not the only one curious. It just seems Azui was the first one to ask. Yes, Azui, you needed something? The greenette answered warmly, looking at the froggy girl curiously. Please call my Tsu, all my friends do. Midoriya answered back just as quickly, only if you call me Izuku, we're friends, yes. The green-haired girl pondered that question a moment, before smiling back at him, and nodding, of course, but, back towards what I was gonna say, I'm fairly curious about your quirk. The greenette tilted his head questioningly, before shrugging, I wouldn't know what you'd be curious about, it's fairly simple in terms of mechanics. Azui shook her head, and leaned forward, I wouldn't exactly say that, Ribbit. If I were to describe your quirk in any way, I'd say it's pretty similar to All Might's, Ribbit. Another student, their red-haired, shirtless classmate Kirishima, looked over to their conversation and nodded, yeah, man. Now that I think about it, your quirk is pretty similar to All Might's. You were strong as hell during both the quirk apprehension test and our class with All Might. I honestly kinda wish I had a quirk like yours. Guys like you, Bakugo, and Todoroki have flashy as hell quirks. My hardening is great, but I'm not sure it'll get me as much attention as you 3-inch. Izuku waves off their red-haired classmate's depreciation with a shake of his head. Nonsense, Kirishima. You're the perfect sword and shield. Train up your durability, and not only will you tank hits like nobody's business, but your punches will hurt like hell. I certainly wouldn't want to get punched by one of your right hooks. It's the perfect quirk for heroics. Kirishima ducked his head and blushed, even as Midoriya continued, plus, trust me, if there's anyone who's aware of the differences between my quirk and All Might's, it's me. All Might's quirk certainly doesn't hurt him if I overexert myself. This time, Kaminari Denki, the blonde-haired electricity quirk user, spoke up. It seems the entire bus ride's become enraptured by this conversation now. Hurt yourself? We never saw anything like that happen when we were training. Does this happen to do with how Bakugo said you've not had your quirk for that long? Uraraka shot Midoriya a surprised look, and it reminded Momo that she wasn't there for that conversation. She looked over and saw Todoroki also paying rapt attention. She noticed the boy during the recommendation exams, and he's been equally as aloof now as he was back then. Izuku laughed awkwardly, and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I was a late bloomer, actually. My quirk, as you all know by now, is called Superpower. It allows me to access and use an almost infinite well of energy to power up my attacks, heighten my speed, etc., amongst a number of other things I have no doubt I'll discover when I train with it more and can handle more of its power. Like recently, I discovered I may have the ability to fly with it, if I use it correctly. And he gestured towards Uraraka, who nodded. It seems that was another reason why he was discussing mobility in the air with her. But the only way I can actually use my quirk is if I train my body to an incredible degree. I only ever discovered it was there because a pro hero took me under their wing and helped show me it was there, put me through the paces. Compared to the rest of you, I had access and the ability to actually train with my quirk for about, I'd say, a week. I still can't use it to its full potential without hurting myself. I can only regularly use around 30% of it right now. Uraraka, you remember when I destroyed the zero-pointer? I jumped up that high using 50 and that strained my legs considerably, and I punched it with 100% in my arm, thus breaking it. I've discovered a better way to harness it, though, which has made the process of mastering it much easier. Momo was shocked. Just like the rest of their class at the revelation, Izuku Midoriya was more than likely had the strongest quirk amongst them all, if they measured in terms of pure power, but she found herself speaking up, despite the rest of her classmates' dumbfoundedness. You said a pro hero found and trained you? Who were they? And why didn't they recommend you so you can take the recommendation exam? I have no doubt you'd have beaten us all. It'd certainly be less dangerous than fighting the robots. The green-haired boy yet again shrugged and smiled sheepishly. The pro who trained me was nobody important, a name none of you'd recognize, I have no doubt. And I asked not to be recommended. I didn't want special treatment. Plus, I wanted the challenge the physical exam would give me. I just got my quirk a week ago. I wanted to take it out for a test ride. Ida bowed his head in respect. That's very honorable of you, Midoriya. I too turned down being recommended by my brother. I didn't want special treatment. Kirishima nodded his head vigorously, grinning widely. Yeah, bro. That's manly as hell. I wish I could have seen you. You're way badass, Midoriya bro. Their quiet, purple-haired classmate, Shinsou, looked at the boy skeptically, or it was reckless and prideful. His sister, the blonde-haired girl with the transformation quirk that Izuku teamed up with during their battle trial, hit him in the arm. Oh hush, don't be a critic, sleepy. Izuku's pretty cool in my book. The short, black-haired girl with headphone jacks dangling from her ears, Kyokajiro, shook her head. I dunno, I certainly think I would have taken the recommendation exam. I can understand wanting to go plus ultra and all that, but if you ended up hurting yourself during it, even under extreme circumstances, I wouldn't consider that very wise, Greenie. Izuku only shrugged, giving them a smile. I certainly wasn't going to allow the zero-pointer to potentially hurt Uraraka. Even if logically I know there's precautions to prevent such an occurrence, my legs moved before I could even think, you know? The conversation broke apart after that, with the bus rapidly approaching the USJ. This conversation did answer some lingering questions Momo had about her class president, as well as solidify her respect for him. Izuku Midoriya was clearly a capable person, and Momo hopes she'll get more instances to see him in action. Pacing back and forth, Tamura was filled with nerves. Next to him, both Kurogiri and the all-might killer Nomu. Behind him, an army of average to middling thugs, perfect mobs for the brats Izuku wants to protect to farm, along with some gems for him to find and steal if he's lucky. The Nomu itself has an impressive array of quirks that Izuku's always been planning to collect. Shock absorption, super regeneration, along with some above-average strength and speed enhancers. But none of that was important. As long as the monster could kill All Might, Tamura will be happy. He's been planning this since he learned the symbol of peace would become a teacher at UA. First he sends out teams of villains along the decaying pro's path, whittling him down, leaving him vulnerable for Nomu to destroy, and when the beast is bathing in the fool's blood, Izuku will rise like a phoenix and destroy him, cementing his place as a hero and Tamura's place as a villain. It'll be the world's greatest game of heroes versus villains, and none of the foolish NPCs, none the villains, not even the heroes will know. The idea alone is abetting his nerves, and allows the Bluenet to stop scratching his neck from worry, and causes a feral grin to stretch across his face. He turns towards Kurogiri, still grinning. How long till we enter, Kurogirl? The sentient Nomu didn't even look towards his direction, only checking the watch on his wrist. Not long now, Tamura Shigaraki, within the next 10 minutes. His feral grin stretched even further, before he turned to address the crowd of thugs and villains before him. 10 minutes. Get ready, I want a larger group of you to congregate around the scruffy-looking man. He's the most dangerous out of them all. The rest of you, do anything you like towards the brats. I don't particularly care, except killing. We're here for one life, and one life only. All Mights. to the symbol of peace's demise. And as the crowd before him roared its approval, Tamura Shigaraki knew it was good to be king. The bus arrived at its destination rather quickly, and all the students were escorted towards the massive unforeseen simulation joint, aka the USJ. Izuku noted with worry that All Might was late. Did he push his timer too far? Izuku knew of Tamura's plans, but did the blue-haired man overestimate the number one hero, and all of this will be for nothing? The entire plan falls to pieces if All Might doesn't show up soon. He hit his nerves with a blank slate of awe and wonder, matching his fellow students as they were led into the building, and as they greeted their teacher for this exercise. "Oh my God, it's 13! Uraraka exclaimed from next to him, eyes lighting up. They were my role model growing up. The rescue hero waved cheerily, their mask not showing their expression, but the warmth of their voice still showed, and I'm glad I could inspire the next generation of heroes. But before we get sidetracked, we're all here for a purpose, yes." At the class nodding, the pro-hero went on, "Well, I don't know exactly how much you've been taught on the subject, but I'd like to think you're all aware of the dangers your quirks could cause. Each and every one of you could cause harm to others, and while, yes, we here at Udade will teach you all we can about how to defend yourselves and others around you against villains, I truly believe that the most important lesson we can't stress on you enough is the importance in using your incredible abilities not just to fight, but to save. And this facility is the perfect training ground for you to really understand that concept." The hero finished their speech with a wave of their arms, leaving the group to ponder their words. Izuku knows exactly how dangerous One for All can be, how dangerous each and every quirk he has can be, especially how dangerous his version of All for One can be. He's also especially aware of how dangerous his classmates' quirks can be, each and every one of them are perfect for heroics, with the flip side being, they could be used for villainy to cause an incredible amount of chaos and mayhem, if used right. Izuku was shaken from his thoughts when he noticed something down in the courtyard. The telltale signs of Kurogiri's warp quirk began to appear, right as he heard another one of his classmates, Siro, speak up. Sir? Is this a part of the exercise?" Eraserhead looked where Siro was pointing, before jumping to action, taking a fighting stance. No, those are real villains. Kids stay back 13, evacuate the students. Even as he says that, an army of thugs and lowlives starts to emerge from the portal, led by Tamura, with the Nomu by his side, silent and looming over the rest of the Bluenet's army. Eraserhead didn't care. He shot forth like a bullet toward the storm. The green-haired boy can't help but mumble to himself, watching Aizawa launch himself towards an impossible battle. "Man, he's cool." Ida shook him awake, dragging him away towards the entrance. Sato and Shoji were holding back Toga and Shinsou, who were struggling, trying to join their homeroom teacher. "Let me go, damn it. It's suicide, he needs us. He needs us to not distract him while he's defending us. We'll only hold him back, Shinsou." The purple-haired boy struggled in the yellow spandexed boy's arms. "You don't know sheets, Sato. Let me go." Even as the rest of them were rushing to escape, the misty visage of Kurogiri blocked their path. "Unfortunately, your presence is required for this level, children. Please behave, and you may escape with your dash." Before the warper could finish, both Bakugo and Kirishima launched themselves at the villain, attempting to apprehend him and clear the way for their classmates, but a portal was opened in front of them, leaving them deeper in the facility. "Lives, as I was going to say, if you behave, you may escape with your lives. Nevertheless, I cannot allow you to stay here and keep pushing to escape. Goodbye, children." The last thing Izuku hears before he's warped away is 13 shouting, and his classmates' cries of shock and distress. The green-haired boy already could tell this wouldn't be worth it. For a moment that stretched for eternity, Momo Yaoyorozu saw nothing. Darkness, eternity. You could have told her she'd been falling for years and she'd believe you. She was shaken from her frozen terror by the feeling of her breath being knocked out of her lungs as she lands back first on the pavement. She shoots up, shielding her eyes from the downpour of rain, trying to keep herself steady. The weather's too intense. The vice president can barely make it to her feet. What's happening? Who are those people? Where were the heroes? Where were her classmates? Where was she? Terror and uncertainty gripped her, freezing her once again, before two strong hands gripped her by the shoulders. Yorozu? Momo. The black-haired girl looked forward, meeting the purple eyes of her enigmatic classmate, Shinsou. Shinsou? Where are we? What happened? The indigo-haired teen looked around, before snarling. The beat is separating us, damn it, Dad's fighting that horde of 2-bits alone. I should have jumped as soon as I saw the portal. I'm getting sloppy. Momo blinked once, twice, did he say? Hitoshi seemed to notice his mistake after noticing the surprise on her face. I am getting sloppy. Yeah, I'm adopted, just don't go broadcasting that, yeah? We need to get out of here, quick. I saw other villains around the block. That's why I hid us down this alley, okay? Momo nodded, before noticing something. Why got rid of your captured weapon? The boy looked down at his bare shoulders. His costume almost seemed empty without the mess of fabric. Yeah. As you can see, we're in the downpour zone. I was content with using my fists to fight my way out of here if necessary, but you, VP, you're honestly a blessing. I need you to make me a weapon, and one for yourself too would help. You got any weapon training? Momo took a deep breath, steeling herself, before nodding. Yes, a variety of things, but Bojutsu is the one I prefer. I don't know the exact components of a capture scarf, so I can't make you that if that's what you were hoping for. Momo's steel nearly cracked, upon seeing the feral smile spread across Shinsou's face. Why didn't she notice the similarities between him and Aizawa before? Oh no, a capture weapon won't be necessary. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if you told him that Kurogiri warped him straight to hell. Fire, screaming, and laughter, he landed right behind a large group of villains, all surrounding someone. Around him, everywhere he could see, there was fire. Entire buildings from lobby to penthouse ablaze. He slowly gets to his knees, and then to one knee, as he hears the chittering and laughing stop, as they notice his presence. Heh, well would you look at what we got here, another punching bag. Oi, runt, what's his quirk? Izuku ignored them, slowly taking his gloves off. His quirk, his original quirk, that is, wouldn't work with them on. Plus they were such a nice shade of white too. He's too set off right now to not get excessive. You do realize I have a name, right? Whatever his quirk is, what? That's not right. Izuku doesn't look up at the group of idiots just yet, instead activating the quirk gifted to him by his mentor. One for all crackling in his veins, green lightning shooting off his skin, 30% of one for all humming in his body, resonating with his soul. He takes a breath in and a breath out, before he slowly begins to float, higher. He looks up then at the group of villains before him. One man, smaller than his peers, stare at him in terror and awe, the rest of the group getting restless, looking between their peer and him. This must be one of the gems he requested. Dude, what's wrong? Before he could even blink, let alone answer, Izuku shot off like a bullet, grabbing the man by the throat, and lifting him high in the sky. The greenette looks down at the ground, trying to see who they were attacking, to see if they escaped, only to see the prone form of Kyokujiro, holding her ribs. Izuku snarled at the man in his grips, who was clawing at his arm. How is it possible? How can you have more than one? Izuku wrenched the quirk out of the man, feeling its warmth spread within his chest, before slamming the man to the ground with an earth-shattering crash. He rose from the crater he made, to glare at the villains. The crowd before him froze. I have no idea how much that beater paid you, but clearly, you made a mistake. And now you'll pay dearly. And Izuku blitzed forward. He might as well make this train wreck worth it. Himiko shivered. This demon mountaintop was freezing. She needed to find a way down, and quickly. Dad was fighting those BS artists by themselves. Her classmates shouldn't have held her and Sleepy back. The three of them would have handled that mob like nothing. There's got to be a quicker way down from the mountains, a hidden door that leads to an elevator, something. Right when she gave up hope, she saw a light in the distance, a door. This might just be her way down. She ran as quickly as she could through the snow, before stopping, as she heard chatting inside. Damn it, more villains. She took one of her knives and slowly used it to open the door, just enough for her to peek through. And there were in fact villains in there. A group of them huddled around a set of computer screens. This must not be an exit, like she was hoping, but something far more important. The blonde-bunned girl quickly and quietly entered the room and hid in the shadows, watching them carefully. They were all pretty plain-looking, dressed in jeans and jackets. 2 of them had hoods on, hiding their appearances. And this room is the entire nerve center for the entire facility? One of the villains says, hood hiding their expression, voice void of almost any emotion. Yeah man. And unlucky for those dumbass heroes, I have just the quirk that allows me to block the distress signals. I could even send messages back to the school and say things are just fine with this setup. All the while our buddies are teaching those demon brats some manners. So, you're saying you're the only one with a quirk preventing anyone from knowing what's going on? Well, yak. Right before the villain could finish her sentence, a katana was stabbed through her neck, before she was slammed out of the computer chair and onto the floor. Her killer's hood fell off with the attack, revealing a bright red mask and a noseless face. Before the other villains around the room could attack, the second hooded figure threw 4 blue marbles onto the ground, releasing 3 other figures. One of them, a man covered in burn scars, grabbed 2 of the villains by the faces, before setting his hands alight, quickly charring the faces of the screaming thugs. A second figure, a man with a lizard mutation, tackled the 4th villain and stabbed him in the heart. The entire attack lasted less than 10 seconds. The last 2 figures, a man dressed in a suit with stylized white hair and a short woman with bright red pigtails, quickly approached the computer and started working. Himiko hid silently, pleading that they didn't notice her. But her pleas fell upon deaf ears, as the man in the red mask stared right at her. The 3 others who were involved in fighting, the scarred man, the lizard mutation, and the other hooded figure, who lowered their hood to reveal a white mask and, seemingly from out of nowhere, put on a magician's hat, all looked at her. No combat stances were taken, but she knew they didn't need to feel threatened by her. She was out of her league by miles. The first attacker, the man in the red mask, slowly approached her, hand never leaving the hilt of his blade, before taking a knee to reach eye level with the crouching girl. I'm sorry you had to see that, girl. We heard of this attack and couldn't stand idly by while monsters attacked you and your friends. What's your name? Himiko watched the man closely, the way he moved, the look in his eye. She could see it clear as day, but she needed to ask, do you have a blood quirk? The man tilted his head to the side, before grinning, revealing sharp canines. Just like hers. Himiko could feel herself grinning right back at the man, flashing her own pearly whites. My name's Himiko, Himiko Toga. The man lent her a hand to shake, even as they both stood up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Toga. You may call me Stendhal, and we are the underground. We came to help. Kyoka Jiro didn't raise her head for a long time. At first it was because of the kicks, now it's to cover her ears from the screaming. She honest to God thought she died when she fell through that portal, and was receiving eternal damnation for sassing her parents. Instead, she's very much alive, and if anyone's in hell, it's the villains that came to attack her class. Courtesy of a green-eyed demon. Please, please. I'll tell you anything you want to know, our plans, our quirks, anything. Your plans were, show up, attack some kids, and get out, and your quirks are weak. You have nothing for me. Izuku Midoriya capped off his sentence with a debilitating knee to the jaw. The cracking sound was loud enough, but it's extra gruesome for someone with enhanced hearing. The girl shakily reached her feet, and turned to look at the green-haired boy, who was using one of the mangled villain's jackets to wipe the remaining blood from his knuckles, before putting his gloves back on. He looked her way, and the intensity made her flinch, before he realized who she was, and softened his expression. Sorry about that, Jiro. I understand out of anyone, you'd have an especially unpleasant time listening to that. I just got so angry at these fools. They think they can just come here and attack us? Assault us? In our very own school? I couldn't let it stand. Jiro nodded, slowing her breath, and gingerly holding her side. She could already tell a nasty bruise was gonna form there. It's alright, Greenie. If I had a quirk like yours, I'd tear these idiots to shreds too. They had unsavory plans once they finished kicking me. Izuku growled, before spitting on one of the unconscious bodies, before beginning to walk away, gesturing toward Kyoka to follow him. We need to meet up with the others. I don't trust that super weapon the handsy punk brought. The thing with its brain out, did you see it? Jiro nodded. It was hard to not notice that hulking thing. What type of quirk would make something, or someone like that? I don't know, from the look of it, it was the muscle of the operation. Handsy is the leader, a shitty one clearly. He got one shiny new toy and decided to test his luck against UA with it. The Warper is their exit strategy. We need to pin him down to get anything done, including hopefully locking him away. But the monster they got will be our biggest issue. And as much as I've always been one to never doubt someone or their quirk, I think I'm the only one equipped at the moment to take it down. Jiro eyed the boy curiously. You make it sound like we shouldn't try to get out ASAP. I mean, Godspeed to you if you want to brawl with that FNG thing, but wouldn't the safest thing be to get out of the way of the pros? Izuku shook his head, pace slightly increasing. No, loath as I am to say it. We have no idea if help is coming or not. We have to assume that there's no escape, nor reinforcements. Warper, remember? We need to group up with the others and formulate a plan. As much as I trust 13 and Aizawa, they're only two people, fighting against a stacked deck. The Warper has the means to directly counter 13's quirk, even using it against them, and Aizawa SEKS with crowds, let alone if there's a ton of mutant-type quirks. From the look of the thing, I don't think Erasure is gonna take away its quirk anytime soon. Jiro crossed her arms, but continued walking. Alright, so the plan is, take out the Warper, and what should we call that thing? Izuku shrugged his shoulders. I think I heard the handy guy call it, Nomo. Okay, so the Warper and the Nomo. I'd hope you have a better idea than just charge until we hit something that didn't work for Bakugo or Kirishima. Izuku snorted before shaking his head. No, I do have a plan. But it involves finding the others, which we can do pretty fast with my quirk. Hop on my back. We can clear this place out faster and search for anybody else that way. Jiro rolled her eyes, but climbed aboard nonetheless. Fine, but I get to pick where we're going first though. Izuku snickered a bit more, before blitzing through the Hell's Cape. Hantashiro wasn't having a good time. What was at first going to be an informative and interesting field trip on search and rescue tactics, which Shiro was actually all for, as surprising as that sounds. Whenever people think of becoming a hero, fighting bad guys is usually what they default to, and while Hanta understands how useful his quirk would be to capture villains, the boy also had a good grasp on how easily he could be a rescue hero as well, so upon learning that this trip was taking place, he quickly became excited. That excitement died the moment that portal opened. What was a bad situation turned nightmarish fast, as the boy found himself falling and becoming separated from his friends, landing quite possibly the worst place. Everyone knows tape doesn't mix with rain. Thank Christ he ran into Ojiro. Rain doesn't mess with his quirk, a strong and whip-fast tail, nor did it impede the blonde boy's frankly ridiculous karate skills. The two boys fought off any straggling villains that intercepted them as they rushed through the downpour region, looking for their classmates. Looking up ahead, the tape-wielding boy tapped his companion on the shoulder. I think I found Kaminari. The two rushed over towards the other blonde boy, who, just like Shiro, should be all but useless in this section, except the fact that there were at least 3 knocked-out villains at his feet. Hey man, you didn't use your quirks on these guys, right? I think at that point it counts as excessive violence, Shiro joked, looking at the slumped forms of their attackers, before looking at the soaked Kaminari, who was panting, hands on his knees. No quirk, I took some self-defense classes after I got mugged once. Jesus, we got the sheet end of the stick, didn't we? Of all the effing zones to drop us in, right? Ojiro's eyes lit up at the mention of self-defense classes, looking at the electric blonde with a new light of respect. Self-defense classes? That's pretty cool, dude. Where'd you go? Kaminari shrugged his shoulders as he stood up straight. Gunhead's dojo. He teaches basic stuff to civilians who want to defend themselves. Nothing nuts, but obviously it helped me handle these chumps. He gestured at the slumped form of his adversaries. Well, if you want to learn some more, you'd be more than welcome to join the dojo. Me and Shuji learned our skills. Hey guys? Not to interrupt your Karate Kid stuff, but we've gotta get out of here, along with possibly finding any other classmates in this region. Both boys blinked. Before blushing faintly from embarrassment, Kaminari stood up straighter. Do you have any leads? Zero nodded, gesturing down the road where they were headed. Yeah, actually. A couple of the guys we fought off earlier dash. I fought them off, you screamed at them and swung a lead pipe. Anyways, they were back up for another squad. Apparently they ran into trouble. We need to find them before any other group does, and then regroup with the others. Kaminari nodded, before gesturing toward the two to start moving. Do we know who? Based on the series of events beforehand, plus the way Ojiro's here too, the Warper had to have separated us at random to buy time, take us out one by one. They don't know our quirks. You and I only got the shitty end of the bargain. The blonde boy gestures at the seemingly never-ending rain clouds. Zero only shrugged. I dunno, it didn't sound like anyone we know. Who in our class could even be described as a crazy brat with a sword? The boy next to him stopped moving altogether, making Zero pause. Dude? Would you know who that could be? Kaminari looked at Zero for a long moment, before a wide grin split across his face. Yeah, I think I do. And, trust me, he doesn't need our help. Grinning to himself, Shinsou Hitoshi was having a great time. While being jumped by villains in the middle of his class's field trip would, to most normal kids, be considered a bad thing, Shinsou wasn't normal. Surround him, do something. Normal kids didn't run away to become vigilantes, but Shinsou did. Normal kids learn math and history, instead of stealth and swordplay. But not Shinsou. The brat weighs 90 pounds soaking wet, come on idiots. And while this wasn't his blade, it worked all the same. To tell the truth, as he feels his enemy's chest shudder with the weight and force of his flying knee, with the familiar weight of steel and sheath in his hands, the purple-haired boys never felt more alive. Shoto Todoroki took a deep breath in and exhaled as he and the frog girl traversed the frozen lake. His mother's ice allowed him to easily handle all the water-swimming villains that surrounded the boat they found themselves on, even if it came to the detriment of his classmate, Tsuyu. The girl's mutation forced the two-toned boy to keep a constant warming hand on her shoulder as they traveled to solid land, a fact he didn't find pleasant. Activating his left side at all left a bitter taste in the boy's mouth, but he can heat himself up enough without actually using any of his father's cursed flames to keep his classmates safe, until they're safe. Upon getting to dry land, however, Tsuyu pointed at something high in the sky. Todoroki? There's something up in the sky. The boy followed her pointing and noticed what she saw. Someone was flying towards them. Could it be another villain? He could usually beat them easily, but the presence of Tsuyu complicated things. His mother's ice would hurt the girl, and it's not like he could just abandon the green-haired girl. He was cut off from his thoughts as the figures landed feet away from them, causing Todoroki to stiffen and put a cautious arm in front of his companion. Greenie, where'd you learn to land? I didn't. Did you know that's the first time I've done that? I only learned I could fly a day or two ago. You're telling me you let me hop on full well knowing we could have crashed and turned into grease stains? Hey, every pilot has their first flight sometime, yeah? You're just lucky enough to fly, Heir Midoriya, first. This field trip is cursed. Todoroki snorted at that and lowered his arm before looking over to Tsuyu. False alarm, it's not villains, just idiots. Jairu and Midoriya walked up to them as he said that, Midoriya shooting the recommendation student an honestly too easygoing smirk. Well, it's nice to see you too, Todoroki. Tsuyu. Was there anyone else here with you guys? Tsuyu smiled at the green-haired boy before shaking her head. No, Ribbit. Me and Todoroki were the only ones who got dropped in this zone, as far as we can tell. We trekked the entire lake. There were only frozen villains. Jairu looked over their shoulder and whistled, seeing the iceberg Todoroki left in his wake. Ding, I saw what you did during the exercise, but this is nuts. Izuku looked at Tsuyu, who was still shivering slightly, and tilted his head. Hey there, Tsuyu, are you gonna be okay? I know ice and frogs don't mix well. Tsuyu nodded and smiled at Todoroki. Yeah, I'll be fine. Todoroki kept me warm with his quirk, Ribbit. Now it was the two-toned boy's turn to be under Midoriya's gaze, something that he didn't exactly enjoy last time. Oh really? That's good to hear. Todoroki decided to interject, to hopefully move the conversation off his back. What's the plan, Midoriya? Do we know if the teachers are okay? Midoriya looked at him closely, before his eyes hardened and nodded. Sooner or later he's gonna have to talk to the boy about his father's flame, but for now he's allowed to move on. We don't know. But I doubt they're doing very well. Good news? The villains are idiots. The thugs we've been fighting are garbage, and clearly they didn't know any of our quirks, if they dumped you two in the flood zone of all things. Bad news, there's a fing lot of them. And our two teachers were the most researched, put in fights they're not good at handling. Aizawa is a stealth predator, relying on ambush tactics to defeat at best 4 or 5 guys. He's fighting an entire mob of enemies, as well as folks with mutations that he can't counter. And the warper they used can turn 13's quirk back onto them, seriously hurting them. Plus we're not sure if backup is on its way yet. We're on our own for now. Azui tilted her head and stared at the green-haired boy. Izuku, you're talking like you have a plan to beat them. How is that possible? We're all only students. Midoriya looked at the girl intensely, smiling brightly. Because we can beat them, see. Just think about it, these thugs are honestly no match for us. We may just be students, but we're UA students. If we work together, we can repel them long enough until the cavalry returns. Heck, I already have a plan in regards towards their big gun, Nomu. The boy looked over towards Todoroki when he said that, before smiling even broader. And that plan just so happens to involve you, Todoroki. Todoroki tilted his head at the boy, taking in his expression. He was smiling excitedly, but there was a cold glint in his eye, hardened steel that he's not seen in many eyes before. It scares him, but reassures him at the same time. Whatever this plan was, he's deadly serious about it. And what, pray tell, would your plan be exactly, Midoriya? Why, it involves your favorite thing, Todoroki. Attacking something with a giant F-off glacier. Okay, we've got it. Distress signals are being sent to not only the school, but every hero agency in a 5-mile radius. Phoenix looked away from the hero student girl Stendhal, who was having a silent conversation of sorts. Even if they've never met before, it seems the blood quirk users understand each other. She certainly seems to understand his blood-soaked associate better than he does. Gentle patted his red-headed partner's head, grinning down at her. Excellent work, La Brava, as always. Bring up the cameras, yes? Those poor kids probably need our help. La Brave preened at the praise, smiling broadly up at her partner, before quickly going back to business mode and bringing up the feeds. Phoenix and Spinner both whistled at the sight. Ding, guess they don't need our help after all. They've mostly cleaned house from the looks of it. Himiko finally broke the staring contest, to run over and search the feeds herself. My classmates are awesome. Uraraka is kicking butt in the ruins zone. She must have gotten dropped there along with Bakugo and Kirishima. And did Todoroki make that glacier? He froze the entire lake. Thank goodness I didn't have to fight him. I do not like the cold. Phoenix froze at the mention of Todoroki. Seems little Shudo's grown up. Oi, La Brava? Do me a favor and enhance the flood zone. Search for scorch marks. La Brava gave him a curious look, but followed his request anyway. He searched the site, seeing the frankly massive glacier, trapping an entire ship, and what has to be countless villains in its depths. If they don't end this soon, they'll die of hypothermia. Not that Phoenix feels pity for the villains. He must not have used his fire. You can zoom out now. I'm all good, La Brava. La Brave did as he asked, and the blonde hero student gasped from again, looking and pointing at one of the other feeds. Ma'am? Please zoom in on the downpour zone. La Brava shot a half-hearted glare at the girl, probably for calling her but did so anyway. Gentle looked back at the student, even as she stared at the feed with what seemed to be a mix of awe and worry. My girl, do you happen to know one of these students? They seem to be handling themselves fairly well. Toga nodded, not looking away from the cameras. Why, the purple-haired boy, he's my brother, Sleepy. Or, Well, I call him Sleepy and he calls me Stabby. His real name is Shinsou Hitoshi. We're not related, but we were both taken in by the same hero couple, and we've been close ever since. I never knew he was so skilled. We trained with Dad, but this is... She looks on at the feed as the boy walks with a purpose, careful steps as he dodges blows and quirks, lashing out with a blade, not unlike the one strapped on Stendhal's back. Phoenix can see Spinner and Stendhal share a look, before looking back toward the girl. Stendhal speaks up. Kid, your brother is Amethyst? Himiko shot a confused look at Stendhal, giving him a weird look. He's my brother. He was there first. When I came in, I was a mess, I could barely function, I constantly needed blood, but he was never scared of me. He didn't think I was a freak, he never did. He protected me when other kids would whisper whenever I took out my special flask for blood. She pulls out a beat-up black flask, plain in design, but well-worn, cared for. How do you know him? Phoenix has never seen such light in Stendhal's eyes before. Usually the man is all business, all work no play. But there's fondness in his eyes as he looks at this girl, and as he looks back and stares at the boy in the flood zone, fighting a style that's eerily similar to the man. Spinner looks back and forth from the monitor, to the man, before back at the girl. Kid, I've been working with Stendhal here for a while. We were never exactly fit to be heroes if you know what I mean. We don't fit their mold. For that kid down there? We met him when he was no older than kid's parents died young, he was in the system before his quirk even developed, and once it did, they kicked him out. He didn't even speak back then, let alone use his quirk. Stendhal had to translate his sign language back to me. We took him in, he trained under us, hell he probably still has the blade that we gave him for his 12th birthday. But he went missing when we assumed he was dead. Who took him and you in? Are they good folk? Himiko nodded so fast Phoenix was worried her head would fall off, her eyes lighting up, like she was connecting that she didn't even know existed. Yes, of course our dads are great. Sleepy is practically fine using his quirk now. This makes so much more sense now. Stendhal looked at the feed some more, as the boy continued to go on the warpath, a tall, black-haired girl wielding a bow staff behind him, beating down any stragglers that escaped Amethyst's wrath. You mentioned he's continued his training? What hero couple took you two in? Himiko's eyes widened like a shot, suddenly panicked. Oh you're right Dad. La Brava, show us the plaza, Eraserhead, the underground hero, our teacher, that's our dad. La Brava quickly closed the feed, showing the hero students, and switched back to the main plaza, where the most villains were congregated, along with the heroes. La Brava gasped at the sight, and Phoenix could feel the thud, as the blonde girl next to him collapsed to her knees at the ghastly sight. 13th's suit was ripped open, clearly they had their quirk turned against them. A number of Hero Corps students are protecting their still form. But the worst off is by far the Erasure hero. The man surrounded by the fallen form of villains, dozens all knocked out around him, but it's no use. The monstrous beast that the leader had, Nomu, it was on top of the man, holding one arm, twisted at an odd angle, the other holding the Erasure hero's face up, as the hand BSRD speaks mockingly to him, gesturing wildly and grinning like he's won. Phoenix will happily prove him wrong. Stendhal spoke up, growling out in a tone laced with steel and venom. Phoenix, Spinner, you're with me. Gentle, compress guard La Brava, they'll figure out that signal is escaping soon, and nobody can be allowed in to stop the distress signals. Himiko? I can't have you coming with us. Himiko bristled and growled right back at the Vigilante. The F? Do you mean I can't come with you? That's my father. I have to help him. Stendhal stood his ground and shook his head. I understand, kid, trust me I do. But our foes down there are too great for you right now. And anyways, I need you to protect La Brava too. As long as that distress signal is active, the more likely heavy hitters like All Might will come to help us. The girl stood firm, still frowning furiously, and the Vigilante took a softer tone, reaching out from a pocket behind him and pulling out a long knife. Handing it to the girl. Trust me when I say this, Himiko Toga. There's no one in this world who appreciates true heroes more than I do. And Eraserhead is a true hero. I do everything in my power to defend and protect him. Can you do me the favor of returning that kindness, and defending La Brava in return? Toga looked at Stendhal, and then at the knife, then back at the feed and La Brava and Gentle, who were still sitting at the console, waiting to see how this ended. The girl sighed, and took the knife out of the Vigilante's hands. I hope you know I'm not giving this knife back. The Vigilante chuckled before standing up straight, and looking at Phoenix and Spinner. I hope you two are prepared, this isn't going to be pleasant. Seeing neither of them back down, Stendhal adopted a grin. Well, let's show them that the underground doesn't appreciate it when you mess with their own. Nezu is plenty of things, a hero, a genius, a chimera made up of an unknown combination of animals, but being the principal of UA High has always been his most important title, his most treasured. Many heroes have walked these hallowed halls, and not just the ones who wear tights. Doctors, scientists, the next generation of world shakers are made to thrive here, and that's a fact that Nezu prides himself in. Another fact that he prides in is the fact that UA is one of the safest places in all of Japan for his students to learn and grow into themselves. So, to say that the distress signal that suddenly interrupted his morning tea and conversation with Yagi Toshinori, Japan's symbol of peace, All Might, it raised all sorts of alarms in the chimera's fast-paced mind. Nezu? What is that? What's going on? Toshinori looked left from right, alarms and blaring red lights overhead, indicating an emergency. It seems we have an emergency, All Might. This is a distress signal from the USJ. Eraserhead scheduled a lesson with 13 there for his class, the class that your successor is a part of. Something has gone terribly wrong, even as he's typing away at blistering speed, messaging the rest of the teachers and ordering an all-hands-on-deck operation towards the USJ, as well as organizing the local hero agencies closest to UA. The symbol of peace swore in English. Before nodding, I was supposed to be there. I ran into villains, so I lost too much time. If I just went straight to school. Nezu didn't even look up. Now is not the time to dwell on the past, Toshinori. Go, we have no idea how long the USJ has been compromised. The more time we chit-chat, the more likely our students and coworkers are hurt. All Might stood up, making for the door. Of course, I'll meet with the rest of the teachers. If there's villains, and if they harmed my students, they'll regret it. And he was out the door, marching to meet his fellow teachers. Nezu can certainly agree with that sentiment. Many see Nezu as sadistic, or even misanthropic at times, but that's certainly not the case. Nezu admires humanity. He admires humanity's strength, especially in the face of adversity, and while it can't be said that the chimera doesn't hold grudges, particularly against those who've wronged him, Nezu will always deny hating humanity. But Nezu will also never deny that he doesn't have a favorite type of human. He's always been fond of children, especially his students. The chimera would do anything to protect them, and if it truly was villains, and they harmed his students, well, they'll regret it. Out of all the things Tamura would have thought this attack would be like, he never expected it to be so boring. Don't be fooled, Tamura Shigaraki didn't expect the heroes to go guns blazing, and for it to be a war of epic proportions between the forces of good and evil, but, so far, the leader of the League of Villains is disappointed. Eraserhead was cool, though. Tamura selected 25 specific goons to pounce and disable Eraserhead as soon as possible, and the man outdid himself and defeated all of them. Tamura needed to have Nomu restrain the underground hero. Maybe after this he can get an autograph? He doesn't look like the type to give them out. Wouldn't hurt to ask though. Figuratively speaking, an autograph is out of the question, right? The eraser hero looked up from the pool of blood he was lying in, eyes obscured by his hair and the mask of crimson his face has overall became, but Tamura can still feel the glaring rage of erasure working its charm. So cool. I mean really, we're not here for you, Eraser, or for 13, or the kids, in all honesty dash. He glanced back towards 13 and the students huddled around them that were left on the stairs, Kurogiri dutifully guarding them to prevent them from escaping. It's hard to tell if the space hero is breathing with that suit, but Tamura isn't worried. If they can't handle their own quirk, then that just proves that they're too weak to be playing this game, right? Really, all I'm here for is All Might. Tamura spits the name out like it's trash, briefly feeling rage when thinking of the symbol of peace, and then glee at imagining him dead. Speaking of that BSE, where is he, anyways? They've had the USJ for a while now. Someone should have noticed by now, right? Maybe UA isn't as competent as he figured? The villain is distracted from his musings by a sudden drop in temperature. He can barely think before he's thrown to the side by the Nomu, and a massive glacier separates him from the Erasure hero. Kurogyari is next to him in seconds, composed as ever. Tamura Shigaraki, are you alright? Tamura snarled at the sentient Nomu, teeth bared. I'm fine, Kurogyari, you idiot. The children, we can't let them escape. Of course Tamura dash. A knife was thrown, inches away from Tamura's nose. The villain scrambled to his feet, as Kurogyari too looked back and forth, expecting another student to attack them. Trust me, villains, those students are the least of your worries. Out from the shadows walked two men, both wielding katanas. One man was shorter, and had a lizard mutation, holding a single blade in his hand. The other was taller, and had no visible quirk. Well, unless you count him lacking a nose, quirky, he wielded two blades in his hands. Both of them wore body armor of some sort. The lizard mutation had a white mask over his eyes, and the noseless man had a blood-red mask over his eyes. The killing intent was palpable. Stendhal Spinner? What the F is the underground doing here? How did you break into my raid, you FING cheaters? Spinner growled right back at Tamura, taking a fighting stance. Does that really matter, you ugly F-? We're here to cut you down to size. Tamura flicked his eyes towards Kurogyari, frowning deeply. If the underground is here, that must mean that their hacker friends got into the control room. Reinforcements can't be allowed to arrive. Kurogyari, fortify the control dash. Whatever he was about to say next was swallowed up by the harsh roar of flames. Tamura barely had time to dodge the deadly azure blaze. Kurogyari was not so lucky. The sentient Nomu roared in pain, as his back was showered in flame. Phoenix, Ashen Vigilante, leisurely walked up from behind them, and placed a scarred hand on the warper's glowing hot metal brace. Now, I don't know about you, bud, but I'm pretty sure this brace is important. We wouldn't want it to melt, now would we? Tamura could only look back and forth, between the gigantic glacier that's frozen his all-might killer, and Kurogyari, who's at the mercy of Phoenix. His plan has taken an immediate swan dive straight to hell. He can feel his neck beginning to itch as his blood begins to boil. But killing always calms him down, so with a roar, he charges at the two swordsmen, who meets him in turn. As soon as the ice engulfed the Nomu, Izuku, Tsuyu, and Shiro both blitzed forward, Izuku scooping up the barely conscious form of Aizawa, while Tsuyu and Shiro carried Yorizozu and Jairu forward towards the rest of the students. Mina, Sato, Tenya, Kodai, Tokoyami, a number of students were gathered around 13. The quarter of Izuku, Jairu, Todoroki and Tsuyu met up with the group of Kaminari, Shiro, Ojiro, Momo and Shinsou. The biggest surprise of that being the sight of Shinsou wielding a sword so expertly that really could only mean one thing. Which made Izuku a bit giddy. With questions for the boy. How did the vigilante amethyst manage to get into, of all places? Questions for later. Immediately, Tenya approached Izuku and Momo, who was just gathering her wits from the bumpy ride. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu. What's going on? Izuku set down Aizawa gingerly, next to the rescue hero. Slowly taking off his gloves. Well, besides the obvious? We've come up with a plan. Their leader and warper have obviously been separated from us by Todoroki, Shinsou, Ojiro and Kaminari will dispatch any stragglers downstairs. Momo, I need you to make medical supplies to try and stabilize these two until reinforcements arrive. The boy gentle laid a hand on Aizawa's forehead. To the rest of his classmates, it'd look like he was wiping some of the blood off his teacher's forehead, but what he was actually doing was gingerly taking, duplicating, and then returning erasure to the underground hero. He stood up straight, looking at Tenya in the eye. Tenya, normally, with the warper preoccupied, I'd have you go and warn our teachers, but there's a signal escaping the building. Everyone, check your phones. Like clockwork, everyone checked, and saw that their phones were no longer jammed. Along with an alert from UA, The school was under lockdown. Exactly, we have reinforcements coming soon, along with help from a third party, thank Christ for that. So, I'm gonna need you all to continue what you're doing, guard our teachers, until actual backup can arrive, okay? Momo, who was still making supplies, looked away for a moment and caught Izuku's eye. You're not gonna stay with us? Isn't guarding the teachers the highest priority right now? Izuku grinned, and right on cue, a roar emanated deep from within Todoroki's glacier, as the entire structure began to crack from within. Nope, their monster won't be kept contained for long, and I'm the only one strong enough to stop it right now. Jairu looked alarmed, and shook her head rapidly. What the F are you thinking, Greenie? That thing is insane. You can't fight it alone. The glacier cracked again, and the entire group looked at it, before they all looked back at Izuku. I really have to. If it gets freed, it'll turn the tides in the fight. I need to take it out. One final crack sealed the deal, and Izuku shot off before they could argue with him. Protect our teachers. Before they could argue, Izuku blitzed forward, flying towards the glacier, right as the Nomu emerged, roaring in anger. Izuku knew that the beast was designed to kill All Might himself. It had 3 separate strength and speed quirks, all compounding on each other to match the symbol of peace in both strength and speed, as well as the incredible combination of super regeneration and shock absorption. It should never be said that Dr. Garaki didn't know what he was doing. Izuku currently had a good handle on 30% of the quirk, constant training after school with the quirk, fighting rejected Nomus, along with meditating with the quirk active, allowed the 9th user to boost himself up so quickly, but the more he trains with the quirk, the slower the progress is. Izuku isn't even sure he'll have mastered it completely on his own by the time he graduates. He certainly knows that 30% wouldn't normally be enough to beat a high-end Nomu. But Izuku isn't fighting with just 30% of OFA, he's fighting with 30% of OFA and a combination of strength, speed and durability quirks, along with one final quirk that he technically wasn't supposed to use until he'd mastered OFA at around 40 to 45%. One called Overclock. I know you're strong, big guy, but let's see if you can keep up. Izuku could feel time slow down around him as the battlefield slowed to a crawl. Ice shards the size of volleyballs floated past him, like they were under the effect of zero gravity. And at the center was the Nomu. Slowly, ever so slowly it was emerging. Like a butterfly escaping its frozen chrysalis, Dr. Garaki doesn't F around when he really wants to make a Nomu strong. Even still, Izuku floated up towards the Nomu, watching it sluggishly move and destroy the glacier it was trapped in, before looking down at his own hands and whistling. I was expecting Overclock to even this fight, not slant it so one-sidedly, but I'm not complaining, I'm getting tired of this tantrum Tamura's been throwing. And Izuku launched a 30% powered one for all punch, directly to the Nomu's head. The effects were immediate. The beast's shock absorption was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer speed his fist was traveling at, and the Nomu began to fly backwards, still in slow motion to Izuku. The green-haired boy could only grin. He refused to let up the pressure, blasting through the glacier. Fast enough to instantly melt parts of the glacier and turn it into steam, he flew like a bullet with the Nomu in tow, slamming it down into the ruins zone. The boy landed gently, as the Nomu crashed through dilapidated buildings. Deactivating Overclock for a moment, there's a reason he's not supposed to use that quirk yet. Moving that fast hurts. His body isn't ready for that kind of acceleration just yet, especially without shock absorption or super regeneration. The beast climbed out of the rubble it was knocked into, moving much quicker to Izuku now that he wasn't actively moving faster than most people can process information. Most Nomu will follow both Tamura and Ai's commands. Let's see if that's the same with this one. Yes? Nomu. Heal. And just like that, the man-made monster stopped all its movements. Standing on top of the ruins of a building. Izuku's grin only grew larger. Alrighty then, perfect. Now, Nomu, fight me. Quick as a bullet, the beast shrieked, and suddenly flew towards Izuku, eager to follow his commands. Izuku quickly activated Overclock, causing the world to slow again. The greenette floated a step or two left of where he was standing, and upon deactivating Overclock, causing the beast to whiff entirely and crash into a storefront. But it wasn't done yet, its assault was relentless. Without overclock, this fight would be extraordinarily difficult. The monsters simply couldn't get tired. Could fight and fight and fight until ordered otherwise. But Izuku has overclock. Time and time again, the boy used the quirk to dodge punches, tackles, chunks of rubble thrown at him. Ducking under a haymaker, Izuku let loose another 30% punch with overclock, sending the beast flying. He flew like a bullet towards the Nomu, but suddenly realized an issue. There were students down there. So that's where Kaken ended up. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Uraraka looked up towards him as the boy flew down towards the group of three, right as the Nomu impacted another building, leaving a massive crater in the already shaky building. Hey there, guys. Sorry about that. Me and Handfucker's enforcer have been brawling for a bit. We just so happened to land here. Kirishima extended a hand for a high five, which Izuku quickly accepted and grinned at the boy. Hey there, Midoriya bro. We were just leaving. There's no more villains. Well, besides the one you're fighting. You must be seriously strong. That thing looks tough. Izuku only shrugged and smiled at the red-haired boy. It's fast, I'm faster. Kaken caught his eye, his scowl only growing deeper. How's the situation with the rest of the class? Izuku grew serious, standing up straight. Student-wise? We're good. We've pushed back the villains and have unexpected help. Some vigilantes snuck in and are currently fighting off the leader. They also took over the control room, and backup is coming. Uraraka crossed her arms, holding herself. Izuku noticed that all three of them were scuffed, bruised. 3 hero students versus God knows how many villains had to be a pitched fight, no matter how skilled the students were. It said Izuku off just a little bit more, which has been a constant theme for this entire trip and this entire plan that Tamura came up with. She looked back towards where Izuku and the Nomu came hurtling from, frowning as well. You said, student-wise, as in our teachers are a different story? Izuku sighed, shaking his head, causing the three in front of him to tense. Momo is doing the best she can right now, but 13 had their quirk used against them, and Aizawa? He got manhandled by that thing. Izuku jerked a thumb towards the building, even as the Nomu roared from within it, causing the students to enter a fighting stance. Izuku stood in front of them and threw a glance over his shoulder. As much as I wish I could fight with you guys, this thing is too strong and fast for the rest of you. I can keep up with it. Go towards the central plaza. The rest of our class are situated on the stairs. If heroes aren't there yet, you guys need to help defend our teachers. Kaken only scowled harder, growling at the green-haired boy. If you think I'm gonna let you dash. The Nomu suddenly exploded out of the building it was launched into, jumping straight for Izuku. The boy shot forward to meet it, even as Bakugo cursed him out more, only being held back from joining him by Kirishima. Izuku shot off like a rocket, immediately tackling the Nomu out of the air, slamming it back into the building it came from, before flying up through the building, crashing into every floor, until they both emerged from the ceiling. Izuku kicked the Nomu even higher still into the air, before flying up and grabbing its arm, and flinging it back towards the way they came. Izuku could only laugh, louder and louder, as the anti-symbol of peace failed to even touch him. If this DMN thing can't even land a hit on him, then this plan truly failed to begin with, 'cause it wouldn't have stood a chance against All Might. And, as much as the boy could ragdoll this demon monster, it's about time he finished his plate. Come on, you ugly fucker. Let's end this. As fast as he could, the symbol of peace was running towards the UFA. He didn't have much time, and there were a lot of other heroes here. Whoever made this distress signal, they alerted the entire hero community. From the entire UA staff, to Team Ida 10 and the number 2 hero, Endeavor, who was scowling behind him, flames roaring as he flew towards the massive dome structure. They have no idea what the situation looked like, how many villains were left, if there were casualties. Toshinori wouldn't be able to live with himself if his successor was hurt or worse, or if any of his students were harmed. It worried and enraged the number 1 hero in ways he didn't even believe possible. If any of those villains hurt his students, Toshinori might not be able to contain his rage. They stopped right at the outdoor steps of the USJ, rescue heroes and paramedics alike quickly setting up emergency aid stations, as combat heroes of all shapes and sizes lined the stairs, ready to charge. All Might noted how some of them, like Ingenium and Endeavor, had children who were in this building right now. All Might stepped up and looked at the crowd, before shouting for all of them to hear. My fellow heroes. In this very building is the future of heroics. Right now, they're trapped fighting for their lives against the forces of evil. And it is our job to save them. Not just because it's our duty as heroes, as teachers. Snipe reloaded his guns as Midnight took out her whip, one hand on her sleeve, and Present Mike adjusted the speakers on his neck. Or as family, Enji scowled even deeper, his fire only burning hotter. Tensei Ida hopped in place and entered a running stance. But because it's our duty as the protectors of Japan to ensure that evil will always be kept at bay. That the light will never succumb to darkness. Who's with me? The crowd of heroes before him roared, and he pointed one large finger toward the doors. Then, let's save our future. And the heroes charged up the stairs, exploding into the USJ, and what they saw shook those very same heroes to their cores. That Ifengibestidi, he just left us. Who does he think he is? The trio of Bakugo, Kirishima, and Uraraka journeyed out of the dilapidated sector of the USJ known as the Ruins Zone, meant to simulate a urban city block filled with damaged buildings. Uraraka doesn't know if the battle raging between Izuku and that thing that the villains brought with them could destroy this particular sector of the USJ any worse than it already was. Bakugo, I really don't think that's a good idea. You saw how strong it was. Izuku was waylaying it, and it just kept on coming. Bakugo gave the red-haired teen next to him the stink eye. To Kirishima's credit, he didn't falter. You saying I'm weak shitty hair? Kirishima shook his head, looking behind his shoulder to make sure that nobody was following them. Obviously not, Baku bro. What I'm saying is that freaky thing is on another level, and only Izuku's specific quirk is strong enough to combat it. Bakugo growled, but it stopped the argument. Uraraka shook her head, before a distant boom was heard, shaking the ground beneath them. The trio continued slightly faster. Uraraka looked at the marching form of Bakugo, his hero uniform scuffed, his shoulder pads were missing, and his gauntlets were dented and bloody. The blonde bomber wasn't against bludgeoning villains with them. You and Midori, you grew up together, right? Uraraka started, before looking back at the battle they were escaping from. Izuku and the monster he was engaged with were merely tiny dots in the sky. Was he always this intense? Bakugo huffed, pace not letting up. You want me and Izuku's backstory around cheeks? Well, there's not much to tell you. He was functionally quirkless for most of our lives, and I spent most of our time fighting butt wipes who thought it was fun to try and pick on him. He only developed his quirk once he seriously started putting on muscle, and when he did we needed to find the DMN nerd a personal trainer with a quirk like his, so he wouldn't F up his everything. Kirishima nodded in respect, eyes shining. That's super manly, bro. Protecting Midori like that. And he mentioned how his quirk can damage him if he uses too much of it, but he's got a lot of it under his control. I don't know how I would have handled a quirk like that. Bakugo snorted. It's the first time Uraraka has seen the boy wear such a fond smile, even if it disappeared as quickly as it came. First off, I wasn't protecting Izuku. I was protecting the butt wipes. Midori gets mean when he doesn't like you. He fights to hurt you, not just to win. Another boom echoed across the UFA, and a distant shriek of pain, coming from the creature. Bakugo only nodded his head, like this type of mayhem is exactly what he expected. See? Never get on Izuku's bad side. And that's not even the biggest reason why. Uraraka had a feeling she knew what Bakugo was hinting at, but Kirishima pushed on. What do you mean? What other reason should we not get on Midoriya's bad side? Besides the fact he's such a cool guy. Bakugo looks back at Kirishima, meeting his eyes. Bakugo's eyes are dead serious. Borderline intense. 15 wa. 15 notebooks. 40 pages in each notebook. And each page is a different hero, or classmate, or neighbor. You probably have your own page in N.15, Kirishima. Kirishima's eyes widened. He still didn't understand, but Uraraka did, and it made her grin wildly. Bakugo jerked a thumb back at her, even as she met his eyes. He nodded, a small smile forming on his own face. He calls them hero analysis journals for the future. They're the holy grail on quirk analysis. If you want to go to someone to break down exactly how your quirk works, how to improve it, and use it in new ways, it's Izuku. I've been using tips he's offered me for years. I'd be nowhere near as skilled with Expulsion as I am now. He's basically a quirk savant. If there's anyone in the world who can turn a quirk that breaks his bones when he activates it, into a quirk that could turn him into a top pro hero, it's Izuku Midoriya. The three of them look back at the ruined zone, its name becoming more and more appropriate as the battle rages on. They can't see the two of them, Izuku and the monster he's battling. But they can still hear it. Earth-shattering crashes, and roars and shrieks of pain. And if they listen closely, beneath it all, they can hear laughter. Laughter like a day at the park, like whoever's deep in that battlefield isn't fighting for his life, but is instead having the time of his life. Kirishima audibly gulped next to her. That's the manliest and scariest thing ever. Bakugo only snorted again, before continuing to walk back down towards their classmates. That's just Izuku for you. Come on, those assholes need us to help them protect the hobo we call a teacher. If there's one thing this demon brat is, he's slippery. The villain killer Stendhal, Kaizomi Akaguro, was having a rough time fighting him. One cut was all he, or even his partner's spinner, Shuchi Iguchi, needed. Then Stendhal could simply lick the blade, and his deadly paralysis quirk would take effect, freezing the rabid villain's entire body, allowing for either of the two to go for the killing blow. But besides the fact that they can't land a hit, even if they did, the BSTRD would lash out and touch their blades, quickly disintegrating them. Stain is down a sword and 5 knives. Spinner lost a similarly large amount of their roster. Both the Vigilantes are both down to 1, both of them panting heavily. The villain is equally as exhausted, panting and gasping like a wounded tiger, growling and frothing at the mouth. Decorated with countless cuts and stabs, all Stendhal needs is one lick and it's over. It doesn't help that their heavy hitter, Phoenix, is busy containing the warper. Stendhal isn't the biggest fan of way fire can cauterize the wounds. He'd rather leave bleeding, but at this point, he just wants this fucker to die. You NPCs weren't supposed to show up to this level. Someone's using cheat codes, damn it, this was All Might's boss level. Stendhal snarled at the man-child, who snarled right back, 2 pairs of red eyes meeting each other. One pair, rabid and desperate, on the verge of mania. The other, cold and calculating, but similarly frothing with rage. You're nothing next to All Might, scum. Just a brat who wanted to take his anger out on kids he thought couldn't defend themselves. Well, newsflash, a-hole, those kids hooped your army's butt. Spinner goaded the villain on, grinning wildly, holding his blade steadier. Mocking the enemy into making a mistake is a common trick of his. And you're just as weak as them, you've not even touched us. The villain growled some more, breathing beginning to heavy. Stendhal could feel the boy's killing intent begin to grow more intense. The fact alone the boy could harness an ability like that almost gave the vigilante pause. Stendhal doesn't know many others besides himself who could use their killing intent to such an extent. It proves that this boy is either skilled or insane. Possibly both. These were nothing. Mobs meant to distract the hero brats. I have an army of monsters and weapons at my disposal that I could have used to crush all of Japan. But no, I simply brought one that can kill All Might himself. Spinner laughed darkly at the villain's mania. Stendhal merely clicked his tongue, causing the rabid villain to glare at him. What are you tooting at, you ugly beefy? You think you're better than me? None of you are. You're nothing but NPCs who cheated their way into my demon boss fight. Stendhal merely shook his head before speaking, calm and evenly, words laced with steel. What is your name, boy? The villain tilted his head, confusion peeking over his blind rage for a moment. Of all the times you feel the need to get an introduction card, it's now? What else will you want? Might tragic backstory, I figured we were past that by now. No, I want your name, boy. The villain snarled again, before relenting. Tamura Shigaraki. Stendhal tightened his stance, even as he breathed out, his glare hardened, meeting the villain's eyes again. Tamura Shigaraki, you are a stain on this world. A plague. I do not know the cause for your hatred of All Might, but know now that it doesn't matter. Your brazen attack on UA has proved that you are a monster lacking in morality, if you believed the best way to attack All Might was through his students. The depths of your depravity have no ends. And I will cleanse the world of your filth on this day. The villain, now named Shigaraki, growled, glaring at the two vigilantes. So that's the type of character you are, huh? The preacher. You think you're better than me. Better than everyone, better than every other misfit that hero society has mistreated. What made you judge, jury, and executioner? What right do you have to call me a blight when you're no better? You just paint your violence a pretty color. At least I don't pretend to be what I'm not, and what I never could have been. I don't pretend to be a hero like you do. Both parties charged at each other. Spinner went low, sliding and slicing with his blade, where Stendhal went to decapitate the madman. Tamura somehow dodged both blows, jumping between their blades. The vigilante duo had to JRK to the side to avoid the villain's lashing hands, dead set on disintegrating them with just one touch. Their deadly dance continued, both Spinner and Stendhal desperate for any type of hit to land, but Tamura has proven himself to be slippery, dodging each and every blow, and the two of them have to be extra careful to make sure that neither them or their blades get disintegrated. Neither vigilante would like to fight this type of villain unarmed. The trio only stopped upon hearing a loud whistling sound coming from the other side of the UE. Guys? Do you hear dash? Boom. That was all Phoenix could manage to say, looking away from his captive for a moment, before a massive crash rocked the villains and vigilantes respectively. Something was thrown into the glacier separating the combatants and the students. The bioweapon the villains brought along with them, the thing Shigaraki called Nomu, stood up from the crater it left, roaring and panting, exhausted. Stendhal shot a look at the villain, seeing his face morph from an ugly scowl to a massive grin. Before he could shout orders to the beast, possibly to ask for help, someone flew into the scene, fast as a bullet, before stopping on a dime. The figure was a boy, floating above them all to glare at the Noma head-on. Whoever he was, he must have been a student. He was wearing a costume, green and white, with a cloak and a hood, with equally green hair. His costume was scuffed, his white gauntlets were stained with blood. And he looked bruised, but he had a dangerous grin on his face. The type of grin you only get when you're hopped up on adrenaline. Sorry to interrupt you guys, thanks by the way for keeping this a-hole busy. I honestly had no plan to deal with him, so thank you for keeping him occupied. Now if you don't mind me, I'm gonna kill this ugly sob. And with that, the boy reared back and flew directly into the bioweapon. It screeched at him and jumped to intercept. They both crashed into the glacier, seemingly going out the other end. The vibrations of the massive meeting of power caused vibrations throughout the entire area, knocking the three combatants onto their buttes. But it did more than that. Tamura Shigaraki, our mission has failed. Any moment now the Nomu will fall. We must retreat. The Warper. He slipped out of Phoenix's grip when they were all distracted. He appeared by Shigaraki's side instantly. The villain gave him a wild look, desperate and angry. No. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. We need to stop him. Kurogyri don't dash. Phoenix. Light them up. Stendhal and Spinner jumped backwards, as Phoenix let loose a massive blast of blue flames, intent to destroy both Shigaraki and the Warper. After a solid minute, the flame user ceased, clutching a smoking arm to his chest. But it was to no avail. There were no charred corpses. No evidence that the pair of villains were even there. Stendhal released a breath he didn't know he was holding, shoulders slumping, exhausted from the fight. He sheathed his blade across his back, before looking at his companions. The Warper was right, that boy will defeat their bioweapon shortly. We need to collect Gentle, La Brava, and Compress, and exit ASAP. Spinner sheathed his blade too, looking equally as exhausted as his partner. What about Shigaraki then? And the Warper? We can't let loose ends like that. Stendhal shook his head, quickly walking back towards where they came. When I told Shigaraki that I would cleanse the world of his filth, I meant it, Spinner. That's not the type of promise you don't keep, but for now, I'd rather not get arrested during the fallout of this. Izuku carved a hole through the glacier itself, slamming the Nomu through the fountain decorating the plaza of the USJ, sending ceramic and stone flying. Still, the beast rose to its feet again. Growling and gasping for air, by now Izuku hasn't needed to use overclock to fight the Nomu, dodging its attacks with ease. Its shock absorption is well beyond its limits, as well. Midoriya's attacks are damaging it without being thrown at supersonic speeds. Which is honestly a good thing. Overclock is a dangerous quirk. Traveling at that speed hurts the user if they're not built for it. The Nomu might not have hit him yet, but Izuku is still feeling plenty sore. The green-haired boy dodges heavy haymakers, massive fists swinging wildly, as the boy directs the monster just a little bit further away from the stairs. Come on, you ugly sob, we're almost at the finish line. Izuku knew the DMN thing couldn't understand his goading, but it worked all the same. It kept on attacking wildly, and Izuku kept dodging, until he suddenly twirled around and kicked the giant's knee out from under him, sending the monster down to one knee. Before quickly smashing the other, knocking it down to both knees with a pained groan. Izuku quickly climbed on top of the beast, one hand grabbing the side of its beak. His left arm held high, arm outstretched, hand curled in a fist. Izuku knew that doing this normally wouldn't be good for him, but he'd rather be safe than sorry. 100% of one for all charged up into his fist, his gauntlet and sleeve ripping apart from the energy building in the limb. Let's show this monster what plus ultra really means. Detroit, smash. And with that final war cry, Izuku punched straight down into the monster's exposed brain. He could feel his arm shattering as he crushed the monster's brain. Izuku could feel the grouping of quirks that were keeping the monster alive with all for one. He grabbed onto them, and as he ripped his arm out from its brain, he ripped the quirks out along with them, causing the Nomu to let out one final horrifying screech before it fell forward, dead. Izuku rolled forward, off of it with the momentum, landing in a crouch before Tanding, left arm, bruised, broken, purple and bloody, held high in victory. He looked up to see the shocked faces of his class, huddled around his teachers, and All Might, and the largest group of pro-heroes he thinks he's seen outside of the television screen. Izuku falls to one knee, before slowly cradling his broken arm to his chest, actively refusing to turn on his newly acquired super regeneration. That you guys are late. And then Izuku passed out. After that disturbing display from the green-haired boy, All Might quickly scooped him up in his arms and whisked away his class towards the paramedics. Each and every one of them looked banged up in some way. They fought for their lives in this very structure, didn't they? Even after such an event, Enji Todoroki's son didn't even acknowledge him. The number 2 hero was making his way slowly through the USJ, admiring his son's work. His ice is all but perfected. These types of structures are well beyond anything I could have even imagined. Present Mike looked at him, as the rest of the pro-heroes surveyed the wreckage, arresting villains, looking for evidence. Your son's certainly strong, Endeavor. He was a key part in saving Aizawa. In saving Aizawa. Endeavor noticed the slip in tongue, but didn't acknowledge it. He noticed the way Yamada clutched Eraserhead's signature goggles, bloodied and broken, like the man himself. If there's anyone here who's allowed to be weak, right now, it's Present Mike. Tensei Ida, the pro-hero Ingenium, raced over from the other side of the gigantic ice structure, waving towards Endeavor. Hey, Todoroki. Come here for a sec, there's some fire I want you to look at. That caused Enji pause. Shudo was steadfast in holding his fire back, refusing to even discuss using it. Did this event change his mind? He and Present Mike hurried towards the other side of the glacier, where the villains were kept at bay, and the sight that Enji found froze the Hellflame user to his core. Tensei walked over and stood next to him, looking at his face carefully. So, was this fire caused by your son? I've seen a couple flame users before, Enji, but not many of them burn blue. Blue flame, liking at the ground, casting beautiful shadows on the hulking ice structure in front of it. Blue flames the number 2 hero never thought he'd see again. No Shudo couldn't have caused these. Tensei clicked his tongue and shook his head before walking away with present mic in tow. Ding, another mystery we gotta solve, then. Enji didn't join them, he only watched the flames dance, seeing the face of a young boy in them, asking him if he could be a hero. Oh Ray, what have I done? Izuku comes to consciousness to the familiar sound of a group discussing something, loudly. The green-haired boy was expecting another meeting with the past users of One for All sooner or later, but he was hoping it wouldn't be so soon after the USJ debacle, but he got the short end of the stick with this one. The kid handled himself expertly, he was in a shit situation that he couldn't control, and he saved his fellow classmates, all while hurting himself. That overclock quirk looked like it wasn't pleasant. He's an accessory. He knew it was going to occur, and had every moment to stop it, but he didn't. And look what happened. His teachers got maimed, and his classmates are scarred for life. For every action has a reaction, boss. The kid could have stopped it, but that Shigaraki BSRD is a loose cannon. He would have thought of something worse, and plus he'd be set off at 9 for stopping his original plan. The kid did the best with what he had available to him. 3 You were there during the early years with me. How can you even think of defending that BSRD? 'Cause he's not him, too. He's a kid. He can't help who his father is. Izuku stood up slowly and whistled at the crowd, gaining their attention. They stopped their conversation to look at him. 2 was still watching him wearily. Well, all of them seemed on edge after that sheet show, but so was he, to be fair. He grinned mirthlessly, shrugging his shoulders. Good news? That could have gone worse. 2 growled at the boy, arms folded. Your brother attacked a high school class with a bioengineered monster, an army of thugs and perverts, and your teachers barely survived. How could it have gone worse? Izuku grimaced. Tamura's army also hit a nerve with him. Clearly he went for quantity instead of quality. Well, it's been a long 200 years since you were kicking too. Healing quirks can fix them up quicker than you'd realize. And, trust me, I'm just as sad about that army as you are. But my class handled them evenly, and we had help from those vigilantes. I think I've heard of that group before, the underground, they call themselves. So, overall it was cleaner than it could have been. Daigoro Banjo, former Pro Hero Lariat, and the 5th user of One for All, cleared his throat, and Izuku caught his eye. Much as I hate to agree with 2 on this, kid, he's got a point. While that went cleaner than it could have been, a mess is a mess. You need to do something about that Shigaraki kid, and, at the very least, talk to us about the overall plan you and All for One have. It's the least you owe us. Izuku looked at the group of past users wearily, scanning their faces, before nodding his head. Yo, I was gonna do something about Tamura anyways, but before I talk to you about my overall goal, there's something I need to talk to you guys about. Talk to you about Shimura, ma'am. Nana was mostly quiet, sitting near Uncle Yoichi. She looked at Izuku, puzzled. What do you need to tell me, kiddo? Izuku sighed, looking Nana Shimura dead in the eye. Before I tell you, I just need you to know, Nana, I'm so sorry. That alarmed the raven-haired woman slightly, and the rest of the past users. Unease rippled through them. Izuku, what did your father do? Izuku smiled, mirthlessly, not able to meet their eyes anymore. My father did nothing except adopt a boy who needed help, and then fed into all of his worst impulses, until he grew into a monster. Someone desperate for approval, who's not against using violence to get his way. Uncle Yoichi spoke. His tone was strange. Izuku didn't recognize the emotion. Hisashi adopted Tamura? Izuku nodded, still staring at the inky space below him, refusing to meet their eyes. This was a couple years before I was born. Tamura was his quirk appeared, and it was messy. He killed his entire family. Izuku heard Banjo curse softly. Under his breath, the rest of the crowd was deathly silent. Tamura's family wasn't kind. Or well, his father wasn't. His father hated heroes, with a passion, and he'd physically assault his children when they talked about them. It's this type of abuse that led to his own death, when Tamura's quirk awakened, and destroyed him and his entire home. Izuku took a deep breath, stealing himself before spitting it out. His father was your son, Nana. Tamura's real name is Tenko Shimura. Izuku didn't dare look up to see her face, but he could hear the 7th user of One for All fall to her knees, and the rest of the users rush to comfort her. Izuku could feel himself starting to tear up, and blinked furiously, trying to make them stop. Izuku couldn't stop speaking even if he wanted to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this happened. I'm sorry that I couldn't help Tamura. I'm sorry I couldn't stop my father. I'm sorry for taking this power. I just wanted this fighting to stop. I'm so sorry, Nana dash. Izuku stopped when he felt hands cup his cheeks. Nana Shimura kneeled in front of him, eye to eye. She was a mess, tears falling from her face freely. She looked just like him, probably. No. Don't you even think of apologizing, Izuku. You had no say in any of this, and your father already worked his hooks into Tamura, and by the time you were aware of what was happening, there was nothing you could have done. I could never blame you for that. I certainly can't blame you for. Izuku could see the 7th user swallow down a sob, blinking and shaking her head. For what happened to my son? You weren't even born yet. And you said it yourself, you only took this power because you only wanted to help. I could never blame you for that, kiddo. Uncle Yoichi spoke up, a couple feet back, looking Izuku directly in the eye. The more Izuku looks at the man, the more Izuku can see the similarities between himself and the first. They have the same freckles and the same eyes. At this point, nephew, we're not asking what your plan is because we're wary, your spirit is true, you have the soul of a hero. We simply believe we have the right to know what you're getting yourself into, so we can help. And we are weary of your father, to an extent. We need to know he's not tricking you, to some extent. Izuku looked his uncle in the eye, green meeting red. Before looking at Nana, green meeting gray. Izuku met the eyes of each and every one, the vestiges in the eye, searching for any type of anger or mistrust, trying to determine if what his uncle said was true. He found weariness, determination, sadness, especially in the eyes of Nana, but overall, no anger. So, they did trust him. The green-haired boy didn't think he deserved it, but he should honor it, nonetheless. The plan, truthfully, is that we're planning a funeral. The vestiges all looked at him strangely, and Izuku could only smile a small, sad smile. My father has been afraid of One for All, since I'd say, and Nana Shimura only proved his fears correct. Izuku looked back at Nana, who stood up on both her feet once Izuku started addressing the entirety of the vestiges, stared at the boy wide-eyed. It was an even fight, Nana. I don't know if you knew or if All Might knows, but it could have gone down either way. My dad he got lucky. Nana took another step back, a gasp escaping her mouth. Looking back at her fellow vestiges, they shared shocked looks amongst themselves, but Izuku could tell an unspoken conversation was passing between them, through their eyes alone. And well, if your fight was even, then All Might's was slanted. Izuku gave a look at the figure standing next to him, smoky, standing head and shoulders above the boy. Not quite there yet, but the figure was distinct. Dad had to fight dirty, besides going all out. He gave as good as he got, but it left him a shell. To put it quite plainly, All Might did kill All for One that day. What we really need, right about now, is for him to finish the job. Izuku looked back at the crowd of vestiges, silent, shocked. The entire plan was to arrange one final battle, between All Might and All for One. The League of Villains were gonna kidnap me, and the two would battle. All Might will win. He'll finish the evil that is All for One, and ride off into the sunset. While I'd quietly take the rest of my father's quirks, including the ones keeping him alive. Ending the conflict between All for One and One for All for good. Silence for a long moment, before Daigoro spoke up. That's pretty intense, kid. How do you know your dad ain't gonna just try to kill Yagi? Izuku grimaced, expecting this answer. He can't. The vestiges looked at him surprised, but Izuku merely raised an eyebrow. I said it before, One for All is simply too strong to fight. Plus my father's weakened immensely right now, even compared to how weak All Might is compared to his prime. All for One isn't the demon you all remember. All Might will claim victory, even if it's his final fight as a hero. Silence again before the second spoke up. So, if that was the plan, what's the plan now? The league's FED now with that showing at the USJ, how are you gonna move forward with finishing the BSTRD off? The rest of the vestiges glared at the blonde man, who only shrugged, unapologetic. Izuku chuckled, though, causing the entire group to stare at him. You know, Tu, you remind me of a friend, have I told you that yet? Tu stared at him, for a long moment, before smiling softly to himself too. I think I know who you're talking about. I can see the similarity, I'd think he's one of mine if. Izuku chuckled some more, before shaking his head, sobering up. Well, in truth, I have no clue what the plan is next, but that's a problem we'll get to later, yeah? Izuku could feel himself waking up, even as he addressed the rest of the vestiges one last time. I know I'm not exactly the successor you imagined would eventually see the last of Dad, but I promise, I've only ever intended to use one for all to help people, to be a hero. The last thing Izuku heard before he woke up fully was the sound of Uncle Yoichi's voice. We believe you, Izuku. Yagi Toshinori isn't a fan of hospitals. Not in the sense that he dislikes the concept of healthcare, but more so in the aspect that he's spent far too long in hospitals. In emergency rooms, in operating rooms, and in hallways arguing with close friends that he still has much to offer to the world, and that he can't retire just yet. No, Yagi Toshinori doesn't like hospitals at all. And this latest visit certainly isn't helping. And he's not even in the hospital bed this time. His successor, the boy he chose to give one for all to Midoriya Izuku was. And Yagi couldn't feel more guilty about that fact. Yagi was the #1 hero. Not just that, he was All Might, the symbol of peace. He should have been there, shouldn't have gotten caught up on his way to the school, shouldn't have been resting in the teacher's lounge, where instead he could have been protecting his students, his colleagues. He failed them all, each and every one of those shell-shocked kids who walked out of the USJ, not just Izuku. And Yagi swore to himself that he'll never do it again. The #1 hero was distracted from his bemusings by a groaning, instantly alert. He focused on his personal student, who was seemingly just now rousing from his slumber. Midoriya, my boy. The green-haired boy only groaned some more in response, stretching out, before slowly sitting up, eyes opening to reveal tired, emerald green eyes. All Might? Where am I? You're at the hospital, my boy, you've been out for a while. A full day, your mother should be back soon. Izuku tried to sit up, grimacing slightly, but Toshinori shut that down, gently pushing the boy down. No, Izuku, please. You really should rest. The green-haired boy shook his head, equally as gently pushing away the hands of the #1 hero. I'm fine, sir. I'm sore right now. I assume I owe Recovery Girl a thank you? Plus I have questions. All Might nodded, smiling slightly. She said to tell you to stop breaking your arms, or she'd smack you with her cane. Izuku snorted, rolling his eyes fondly. Well, that's fair. How long until Mom is back? I have a few questions. We need to have a rather important conversation. Is this room secure? Toshinori nodded, growing serious. Of course, my boy. The lead detective involved in the USJ incident is a man by the name of Naomasa Tsukachi. He's one of the few people I've entrusted with the secret of one for all. He's a brilliant man. Izuku breathed a bit easier at that, nodding his head. Would it be easier to have the conversation with this detective first? I'm pretty sure I can be discharged today, and plus I'd honestly not want my mentor to watch my mother fuss over me. Toshinori chuckled, before nodding his head and ruffling the green-haired boy's head, despite his protests. If you insist, my boy, I'll go fetch Detective Tsukachi right away. All Might stood up slowly, despite his aching joints complaining. Seeing Midoriya, so casual and serious, even after such an intense encounter with villainy, it both made the symbol of peace proud and saddened. Proud of his successor and how far he's come, and saddened that he wasn't there to protect them. He's the symbol of peace, damn it. His class should take priority, Izuku should take priority. He almost feels as foolish as when Night Eye would admonish him for jumping into the fray and endangering himself. He wonders how Mirai is doing, he hopes he's doing well. He finds the detective outside Midoriya's room, down the hall, nursing a rather large thermos. Drinking on the job? Detective, I expected better. The black-haired man only showed All Might a rather rude gesture, taking an even larger drink from the thermos in what was probably rebellion. Don't even try with me, mate. This has shitstorm bedazzled into it. All Might chuckled and sighed, patting the shorter man's shoulder. I know, old friend, but that's the hardest part about doing the right thing, it's never easy. The detective sighed even deeper into his coffee, before stretching and cracking his neck. I suppose you didn't come down here to commiserate with me. Your boy is up. All Might faintly blushed, scratching the back of his neck bashfully. He's not my boy, Naomasa. Tsukachi rolled his eyes, before walking with All Might towards Izuku's room. He's your successor, Toshi, that means he's your boy. Toshinori could only shrug sheepishly, his voice would probably stammer like young Izuku's if he spoke up in protest. He opened up the door for the detective and entered himself, closing the door quietly behind him. Hello, Midoriya, while I'd love for us to have met under better circumstances, my name is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, I've been one of your mentor's closest allies, I know about One for All. Izuku was sitting up straight when they entered the room, but sat up even straighter than before, nodding, and looking the detective in the eye. I feel the same, sir. But we have important things to discuss, don't we? The detective nodded sagely, pulling up one of the seats, to sit next to the boy's bedside, taking out both a recorder and clipboard, setting up the interview properly. Now, even if I feel like it won't be relevant, I'm still required to warn you about my quirk. Izuku sat up straighter at that, his eyes lighting up slightly, which made Yagi smile fondly. Interesting quirks always fascinated the boy. Oh, what sort of quirk is it, sir? Its name is Lie Detector, which should be a fairly accurate indicator of what it does. I can automatically sense whenever someone tells a lie, or when they tell the truth. Izuku's eyebrows lifted up into his hairline, before he began to excitedly ask the man questions about his quirk, leaning forwards and smiling brightly. The poor detective was taken aback by his successor's immediate enthusiasm, looking helplessly at Toshinori, who only chuckled at the poor man. Izuku saw poor Tsukachi's expression and leaned back, blushing slightly, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh, sorry. I'm just interested in quirks, I'm a bit of a nerd about it. The detective chuckled, albeit a bit nervously. Of course, kid. Everyone has their hobbies and interests. Plus, knowing a lot about quirks is useful for heroes, yeah. Izuku nodded eagerly, but relented in speaking up, waiting for the detective to begin. Tsukachi cleared his throat, before beginning in earnest. Now, I would like to preface this by saying you're not in trouble at all. It was a highly stressful experience, and this is less to incriminate you in any way, and more to settle the order of events. Does that make sense to you? Izuku nodded, before eyeing the recorder and speaking up. Yes, it does, sir. The detective nodded, continuing on. So, let's step back towards the beginning. The majority of your classmates reported noticing the portal while you were at the top of the stairs, with 13 and Aizawa. I assume you also noticed it around that time? Izuku sat forward slightly. The way his legs moved under his blanket indicated he was sitting cross-legged in bed. Yes, sir, I believe I was one of the first to see it. I remember one of my classmates asking about if this was part of the assignment, but Aizawa leapt into action. Is he okay, by the way? I managed to rescue him when we separated him from the villains, but he looked really hurt. Tsukachi nodded his head and spoke up, continuing the interview. Of course, your teacher is being attended to in the very same ward as you, kid. I don't know the specifics, but he's a tough one. He'll survive. Now, the warper separated you all? Izuku nodded, getting serious once again. Yes, me and Jiru were dropped in the conflagration zone together. We were basically the only ones there. We beat the thugs that were hanging out there, and flew over to the closest sign of our classmates, the giant F-off glacier that was the flood zone. Naomasa snorted. They all saw the youngest son of Endeavor's handiwork. He gestured for Midoriya to continue. We met up with Todoroki and Shoto Todoroki and Tsuyu Azui. Tsuyu is a fairly straightforward person, and doesn't mind the use of her first name casually. The detective nodded, as Midoriya continued his story. We landed, meeting up with the two of them. We talked, discussed some plans. At the time, all we knew was that signal wasn't getting out, and we were all separated. We concluded that the villains separated us randomly. We decided to collect as many of our classmates as possible and stage a rescue. My priority was finding Momo Yaoyorozu, a classmate of mine. Her quirk was exactly what we needed to stabilize our teachers, plus I wanted able fighters to defend them until the cavalry arrived. The detective nodded slowly, before asking another question. Your thought process is smart, kid, but why was direct confrontation with the villains always the plan? Shouldn't you have been thinking about how to escape? Izuku scrunched up his eyebrows and stared at his lap for a moment, before looking up again, just as serious. I was worried about their warper, sir. He demonstrated the ability to separate us fairly easily, and I was afraid he'd do it again if we didn't fight them. Plus at that point, our teachers were in mortal danger. I didn't want to put their lives at risk. I'd have rather fought them off until my knuckles bled than let them die, sir. The detective hummed, nodding in respect. That's an honorable thing to do, kid. If a bit self-sacrificial. Your life is just as important as your classmates, as your teachers. Izuku had the boldness to snort at that prospect, earning a raised eyebrow from both the detective and All Might. He at least looked sheepish when he realized he made such a dismissive noise. Sorry, I'm not self-sacrificial. As much as my records must imply. I bet you know about the sludge villain incident? How I was involved in that situation. Well, that's not evidence of my being self-sacrificial. I've told you I like quirks, I understand them, I can pick apart just about any quirk if given time for weaknesses, strengths, and ways to use it to help others. What I'm implying is that, if I didn't think it was a fight we could have won, that I could have won, we would have never gotten involved in the first place. Both All Might and the detective were giving Midoriya strange glances now. Tsukachi aired their thoughts for them. Midoriya, kid, did you think you could have beaten the sludge villain? He was an A-ranked villain and you were a middle schooler who hadn't unlocked his quirk yet. That caused the greenette to freeze up, before chuckling nervously. I could tell what his weak spots were, plus nobody was doing anything, and if they didn't, then someone had to. My feet kinda moved on their own at that point. Tsukachi glanced at All Might, who could only casually shrug at him. Toshinori always knew Izuku was a smart cookie, but the fact that he was so calculating, it's surprising. Nonetheless, the detective refocused the subject expertly. You gathered as much of your class as you could? Izuku nodded, focusing on remembering again. Yes, we found most of them, including Momo, who was my prime target, in the downpour zone. We decided on a plan, involving separating the villains from Eraserhead, the giant glacier in the middle of the central plaza. We rushed them back up towards the entrance, where Momo began emergency first aid on them. Some of us were dispatching remaining thugs, but mostly the rest of my class's priority was protecting the teachers. And what was your priority? Izuku chuckled some more, a bit more nervously at that, and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I figured that thing they brought with them, that monster, was their biggest weapon. If I could eliminate that from the playing field. Naomasa only sighed even heavier than before. And you said you aren't self-sacrificing? Izuku snorted, and shrugged his shoulders. Again, emergency situation. I was doing the best with what I had. If it helps, I was planning on fighting all three of them at once, but once I learned that we had help from an outside source, I stuck to the giant monster. Detective Tsukachi looked over towards All Might, who was listening intently, but could practically feel the sarcasm radiating off of the detective. You hear that, All Might? Kid decided to stick to just the giant monster. I see your first lesson you teach your students is stick to your limits. Both student and sensei flush at that, smiling awkwardly. The tired detective merely rolls his eyes and moves. So, you go and fight the biggest thing available, yes? Izuku nodded, continuing. Yeah. And then we fought throughout the USJ. Mostly the ruined zone. Figured that place was already, well, ruined. Might as well finish it off. I met Bakugo, Kirishima, and Uraraka there. It was dangerous though, so I sent them to go help protect our teachers. They're incredibly strong battlers. If you think they're strong, why not recruit them to fight the monster? Izuku gave a strained look, before looking very deliberately at both Tsukachi and Toshinori, and saying they were better off protecting our classmates. There was a tense pause for a moment, before Naomasa sighed, and shrugs his shoulders. The interview wrapped up a little bit after that, Izuku detailing how he and the beast battled throughout the ruin zone, before finally crashing back in the central plaza, where the entire group of heroes watched him put it out of its misery. As the detective was putting his things away, he shook Izuku's hand, thanking him for the interview. But before he began to leave, the detective asked Izuku one more question, off the record. Kid, you seemed strained talking about why you didn't want your friends fighting with you. You were telling the truth when you said that you thought their skills were best elsewhere, but what other insight can you give on this thing? We could use any help we can get here. Izuku looked at the two of them carefully, almost fearfully, before relenting. Shoulders slumped. He spoke in almost a whisper. I honestly don't quite understand that thing myself, sir. What do you mean, kid? Izuku looked up, looking far more stressed than he was during the entire interview. Sir, I need you to understand I said it before, but I'm really good with quirks. I understand them on a level that'd put analysts to shame. If I wasn't a hero, I would have fit right at home in the support course. I understand quirks. But that thing, I just don't understand it. A sense of slow, mounting dread has been washing over Toshinori during this entire ordeal. The fact alone that someone attacked his students scares him, but the way it was orchestrated, planned, and the leftovers of whatever beast the ringleader had been using, it's left a nasty taste in Yagi's mouth, a sixth sense that he's long since honed and thought he would never need to use again. A fear he was hoping he'd never have to worry about again. Even as Izuku, pale as a sheet, looked up at both of them. That thing had multiple quirks, sir. How is that possible? The bar was, to put it frankly, a mess. Bottles were smashed, booths and tables were destroyed, there were pockmarks in the counter in the shape of hands. The dingy space has seen better days. It took all for one himself to step in and use the quirk, knockout, for Kurogiri to get anything done in regards to dressing the blue-haired young man's wounds. Even now, calmed down as he is, wearing his thumbless gloves, the sentient Nomu could feel the rage radiating off Tamura in waves. Kurogiri was subconsciously alerted of one of his charges calling for a portal to the bar. It seems Izuku is ready for the next step. Kurogiri created a portal, even as he finished sewing shut the last of Tamura's wounds. FNG finally, Izuku. What the F was that? You never even let All Might enter the building. Despite being a Nomu, Kurogiri is sentient, which entails all that it implies. Kurogiri is educated, reasonable and capable, he's thoughtful and inquisitive. All for One designed him not as a chauffeur for his pawns, but as a guardian for his child, and so if there's one thing Kurogiri understands more than anything in the world, it's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya is a good person, a far better one than his father is on most days. Izuku is rational, intelligent, curious, careful, peaceful, and kind above all else. Izuku Midoriya could never rule the world like his father did, it's simply not in his nature. But he has inherited a notable amount of qualities from his father. Izuku's knowledge and curiosity in regards to quirks, his risk versus reward style plans, his careful nature, but the most dangerous aspect of Izuku Midoriya that he inherited from his father has to be his temper. Don't be misled, Izuku is normally a very, very easygoing boy. Like his father, Izuku has an almost infinite well of patience, almost being the important word here. That means that it is not impossible to spark Izuku's rage, and once that occurs, the consequences are almost always dire. As soon as Izuku walked through the portal and entered the bar, Kurogiri knew it was one of those times. And it seems, upon seeing his younger brother, Tamura could too. All colors slowly drained from the younger man's face. Izuku surveyed the scene quietly before taking a breath and turning to the sentient Nomu. Kurogiri, seeing as you're just about finished with Tamura, fetch me some water, please. Of course, Izuku Midoriya. Kurojairi left Tamura's side, walking behind the bar. Grabbing one of the unbroken glasses and filling it up with water, Kurojairi could feel the tension of the situation rise. Upon filling it, he turned back towards his two wards and placed the glass in front of Izuku before standing vigilant, prepared for the worst. Izuku thanked Kurojairi before taking a slow sip, continuing to stare down Tamura. The brunette only getting more and more nervous. Tamura, if overclock and 30% could so easily defeat the symbol killer, then why would you ever believe it'd defeat All Might? Tamura huffed before turning away, hunching over the counter and huffing. I don't know, it's about the unfairness of it all. That invasion was supposed to be my time to shine. And you ruined it. Izuku shook his head, taking another sip of his water. Tamura, I think we've been going about this all wrong. The brunette looked over at Izuku questioningly. What do you mean? The green-haired boy gestured towards himself and Tamura. I mean, our entire plan. The League of Villains, us turning society into something better from both two different sides. Tamura raised an eyebrow, motioning towards Kurojairi to pour him a drink too. What? Are you implying that we shouldn't try and save society? I'm partial to burning it all down. Izuku chuckled and shook his head. No, the idea that one of us needs to be the villain. That caused pause. For both Kurojairi and Tamura, Izuku took advantage of the silence to continue. Just think about it for a minute, Tamura. We both want things to be better. I want to be a hero people can rely on, I want to be a part of a system that lifts up its people, and I want to create a class of heroes set out to make the world a better place. How could I ever leave you out of that? Tamura stopped moving altogether. The blue-haired man looked shell-shocked, blinking rapidly, before shaking his head and turning away. You know why I could never be a hero like you, Izuku? Plus, after the USJ? I nearly killed your classmates and your teachers. Izuku sighed and nodded his head in agreement, taking another drink of his water before proceeding. I know, Tamura. Which is why I've been thinking. We need a new direction, but most of all, you need a new direction, Tamura. What do you mean? Izuku finished off his drink, before handing it off to Kurojairi, who dutifully began to clean the glass. What I mean, Tamura, is that the League of Villains was a failure. Nobody respectable will join, and we can't reliably paint it as extremist vigilantes. We need a new plan. But the issue with that is, as long as you're around, any efforts of trying again will fall through. That caused both Kurojairi and Tamura to still, the atmosphere rapidly growing more tense than before. Tamura rapidly looked between Izuku, Kurojairi, and the television all for one usually made his appearances from. There wasn't a speck of dust on that screen, nor a single crack. Izuku waved his hand dismissively at the pair, shaking his head. No, that doesn't mean I'm going to kill you, Tamura. Remember? I just said I wanted to lift you up. But Japan isn't the proper environment for that. It's where All Might is. Tamura's face soured at the mention of his worst enemy, and Izuku nodded his head, understandingly. See? Your obsession with All Might will be your downfall, Tamura Shigaraki. What you need to do is go somewhere where his influence isn't as heavy. Europe? America maybe? You need to find yourself, Tamura. Shigaraki stood very still looking at Izuku, a whirlwind of emotions passing through his eyes. Are you kicking me out, Izuku? Izuku shook his head vigorously, eyes lighting up. No. What I'm doing is trying to help you. I want you to get better, I really, really do, Tamura. But I don't think your path lies in killing All Might, and it certainly doesn't involve being the big bad villain of Japan. Tamura didn't respond to that for a while, leaving the bar in silence, before suddenly taking a long drink from the glass Kurojairi provided him. He set it down with a gasp after finishing. So, you want me to play a new game, huh? Do you think our paths will cross again? Izuku smiled sadly. I hope so, Tamura. And I don't know about a new game. I'd more say, this was your prologue and you're gonna start a brand new chapter. One I'm gonna support you through as much as I can. Tamura nodded, before standing up and stretching. Kurojairi, I'm gonna pack. And when I get back downstairs, I want you to open a portal for me. Flip a coin, do something. I don't care where. Just somewhere with a nice view, yeah? I want the title screen to be something to remember. And with that, Tamura Shigaraki, dreaded leader of the League of Villains, strode upstairs, towards a new frontier. Kurogiri looked towards Izuku even as he stretched himself. And as for you, Izuku Midoriya? What's the plan? Izuku smiled kindly at the sentient Nomu, walking behind the bar and patting his shoulder even. That's the question of the day, isn't it? Let's open a portal to my father's chamber. He'd like to know the new agenda. After the USJ incident, UA High cancelled classes for the rest of the week, to both patch up the school's newly discovered weakness to warpers, along with to allow the students and teachers who were involved in the incident a chance to breathe and nurse any injuries they were given. Luckily, almost all of the victims of the attack weren't hurt, save for bruises and cuts that come with fighting for so long. Unfortunately, Eraserhead wasn't so lucky. The man had multiple broken bones, and a team of doctors including Recovery Girl spent hours healing the man. He's quite frankly lucky to be able to continue field duty once he heals. The most important thing the man could do right now is rest and relax, but Aizawa was never one for days off. Which is why he sits here on his desk, covered in bandages, staring down a group of 20 students, all unsettled by the fact that he showed up to work. If a single one of you questions me, it will be detention. Izuku Midoriya spoke up, grimacing slightly at the bandaged form of his teacher. Sir, with all due respect, you have to understand why we can't let this lie. You literally put your life on the line for us. Can't you trust Midnight or Present Mike to run your lesson plan for at least the next week or so? Aizawa sighed. He could already feel a headache coming on, and I respect that you all care about my well-being so much. But the UA Sports Festival is coming up soon, and we need you all to be prepared for that. Himiko burst out of her seat with a bang, voice distraught. Dad, you nearly died. Aizawa winced. Shinsou moved to comfort her, the rest of the class still deathly quiet. Why you nearly died? That thing had you, and we couldn't help you. Aizawa already moved from his desk, ignoring how sore he was. He held the sobbing blonde girl to his chest, grabbing hold of his purple-haired son with another. Both of them weren't doing well from the attack. He supposes he's not helping. You're just a student, Himiko. You're all still students. It's my duty as your teacher to protect you, each and every one of you. While Himiko and Shinsou are special cases, I have no doubt many of you feel the same way. His students looked around at each other. They all looked worried or upset. Aizawa really should have seen this coming. The entire USJ was traumatic for all of them. Hound Dog's office is open to each and every one of you, if you want to talk. Being a hero isn't easy, there's no shame in therapy. I've had sessions with the man myself. Aizawa nearly jumped when he felt a new pair of hands wrap around him and his kids, looking to see curly green hair, Izuku Midoriya giving him a sad smile. Soon another student joined the group hug, and another, until all of Class 1A were supporting their teacher. You saved our lives, Sensei. That's not simply something you can brush off with saying, it's my job, without you taking a majority of the villain's priority. God only knows what would have happened to us. You may want the best for us, but we want the best for you too, Sensei. After Izuku finished speaking, almost every student offered words of thanks or worry. A number of his students had tears in their eyes, from Tsuyu to the ever-stoic Tenya, tears flowing openly. Even Shoto revealed how he was worried about Aizawa's health. Aizawa hasn't had a full class in a long time. He's used to expelling his students. So it's easy to fall into the stereotypical hard-butt teacher role, so it's always surprising to him when the students he doesn't expel come to care about him. Maybe he's getting soft. The underground hero can't find it within himself to care. He cleared his throat, breaking them from the tender moment. Even if what I said is true, thank you, all of you. Even still, the sports festival is going to be intense. I want you all to be prepared. His kids, and he meant all 20 of them, stepped away, none moving back to their seats just yet, most sitting on the floor, breaking away from the cuddle pile. Shinsou and Ochako Uraraka were still comforting Himiko, but the blonde girl's sobs have calmed, using a stand of Aizawa's capture scarf to wipe her eyes. Shiro asked the question they all were thinking. Is hosting the sports festival really okay? We were just attacked by villains. Aizawa nodded his head, agreeing with the tape-wielding boy. For all accounts, it's not logical. If I had it my way, we'd not have one at all. There's plenty of ways to get all of your internships that don't involve broadcasting your strengths and weaknesses for all to see, but the UA board was insistent, politics ethicus, kids. And unfortunately, heroism is tied to it. A number of his students groaned, and Aizawa was half tempted to join them. Hey, it can't all be bad, right? It'll help us get internships, plus, if any villains do watch, we can show why those last bestiards ran with their tails between their legs. Kirishima added. Some of his students began to smile, nodding in agreement. Bakugo, who mostly moved back to his chair, rolled his eyes. I don't know about you chuckle FS, but I'm gonna kick the rest of your buttes. I'd be prepared to eat dust. Midoriya looked over at the explosive blonde boy, and grinned, eyes lighting up in a familiar and dangerous way. Oh really, Kaken? If you're not feeling like holding back, then neither will I, and I certainly know you still feel salty about our first hero studies class. The rest of the class laughed as Bakugo exploded in swears, mostly about how he was gonna kick Izuku's butt. The rest of his class gave similar declarations of intent to win, and Aizawa sighed, problem children, each and every one of them. Okay, if we've got all the mushy stuff out of the way, return to your seats. If I have to use my quirk, it's mandatory quirkless combat training after school. Man, and I still can't believe that a-hole from 1B thought we were taking advantage of the fact that we were attacked by villains. I can understand a friendly interclass rivalry, but that crosses a line, bro. Totally not manly. Hey, at least Shinsou cold pet him. The BSRD had it coming. I hope we kick that a-holes but during the sports festival. Izuku watched his classmates chat amongst themselves during their lunch, sitting between Ochako and Tenya. Toga was noticeably quiet today, except for her outburst during the beginning of the school day. Shinsou was always on the quiet side, but he seemed more so than usual. It came as an actual shock to Izuku to learn that Aizawa was Shinsou's and Toga's adoptive father. Well, it made sense why they're so good at stealth and hand-to-hand combat, plus Shinsou's noticeable skill with capture weapons. But still, the fact makes Izuku feel all the more guilty for the part he played in allowing the USJ to happen. While 2 had a point, stopping Tamura wouldn't have done anything, but he was still complicit. If anything, he profited off it. Aizawa's erasure quirk is a godsend, especially since he can camouflage its activation with eye color changing quirks. Plus there were the quirks he stole from thugs, Detective Tsukachi's lie detector quirk that he copied from under the detectives and All Might's noses. Heck, the quirks stored in the Nomu alone are incredible boons in his journey to mastering all for one, but he still can't be led to believe the positives outweigh the negatives, especially seeing how downtrodden his class was. After all was said and done, he was nudged from his thoughts by Ochako. You got that intense look in your eyes again, Zuku. Like you're trying to solve world hunger through concentrated psychic effort alone. The green-haired boy laughed out loud at that, swatting at the brunette girl playfully, shaking his head. Trust me, Uraraka, if I could I would. Tenya spoke up next, looking at Izuku firmly. You know, there is merit to what Aizawa said, Izuku. We're all only students, you can't blame yourself for the USJ. If anything, you went above and beyond to ensure the rest of our safety. That beast you destroyed? Nobody except I'd think All Might could have fought that thing. Izuku nodded, silent for a moment, before leaning back and looking at the rest of his class thoughtfully. Have I ever told you guys why I want to be a hero? Conversation mulled to a stop, at least the conversation around their table. Everyone looked at their class president curiously. Kaken would know it, but I've always wanted to be a hero. Growing up, I'd always watched All Might's debut video, because to me, that's always been the epitome of what a hero should be like. I've watched all sorts of videos on him defeating villains, from Toxic Chainsaw to Heat Viper, but I never wanted to be simply as strong as him. I've always wanted to be the type of hero that can bring a smile to people's faces. One whose very existence brightens people's lives simply because they know he's out there, protecting them. He saw a number of his classmates nodding, smiling, heck he even heard Kirishima whisper something about manliness under his breath, but he continued. But even the perfect hero has flaws. And All Might's flaw has always been that he's one man. He's the symbol of peace, but what happens when he retires? He's not getting any younger. Momo pet her head, thinking for a moment, pondering what he said. Now that you talk about it, I do suppose it's strange that All Might would suddenly take a teaching job now, and move Might Tower to Mustafa. Do you believe he's going to be retiring soon, Midoriya? Izuku swatted that idea away as fast as possible, shaking his head. No, nothing like that. I always wanted to be a symbol like All Might, but what if, instead of one symbol, there were 20? That's why I was so, and excuse my language, set off during the USJ. That's why I'm so dedicated to elevating all of us. I want us all to be the best possible heroes we can be. It doesn't need to be a competition. His classmates around the table and nearby were silent after that declaration for a whole minute, before Kirishima looked at Tenya. Permission to swear as well, Ida? Tenya rolled his eyes, before nodding, permission granted, Kirishima. Kirishima looked back at the green-haired boy, taking one of Izuku's hands, and clasping them in both his own hands. Izuku, dude. That was the manliest effing thing I've ever heard in my life. The rest of his classmates laughed uproariously, even Tenya couldn't help but chuckle. Izuku only grinned back at the red-haired boy. I'm just speaking from the heat, Kiri. Kirishima sat back down, shaking his head in disbelief, grinning from ear to ear. The rest of the class went back to chatting amongst themselves, eating their lunch. Izuku continued as well, but Uraraka spoke softly, looking between both him and Kirishima. I honestly kinda wish I had motivation like that, Zuku. Your declaration makes me feel kinda shallow in comparison. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that, continuing to finish up his lunch. Well, I can't believe that, Uraraka. You're plenty of things. But shallow isn't one of them. She just shook her head, staring down at her tray. My family isn't doing very well, financially. And if I had to be honest, my main motivation in regards to being a hero would be to support my family. Izuku patted Uraraka on the shoulder reassuringly, smiling at the brown-haired girl. Uraraka, that's not shallow at all. Helping your family escape poverty does not mean you're shallow. Not at all. Tell me, would you ever take advantage of your position as a hero? Would you shirk your duties in favor of fame or fortune? Uraraka looked up, giving Izuku a sharp look. Of course not. I want to be a rescue hero, for goodness sake, I would never. Izuku clapped her on the back, smiling broadly. Then you're not shallow, Uraraka. If anything, I'd say you're just as heroic as I am. Uraraka grinned right back at Izuku, before giving him a tight hug. He could feel some stray tears wetting his shirt. He only rubbed her back. It's been an emotional day. He can't blame her for crying a bit more. Izuku. Izuku looked away from Uraraka, focusing on a new voice. The voice of Shuto Todoroki. He and Uraraka separated quickly, as the green-haired boy gave his dual-haired classmate his full attention. Yes, Shuto? The dual elemental user's brow furrowed, thrown off. I don't remember us being friendly enough to use our given names. Izuku gave the recommendation student a Cheshire grin, eyes shining mischievously. Well, you got my attention with mine, so I figured I'd answer back. The taller student sat back, looking confused. It seems I did call you by your first name. Either way, it doesn't matter. I want to tell you something. Izuku smiled more warmly at the boy, leaning forward. Well, I'm all ears, Shuto. The dual-haired boy blinked again, before brushing it off. And pushing forward. Objectively speaking, you're stronger than me. We fought evenly during our hero studies class, and you beat my mother's ice cleanly. But that doesn't matter. I refuse to let you get in my way. I will defeat you in the sports festival, and I will do it using only my mother's ice. Izuku would have spoken up, asked him about exactly what he meant by his mother's ice, but the boy suddenly left, taking his empty tray and leaving the cafeteria. Izuku watched him leave, contemplating what to do. Both Uraraka and Tenya gave him a look, watching this conversation. Uraraka questioned it first. Izuku? You're the quirk specialist around here, but even I can tell that it's weird to define a single aspect of your quirk as your mother's or father's. Izuku nodded, still staring at where the dual-colored haired boy left from. You know, that isn't right. Seems I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Nedu earlier than I figured. What does whatever Todoroki has going on have to do with Nedu? Izuku only grinned, looking at Uraraka, even as he got up to put his tray away himself. You'd be surprised by how much Nedu knows. Trust me when I say, Shudo's situation is something Nedu is aware of. And something I want his help with when I inevitably try to fix it. Getting into UA was a much easier task than escaping, they soon found out. The vigilante group known as the Underground soon found out. It took them their wits, ingenuity, and running as fast as their legs could conceivably take them like bats out of hell, and Phoenix still isn't sold on the fact that they escaped all on their own. Nedu probably just let them go. If the rat didn't want them to leave, they'd be in chains. But they did just save his students, so they got a free pass. Now, though, they're back to business as usual, which involves boring meetings. So, just please, step by step explain to me why we need a HeroTube channel, gentle? Spinner, the purple-haired, lizard-like man asked again, sharpening a new set of blades he got. Both him and Stendhal lost a fair number of them in their battle against that handfucker. Phoenix really should have roasted him as soon as he got the chance. Gentle criminal, the young, white-haired man wasn't wearing his signature suit, instead simply wearing a white dress shirt, spoke animatedly. His partner, La Brava, also spoke just as passionately, pointing towards her laptop. What we did at the USJ was big, spin. Almost everyone who knows about the attack on the USJ knows that it was thwarted with our help. We could really use this type of positive press to our advantage. Phoenix chuckled at that, shaking his head at the pair. There is no such thing as good press, you two, trust me. We work better in the shadows. Stendhal, their unofficial leader, spoke up next, sitting next to Mr. Compress. The magician wasn't wearing his signature hat or mask, simply playing with a deck of cards as the group decided their next move. I agree with Phoenix. You too, as much as it would be nice for people to understand our crusade, we work best outside of the light. The vigilante pair sagged, but Stendhal continued, not quite done yet. But that doesn't mean we'll be able to evade the light forever. We do plan to move on to bigger fish, isn't that right, Phoenix? The scarred man growls, crossing his arms. His hatred for the number 2 hero has never been subtle, and he's hinted to the group before that there was something rotten hiding in NG Todoroki's past. Just thinking of the man sours his mood. If your plan is to bring bigger targets to justice, maybe we can assist. As soon as the unknown voice speaks, everyone jumps into action. Spinner and Stendhal throw blades, Gentle jumps in front of La Brava to protect the girl, and Phoenix unleashes a blast of killing blue flame towards their unknown foe. None of the hits connect, all passing through a dark black portal. It closes to reveal the form of the Warper from the USJ. Do not panic, Underground. I am not your foe on this day. They held their positions, nobody moving even an inch, but Stendhal snarled at the man all the same. Attacking children makes you a foe for life, whatever your business here is, unless you plan to die, you best get out. The Warper slowly, ever so slowly, raised his hands in surrender, eyes narrowing. Do not be fooled, Stendhal. That incident is not one me or my master plan to repeat. It was out of our hands, so to speak. Compress spoke up next. He's always been the negotiator of the group. Your master, being the one they call Tamura Shigaraki? The man with the 5-point disintegration quirk? My colleagues met him. They did not appreciate his attitude. Phoenix couldn't see the BSDRD's mouth, but it sounded smug, too sure of himself. While Tamura is one of my masters, he is, by and large, not the most important one. That mission was one of his ideas, I will admit. But the one I truly work for has taken steps to ensure that Tamura Shigaraki will not be a problem again. Compress looked back at all of them. They all figured the man had a puppet master, but to be contacted by them so soon? I suppose you've come to bring us to your true master? The Warper shook his head, hands still up. No, I intend to bring him here, for a conversation, if that's all right. Compress looked back at them all. They all shared a silent conversation that seemed to last forever, before Stendhal gave the signal to relax, for now. I must say, as much as I was interested in personally attending to Shigaraki, I'd be a fool to turn you away. Bring them to us, but be aware that we won't hesitate to attack if they can't prove themselves to be trustworthy. Of course, Stendhal, the warper said, before activating his quirk once more, creating a medium-sized warp gate in the center of the room. Slowly stepping out of it was a boy they all recognized. Bright red shoes, blue jeans, a white t-shirt that said suit on it in bold black letters, a brown satchel, and a head of curly, bright green hair, with diamond-shaped freckles and equally as bright green eyes. Hi. My name's Izuku. I figured our first meeting was pretty hectic, plus I wanted to thank you guys for helping me clean up my brother's F-up.